Chapter 52, FGO, 52A. Have we arrived so soon? Suddenly, Jean's voice came from behind. You could sense a hint of reluctance, confusion, and inner conflict in her tone. He wasn't the typical oblivious character from Japanese anime. He naturally understood what this meant. Jean had feelings for him, but she was struggling internally due to her responsibilities. This made Jean all the more endearing to him, strengthening his resolve to take her away. Let's find a place to eat and rest first. We'll move out at night. According to the information, Jack the Ripper usually operates late at night, you said calmly. Jean naturally had no objections. Saiaoara, this famous ancient city in Romania, stood resilient even after the brutal Second World War. Its old buildings, reflecting ancient Saxon cultural styles, were everywhere. Most of the buildings here were built from stones, now weathered by wind and rain, showing signs of gradual erosion by nature. From a high vantage point, the entire Saiaoara resembled a massive military fortress. The houses were compact and sturdy, like a maze where one could easily get lost without a local guide. Some buildings, clearly designed as watchtowers, still retained arrow slits from their original designs. Most residents here were middle-aged or elderly, with many young people having moved to the more developed capital, Bucharest. So when locals saw two strikingly attractive tourists, they couldn't help but cast curious glances. Yu, pushing his flashy Harley, walked beside Jean, looking like a romantic couple seeking adventure. Some elders, reminiscing about their youthful days, smiled and nodded at them. People in this city are really warm and simple, Jeanne said softly, smiling as she returned the greetings. Her smile was pure, clearly showing that she genuinely liked this unpretentious ancient city. That's why we need to catch Jack the Ripper as soon as possible, to restore the city's peace. Hearing Yu's words, Jean's expression turned serious. You're right. They found a small tavern and enjoyed a meal of Romanian-style grilled bread and roasted meat. After a brief rest, they continued their search in the town. As time passed and the sun set, the city grew quiet. This ancient city had very few streetlights. Seemingly affected by a series of tragedies, the streets were nearly deserted at night, especially in the old town area. Even the lights inside the houses were rarely seen. The whole city suddenly felt like a ghost town. Jean's eyes suddenly lost focus for a few seconds, then she pointed in a direction. This way. Yu's eyes narrowed, recognizing that Jean's revelation skill had been activated. Jean started walking, then transitioned to running, gradually picking up speed. Yu had to quicken his pace to keep up with her. Before they knew it, they plunged into a dense fog. The fog was not only pungent but also felt like inhaling sulfuric acid, burning from the mouth through the throat to the lungs. Visibility in this fog was extremely low, at most only about a meter, making it more terrifying than smog. It was a magically created acid fog, mimicking the severe pollution of 19th century London. Fortunately, neither of them were ordinary people. Yu's endurance and high recovery rate made him impervious to the fog's effects. Jeanne, with her X-level magic resistance, found the acid fog created by magical power to be merely a slight hindrance to her vision. Yu understood that they had finally found their target. As Jeanne ran ahead, unaware, Yu gradually slowed his pace. Before long, Jeanne vanished into the fog ahead. Knowing the original story, Yu understood that despite Jack the Ripper's appearance as a little girl, she was composed of the vengeful spirits of thousands of unvoiced infants. She was extremely intelligent, and combined with the legendary cunning of the original Jack the Ripper, she had become a naturally high IQ killer. If Yu stayed with Jean, Jack might not acted. But once they separated, she would come for him. After all, he appeared weaker before transforming. Yu mocked himself inwardly. At that moment, a sense of extreme danger suddenly welled up inside him. Is it? She's found me. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a clear and cheerful Lilai voice whispered in his ear. Nissan Tilda, let we see your heart. Yu felt a chill down his back. Although he didn't feel any weight on him, Jack the Ripper, like a vengeful spirit, had silently leapt onto his back and was whispering in his ear. This scene was straight out of a horror movie, and given her position, Jack could easily slit his throat in an instant. She had silently seized his vital point. This Lilai was indeed a natural-born killer. Despite the dangerous situation, he remained incredibly calm. He had faced far more perilous situations before. This crisis wasn't enough to faze him. After a moment's thought, he adopted a flippant tone. "Why not let me show you something bigger first?" His tone was like that of middle-aged pervert trying to lure a Lilai to see a goldfish. "We guess it's better to just kill you right away." Jack's tone turned icy cold. Sensing the anger in her voice, you smiled. He wasn't a pervert. There was a reason for his words. He knew Jack the Ripper's background well. In 19th century London, there were tens of thousands of prostitutes. Due to the brutal abortion techniques of the time, many infant corpses were discarded into the rivers near the city. These unborn infants turned into vengeful spirits, and Jack the Ripper was an amalgamation of these spirits. If she had a twisted love for prostitutes, then she had nothing but pure hate for their lecherous clients. You intended to provoke her by acting like one of those lecherous men, a calm assassin and an enraged, irrational Ania. Which was easier to deal with was obvious. Feeling the bone-chilling killing intent emanating from the Lilai Jack, it was clear whose plan had worked. Without a word, Jack drew the dagger from her waist and aimed it at his neck. At that moment, a dazzling white magical light suddenly emanated from his body. Startled, Jack the Ripper quickly leapt off his back and clung to the wall like a spider. As the magical light gradually faded, Yu's somewhat lean figure disappeared, replaced by a hulking giant weighing 300 kilograms. Yu had transformed directly into Spartacus's form. "What are you?" Jack asked, exasperated. Tilted her head cutely. He had just been an ordinary human, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a servant. This felt like a trap. "Guess," Yu said with a smile. However, with Spartacus's face, Yu's smile looked rather sinister. "It doesn't matter. We will rip out your heart." Jack the Ripper's eyes suddenly glowed red, a sign that her magical power had reached its peak. In the next instant, the little girl on the wall vanished into thin air, her speed reaching an incredible level. Several deep wounds suddenly appeared on Yu's back and shoulders, with blood gushing out like a fountain. With Jack the Ripper's agility equivalent to a B rank, combined with the concealment of the magical acid fog, he could barely detect her presence. He could only catch a glimpse of her during her attacks. But that was enough. Swish! Without thinking, Yu used Mana Burst to significantly enhance his speed, then swung his sword in a powerful slash. The immense force turned the air into a sweeping blade wind in the direction of his iron sword. Crash! A house, unfortunately in the path of the blade wind, was sliced open with a massive gash. "Alala, where are you slashing, you big oaf?" Jack's cheerful voice came from another direction. Yu replied, "You should worry about yourself." Jack immediately noticed a slight scratch on her arm, with a trickle of red blood slowly flowing down. Though the wound was tiny, it indicated that he could keep up with her speed. As for Yu himself, the seemingly deep, bone-revealing wounds were healing before her eyes. With the combined endurance of Spartacus's X rank and the rapid recovery of the Goliath Mystic Code, unless one could kill him in a single strike, his monstrous regenerative powers made him nearly invincible. "Big monster!" Jack the Ripper exclaimed, seeing Yu's absurd recovery speed. "Do you have the right to call me that?" "You're just a mere vengeful spirit," Yu scoffed. "We've decided, we'll cut out your tongue first." Jack the Ripper, her face filled with rage, launched another attack. But from the start, she had fallen into his trap. What happens when an assassin clashes with a tanky warrior? Jack the Ripper would tell you she's now incredibly frustrated, to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Her attacks came in waves, leaving countless wounds on Yu's body, with blood gushing out, staining the ground red. However, Yu's towering figure remained steadfast in the thick fog. In contrast, he only managed to land a hit on her after enduring over 10 attacks himself. The problem was that even if she attacked him 10 or 100 times, it barely affected him. But any attack from Yu, even a mere scratch, was significant for her. It was important to note that her master, Rikuriku, was just an ordinary woman, neither able to supply her with magical energy nor capable of using healing magic. As the battle intensified, Yu's body showed almost no signs of injury, and he continued to swing his iron sword with vigor. On the other hand, Jack the Ripper's body was gradually covered with small cuts. These wounds didn't seem severe individually, but collectively, they were substantial. If she weren't currently a servant, these wounds alone might have caused her to bleed to death. Even now, if she didn't come up with a strategy, defeat was only a matter of time. Jack wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very clever. Once she calmed down, she immediately thought of retreating. Yu quickly noticed the reduced frequency of her attacks and immediately understood her intention. "Didn't you say you were going to rip out my heart? Now you're thinking of running away?" Yu taunted. But Jack wasn't falling for it. "We had a lot of fun tonight. We'll come back to play with you some other time." Strange big brother with Spartacus's speed, Jack could easily escape. However, Yu had another trump card, the descent card that allowed him to transform into Sasaki Kojiro. Once he became the heroic spirit Sasaki Kojiro, he would lose his super endurance and recovery but gain the unmatched absolute speed of a servant. At that point, Jack would experience what true speed domination felt like. HMPH. "Coming and going as you please? It's not that easy, Kusogaki," Yu said coldly. But just as he was about to use the descent card, a voice full of roguish charm spoke. "It's quite lively here. How about I join in?" A girl with golden hair and green eyes, clad in full silver armor, carrying a magnificent silver greatsword, and looking quite boyish, emerged from the fog. Yu squinted his eyes. That iconic's blue saber face indicated her identity. Mordred, the rebellious knight who appeared as the Red Saber, affectionately known as Mo-chan. Mordred is one of the renowned knights of the Round Table under King Arthur and also King Arthur's illegitimate child. She was a homunculus created using the genes of King Arthur and King Arthur's sister through magic. Her most infamous deed was inciting a rebellion by falsely claiming that King Arthur was dead while Arthur was away on an expedition in France to fight the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot. She declared herself the sole heir of Arthur, leading an uprising. Though this rebellion was suppressed, it had severe consequences, leading to King Arthur falling into a deep sleep and Britain exhausting its last bit of national strength, eventually being conquered by the Saxons. In short, Mo-chan was a troublesome child. This was evident even from the name of her noble phantasm, Clarent Blood Arthur, a family heirloom. Light cannon noble phantasm of the Artoria family, also had a special effect against King Arthur. As for why Mordred appeared here, let's rewind to 5 minutes earlier. On the other side of this ancient town, Mordred was following the scar-faced Kerry Syzygy with an impatient expression. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Chapter 53, FGO, 53. Hey, Master, what are you doing here? Kerry Syzygy pulled out a cigarette box labeled Dragon Smoke, the same brand as Tuko Ozaki's, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, slowly exhaling the smoke from his lungs. That priest gives me a very bad feeling for some reason. Oh, so that's why you changed plans and decided to act alone? Mordred had a curious look on her face. I'm a mercenary by nature. I'm used to working solo, Syzygy responded nonchalantly. Fine, leaving isn't a bad idea. That black woman gives me the same feeling as my mother, like a venomous snake full of poison. Mordred placed her hands behind her head, and with her cool attire and lean figure, she looked every bit the image of a handsome youth. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar and the faint clash of metal came from afar, shattering the quiet of the small town's night. Master. Mordred immediately adopted a guarded posture and summoned her weapon. Looks like tonight's efforts weren't in vain. Syzygy tossed his half-smoked cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. Saber. Show me your strength. No problem, Master. As the only heir of the Night King, I won't let you down. A red magical aura enveloped Mordred. When the light faded, the previously casually dressed Mordred was now clad in a full suit of silver armor. Thud. The ground where Mordred stood cracked under her immense strength, and using the force of the recoil, She shot off like a silver bolt of lightning towards the direction of Yu's battle with Jack the Ripper. This small town was only about 100 miles across, a distance a servant could cover in mere minutes. Thus, Mordred quickly arrived at the battlefield between Yu and Jack the Ripper. Yu recognized her identity. Knowing Mordred wasn't the type to strategize, he quickly had an idea. "Red Saber, you're just in time. She's the Black Assassin. Hurry and help me take her down." Yu's eyes gleamed as he shouted, "No problem," Mordred replied with a smile. Then she raised the silver greatsword on her shoulder and struck at Yu. Fortunately, Yu had been wary of her and hastily raised his iron sword to block the attack. "What do you mean by this?" Yu's expression immediately turned icy. "Isn't it obvious? I'm helping her take you down," Mordred responded matter-of-factly. Yu was speechless. He seemed to have forgotten that he currently had the appearance of Spartacus. In the middle of the night, on one side was a large, muscular man whose face could give people nightmares. On the other side was a small, seemingly delicate, or not, little girl. Any normal-thinking person would unquestionably side with the little girl. Moreover, even though Mordred outwardly disdained her father's old-fashioned knightly principles, the fact that she often referred to herself as the only legitimate heir of the Night King showed that she took her knightly identity very seriously. Regardless of her stance, a knight should ostensibly support the weak against the strong. Of course, there was an even more important reason. You had no interest in reasoning with a troublesome brat. "Now it's 2 against 1, Big Brother Tilda," Jack the Ripper said with a wide smile. "Is that so? Don't be happy too soon." You smirked. "Are you all right?" As he spoke, a melodious voice rang out. Then, 2 figures emerged from the dense fog. It was Jeanne d'Arc and Siegfried. To minimize the impact, Jeanne had not rushed in as aggressively as Mordred. Thus, despite being closer, Jeanne arrived a step later than Mordred. As for Siegfried, he followed behind Jeanne like a silent, steadfast machine. "Look. Now it's 3 against 2. You spread his arms with a playful smile. "Oh my!" Jack's face immediately turned gloomy. She had struggled to fight you alone and had just gotten help, only for the other side to suddenly gain 2 more formidable-looking allies. "You must be Jack the Ripper." "I am ruler Jeanne d'Arc." "Your indiscriminate killing of ordinary people has severely violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. If you don't stop, I'll have to expel you from the proper Holy Grail War." With her true name discernment skill, Jeanne instantly recognized most of Jack the Ripper's details. She raised her holy flag, pointing it at Jack the Ripper, and warned sternly, "No, we want to be with Mommy forever. Anyone who tries to stop us is our enemy." Perhaps Jeanne's words about expulsion touched a sensitive nerve. Jack screamed and suddenly used her noble phantasm, Maria the Ripper, against Jeanne. This noble phantasm was particularly terrifying, especially against female servants. As long as the conditions of fog and a female target were met, it could deliver an unblockable strike. Jack's eyes began to glow crimson. She leapt towards Jeanne. Jeanne immediately took a defensive stance, gripping her holy flag tightly. In the dense fog, a bright flash of a blade cut through the chill. The blade did not touch Jeanne's body. Yet, after Jack and Jeanne passed each other, Jeanne suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Jack the Ripper's strike was cursed, meeting the conditions to deliver a fatal blow without direct contact. Unfortunately for Jack, her noble phantasm's rank was too low, and Jeanne had next-level magic resistance. The strike that should have disemboweled Jeanne merely made her cough up blood. Jeanne herself was not seriously harmed. However, this infuriated Yu, filling him with anger and frustration. In hindsight, he should have immediately used the descent card to kill Jack the Ripper on the spot before she activated her noble phantasm. Once Jack initiated her noble phantasm, such a curse-like attack was unstoppable no matter how fast he was. A bright light enveloped Yu. The next moment, before the light even dissipated, a figure appeared in front of Jack the Ripper as if by teleportation. Bang! With a loud crash, Jack's small body was sent flying, crashing into a nearby stone house without any resistance. At this moment, Yu's figure became visible. The 300-kilogram Hulk had transformed into a dashing and elegant swordsman. With Yu making his move, Mordred didn't remain idle. Perhaps guided by fate, she directly targeted Siegfried. Things are getting more interesting. Let's start as well, Saber boy over there. Mordred's face showed a fierce, beast-like expression. The next second, clang, a heavy impact, sparks flying everywhere. A chaotic battle immediately ensued. Mordred and Siegfried seemed to maintain a certain tacit understanding. They turned into a red light and a blue light, continuously clashing yet gradually distancing themselves from the battlefield. Both refrained from using large-scale attacks, instead engaging purely in swordsmanship duels. It's often said that one's preferred swordsmanship style reveals their personality. This statement holds some truth, at least until one's swordsmanship reaches a divine, authentic mastery. Mordred's sword moves were bold and wild, full of a beastly ferocity, much like herself. In contrast, Siegfried's sword moves were simple and straightforward, yet as rigid as a machine. Their sword styles represented two extremes, and as they continued to clash, their differing life principles also fiercely collided. Destined opponents. This phrase aptly describes them. Leaving aside the intense duel between the two Saber-class warriors from the red and black factions, Yu completely outmatched Jack in terms of speed. After kicking her into the house, Yu's figure followed like lightning, his large katana emitting flashes of sword light. Though he transformed into an elegant, flower-loving wanderer, his actions showed no mercy. The moon-like sword light flashed, and the rubble of the house Jack had crashed into was further pulverized by him. A shadow burst out from the ruins. It was Jack the Ripper. She clutched her left arm with her right hand, blood flowing from a long gash on her left arm. Jack's lips were tightly pursed, her small face filled with pain, looking very pitiable. Yu, both furious at her for harming Jeanne and driven by his own rising aggression from the prolonged fight, showed no mercy. With a cold smile, he mercilessly raised his large katana, aiming the dazzling, moonlit strikes at Jack's head and vital spots like her spirit core. Jeanne, seeing Jack's pitiable state, wanted to intervene, but remembering her cruel actions, she gritted her teeth and regarded her as an evil spirit. As an assassin, Jack the Ripper was outstanding, especially against female opponents. But Yu seemed to be her nemesis. Whether in the thick-skinned, muscular Spartacus mode or the swift Sasaki Kojiro mode, he had an absolute advantage over her. Jack struggled to wield her dagger with one hand, trying to fend off the flashing sword light of the large katana. Sasaki Kojiro's swordsmanship had a peculiar demonic allure. Moves appeared ornate, even somewhat flashy, yet concealed lethal intent at every turn. In terms of martial prowess and attributes, Jack the Ripper was thoroughly suppressed by Yu. Soon, while Yu remained elegant and composed, Jack bore multiple wounds of varying depth, bleeding profusely. At this moment, the cruel and innocent Fa-tilde section 8 faded from Jack's face. She glared at Yu with a look of venomous hatred, her eyes betraying uncontrollable panic. Another of Jack the Ripper's weaknesses became glaringly apparent. Her master, Rokurikido, was not a magus, so she could neither supply Jack with mana nor heal her wounds with magic. This flaw was less noticeable in hit-and-run assassination tactics, but in a prolonged battle, it became a fatal weakness. In contrast, the more Yu used Sasaki Kojiro's sword techniques, the more proficient he became. What was previously obscure now seemed as though Kojiro himself was imparting the essence of the Yanagi Ryu sword style directly to him. Jack's condition continued to deteriorate, while the trajectory of Yu's large katana became increasingly unpredictable. Defending for too long inevitably leads to an opening. Suddenly, Yu seized an opportunity, his large katana delivering a ruthless stab aimed at Jack's throat. Jack tried to evade, but her deteriorating condition made her move a half step slower. In that fleeting 0.01 second, Yu seized the moment, using his mana burst skill. Already lightning fast, The katana's speed increased even further under the influence of mana. Blood splattered. Jack let out a painful scream as Ryu's katana pierced her right shoulder. He showed no mercy, slamming her small body against the wall with the katana. Bang! With a loud crash, Jack was pinned against the wall, the heavy impact causing her to cough up more blood, further worsening her injuries. Swish! A blue magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Jack, and with its appearance, she turned from solid to ethereal, disappearing into the air. It seemed Rikurikido, sensing Jack's danger, had used a command spell to summon her away. Trying to escape, Ryu smirked, quickly instructing Jeanne, use a command spell to summon her back immediately. Even if she escapes, we need to exhaust their command spells. Jeanne hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I understand. By the command spell, I order you, Black Assassin Jack the Ripper, to appear before me immediately. As Jeanne spoke, a complex, angelic wing-like crimson pattern appeared behind her. With Jeanne's command, the pattern vanished. A bewildered Jack reappeared in front of them. Just moments ago, Jack had been hugging Mommy Rikurikido, crying out in pain. No sooner did she feel the comforting warmth of Ruka's chest than she was summoned back. Had this mother-daughter pair known better, they might have been cursing inwardly. Rikurikido had no choice but to use the command spell again. Thus, the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war with their command spells. In the end, although Rikurikido achieved victory, the command spells on her hand were reduced to a faint, indistinct mark. On the other side of the battlefield, perhaps due to letting the vengeful spirit, Jack the Ripper, escape and fearing she would harm ordinary people again, Jeanne's face showed some worry. Ryu quickly comforted her. Don't worry. Without the command spells, she won't escape next time. She likely harvested the hearts of Magi to replenish her mana. For the next few days, let's keep a close watch over this small town from a high vantage point. This way, she won't be able to hunt Magi or escape the town, and we can force her out. Jeanne, having once been a leader, thought briefly and immediately agreed with Ryu's plan. Fortunately, the town was very small. From the highest point of the Grand Cathedral, a servant's keen eyesight could take in the entire town at a glance. As their battle concluded, it seemed the fight between Siegfried and Mordred had also come to an end. Logically speaking, Siegfried, a great hero with dragon-slaying attributes, should have the upper hand against Mordred, who possessed the blood of the Red Dragon. Even if it wasn't an easy win, it should have at least been evenly matched. Who knew that the upper hand would belong to Mordred? If it weren't for Siegfried's protection from the armor of Fafnir, which grants immunity to B-rank attacks, he would have been defeated. Meanwhile, outside Sayat Moara, a green figure appeared. Comment 8. Vote to left. Chapter 54, FGO 54. The adorable cat ears and tail unmistakably belonged to the Red Faction's archer, the famous huntress of ancient Greece, Atalanta. Atalanta, affectionately known as Nekotan, leapt agilely from one treetop to another like a nimble lynx. During the fierce battle in Sayat, Atalanta's cat ears twitched, her delicate face became serious, and her movements noticeably quickened. Who's there? At that moment, Atalanta's expression changed abruptly. She gracefully flipped in midair, drawing the bow and arrows gifted by the moon goddess in one seamless motion, aiming the arrowhead directly at a shadow. Atalanta, long time no see. Under the moonlight, a figure clad in a silver gossamer mage robe slowly emerged from the shadows. Who else could it be but Medea Lily? Medea. Atalanta's small mouth opened in surprise, and the taut bowstring in her hand instinctively relaxed. As fellow members of the Argonauts who sought the Golden Fleece, Atalanta had a very close relationship with the young Medea, one of the rare female members. Were broken bar. Atalanta suddenly came to her senses, looking at Medea with a complex expression. She had many questions in her heart but ultimately found herself speechless. Medea, ever so perceptive, naturally understood her old friend's thoughts and smiled charmingly. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? It's been a long time, and I have much to talk about with you. All right. Atalanta hesitated only briefly before agreeing to her invitation, As for the fake priest's order to investigate Sayonara, who cares about that? Leaving aside the intimate conversation between the two old friends. In the city, after driving away Jack the Ripper, Yu and Jean quickly rushed to Siegfried's side. Seeing the enemy reinforcements arrive, Mordred clicked her tongue in annoyance before being summoned back by Carrie. Left behind was a bruised and battered Siegfried. Yu glanced at him, his face showing little change in expression as if he were the one unscathed. Yu understood Siegfried's thoughts well. The reason Siegfried was willing to cut out his own heart for Sieg, aside from Sieg's aura of the protagonist, was because Siegfried himself was mentally exhausted. In life, he fulfilled everyone's wishes indiscriminately, and as a heroic spirit, he was still at the beck and call of Magi. Siegfried's spirit had been weighed down for too long. To others, his act of giving his heart to save Sieg seemed inexplicable, but in reality, it was because this dragon-slaying hero was truly tired and wanted to relinquish all responsibilities. That was why he used such an almost escapist method to hand over the responsibility to a homunculus. Earlier, he likely fought Mordred with the resolve to die on the battlefield. Yu had no solutions for Siegfried's nihilistic thoughts and didn't want to waste time on someone seeking death. Let him be. Master, I have convinced Atalanta, but she wants to speak with you before making her final decision. Medea's telepathic message suddenly echoed in his mind. A hint of joy immediately appeared on Yu's face. With his relentless recruitment efforts, the Black faction's strength had significantly diminished, leaving only Vlad, Chiron, and Frankenstein. The Red faction wasn't in much better shape either. Their strongest asset, Kana, had been slain by him, and Mordred was acting independently. Atalanta was to be persuaded by Medea. Only Achilles and Empress Semiramis remained, with Castor being nothing more than a background character. Both sides' forces had been significantly weakened by Yu. However, he knew that the real challenge was yet to come. The key was how to break through the Hanging Gardens. Thinking of this, Yu glanced at the blue command spells on the back of his hand. Then, he communicated telepathically with Medea. I've taken care of things here. Bring her over. A few minutes later, Yu saw Atalanta, the petite and cute huntress, once again. As for Jean, some of the servants had been fighting fiercely in the city, and as the ruler, she had to handle the aftermath. Tonight, she was incredibly busy. I never thought that Medea's master would be you. This was the first thing Atalanta said upon seeing him, her expression very complicated. Didn't you already guess before coming here? Yu said with a smile. For someone about to join his team, he showed 200% goodwill, especially since Atalanta was both strong and eye-catching. After all, catgirls were one of the sacred symbols in the hearts of Otakus. That's true. Knowing so many secret pieces of information, summoning Medea illegally isn't surprising at all. Atalanta smiled self-deprecatingly. Oh? It seems Princess Atalanta has already seen through Amakisa Shiru's true nature. As you said, after we returned, he couldn't hide it any longer and admitted it. Not only that, he directly told us his wish. Atalanta's expression became serious. I just want to ask you one thing. If Amakisa Shiru obtains the Holy Grail and truly wishes to turn the world into one without conflicts, thereby saving the children of the world, fulfilling my wish as well, a broken bar, why should I help you? Ha ha ha. Yu burst into laughter, filled with an amused tone. What are you laughing at? Atalanta's face immediately showed an angry expression. I admire Amakisa Shiru's character but laugh at his naivety. You're the same, Atalanta. Do you think that by his plan, the world will become peaceful? Don't be ridiculous. Conflict is human nature. Humanity progresses through constant struggle. He thinks that by wishing with the third magic to make humanity immortal, conflicts can be avoided. How laughably naive. Yu, having read the original work, knew exactly what Amakisa Shiru's wish was. He intended to use the Holy Grail with the third magic, materialization of the soul, to make all of humanity immortal, thus avoiding conflicts. But the issue was, did wars happen because of lifespan limitations? How could that be? Nations go to war over land, beliefs, resources, all potential sources of conflict, even between individuals, There can be conflicts due to differences in ideals, personalities, interests, or simple jealousy. Solving the lifespan issue alone doesn't qualify as resolving all sources of human conflict. Perhaps with greater power, human conflicts could become even more intense. Amakisa Shiru's character was impeccable, but unfortunately, he was an idealist. As for you, Atalanta, your wish is to save those helpless children, right? But have you considered how the Holy Grail would fulfill that wish? You should know the Holy Grail is just a wish-granting machine. Vague and broad wishes cannot be realized. After criticizing Amakisa Shiru, you turned his attention to Atalanta. Because of her tragic childhood as an abandoned baby, Atalanta had an intense obsession with saving children with similar experiences. However, she had never thought specifically about how to achieve this wish, so she remained silent. Princess Atalanta, have you heard of the Children's Aid Foundation? Seeing her reaction, you finally revealed his trump card. Atalanta nodded immediately. As a servant summoned into this world, the Holy Grail endowed her with common knowledge, so she naturally knew this term. However, because this knowledge was unrelated to combat, Atalanta hadn't paid much attention to it. With his reminder today, Atalanta recalled this knowledge, and her eyes immediately lit up. Compared to Amakisa Shiru's unrealistic dreams, the Foundation's modern economic model, which could operate in a long-term cycle, was much more reliable. Moreover, not just in this world, but in any world, children are always a vulnerable group that needs saving. You saw that Atalanta was wavering and immediately threw out another bargaining chip. His words sparked a sense of sacred mission in Atalanta's eyes. However, the Catgirl didn't catch the hidden meaning in Yu's words. To save countless children from different worlds, wouldn't she have to sign a contract with him to gain the ability to traverse worlds? Unfortunately, Atalanta, fully immersed in her sense of sacred mission, overlooked the implication in his words. The Holy Grail is not omnipotent. Ultimately, it's a magical tool created by Magus to reach the root. Instead of pinning your hopes on the Holy Grail, why not take solid steps to achieve your wish yourself? In the end, you reached an agreement with Atalanta. She would establish Children's Aid Foundations in various alternate worlds herself. Atalanta officially joined his team. As for the agreement, you claimed that any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. As long as he had energy points, he could exchange them for any world currency or even hard currency like gold and gems in large quantities. Moreover, with the power of a heroic spirit, protecting the Foundation would not be an issue. To avoid any unforeseen complications, you spent 300,000 energy points in exchange for a C-rank heroic spirit contract. Given Atalanta's strength and reputation, a C-rank contract was just right. After signing the contract, Yaug instantly felt a subtle sense of closeness with Atalanta, similar to the state when he signed the contract with AIs. Atalanta, too, transformed from her magical servant form into a more powerful heroic spirit form. You had the system open Atalanta's attributes and glanced at them, finding them almost identical to the ones in the mobile game Fate, Grand Order that he had played. However, there were 3 additional noble phantasms. They were Agrias Metamorphosis, the Disputed Spoils of War, and the 7 Arrows of the Big Dipper. Agrias Metamorphosis was the pelt of the Caledonian boar, a beast sent to the mortal realm by Artemis. When Atalanta wore it, she would transform into a demonic state. As the saying goes, blackening increases strength, whitening weakens by 3 points. In this state, Atalanta would gain A-rank Mad Enhancement and the A-rank Transformation skill, which grants certain traits depending on the environment and allows her to recover an amount of health equivalent to the damage dealt to enemies. At the same time, the Tauropolos, the bow gifted by Artemis, would transform into the more powerful Tauropoloskia Thermocrasia. This bow could generate arrows from magical energy, allowing rapid fire with all arrows possessing noble phantasm level power. The only drawback was probably the loss of her sanity. The Disputed Spoils of War. This noble phantasm's background is the aftermath of hunting the Caledonian boar, where a group of Greek heroes killed each other over the spoils. Upon releasing its magical power, Atalanta could perform long-distance high-speed dashes in a straight line. During this movement, anyone along her path, regardless of ally or enemy, would fall into confusion and start killing each other. It's akin to a mobile madness aura. The arrows, like meteors, come from the 7 stars of Ursa Major in the sky, capable of executing a 7-hit combo. Only the first strike can be freely targeted. The subsequent attacks will focus on a single target. Although the target cannot be changed during the attack sequence, if the target dies halfway, the remaining attacks will be randomly distributed among the other targets present. Unlike Phoebe's catastrophe, this is a powerful single-target noble phantasm. These 3 noble phantasms belong to Atalanta at her peak. From this small detail, you glimpsed the frightening capabilities of the system. It can directly elevate a contracted servant to their peak state, a truly terrifying power. Moreover, this ability has evolved into a loophole that isn't a loophole. As long as you can contract with powerful servants in the instance worlds, they will be restored to their true heroic spirit forms, with their combat power increasing more than tenfold. At this point, it's no exaggeration to say that Atalanta could easily crush certain opponents without any pressure. You initially planned to arrange an intense clash between Achilles and his centaur tutor, but now, it's entirely unnecessary. Just having her go over is enough. With Atalanta, plus his reducing the power of both the red and black factions, how could he lose this Holy Grail war? Though the 300,000 energy points he painstakingly saved were reset to 0 by exchanging for a C-rank contract, he felt the energy points were well spent. Judging by the pure stats, Atalanta is equivalent to a C-rank heroic spirit. However, once Atalanta uses Agrius Metamorphosis to demonicize, her combat power might not be inferior to a B-rank heroic spirit. Evidently, the saying archers are op is not an exaggeration. With a professional long-range member finally on the team, Yu was in a great mood, feeling smug and elated. "Welcome to my team, Princess Atalanta." Yu extended his hand, palm up, seemingly asking for a hand kiss. Slap. Atalanta slapped his hand away. "One more thing, Master, please remember not to call me Princess," Atalanta said, a clear look of annoyance flashing in her eyes. You immediately understood. Atalanta was abandoned by her father as an infant, and when she grew up, her father used her as a tool for political marriage. It would be strange if she had any fondness for the title of princess. However, since she had joined his team, how could he not tease her a bit? After all, she was a rare cat girl. So Ryu, smiling, reached out and began to pat her head, paying special attention to her ears. "So soft. Feels so good." Perhaps Ryu's actions were too sudden, and since her ears were Atalanta's sensitive spot, she didn't react in time and allowed him to rub her ears back and forth. A blush appeared on Atalanta's cheeks, and she showed an embarrassed and angry expression, grabbing his wrist. "Don't push your luck. Be careful, or I'll turn you into a pincushion with my arrows." "Sorry." You apologized quickly. Although Atalanta wanted to put a few holes in him, the contract set by the system was incredibly strong. Being able to react like Scathach was already the limit. Truly trying to kill Ryu, her master, was impossible. Angry and embarrassed, Atalanta turned her head away, ignoring him. Ryu could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head. With Atalanta, a fully fledged archer, on the team, capturing Jack the Ripper became much easier. This time, he was determined to eliminate that vicious Lily from the game. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Chapter 55, FGO 55. Directly using the name of the Millennia to expel all Magi from the entire town, Atalanta then occupied the highest point in the town to surveil the whole area. Yu, Jeanne, and Siegfried patrolled in 3 different directions at night. This eliminated Jack the Ripper's chance to devour hearts and souls to replenish her mana. Severely injured, Jack's master, Rikurikido, was an ordinary person completely devoid of magical power. Yu's strategy was openly straightforward. While it required a significant amount of time, It left no room for escape. Jack the Ripper had no choice but to be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In an ordinary residence, a green-haired woman exuding maternal warmth looked worriedly at the little girl Jack lying on the bed. She was Rukurikidu, Jack the Ripper's master. The once sinister and ruthless little girl was now covered in wounds, lying weakly on the bed. Her body started to become somewhat translucent, clearly showing signs of mana depletion. "Mommy, it hurts." Jack groaned in pain, reaching out a trembling hand. Rukurikidu grasped her hand, comforting her gently. "It's okay, little Jack, Mommy is right here with you. Just sleep for a bit, and the pain will go away soon." "Okay, Mommy." Little Jack obediently closed her eyes and fell into a slumber. Rukurikidu lovingly stroked Jack's cheek, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Sayatmoara, an old town developed from a fortress, covered an area of only about 100 square kilometers with a population of around 50,000, making it a true small town. With Atalanta's keen sight and standing atop the cathedral's bell tower, she could easily observe every corner of the town. Coupled with Jean, New, and Siegfried patrolling back and forth within the town, the defense was impenetrable, leaving no opportunity for Jack the Ripper to exploit. At this moment, New was resting in the inn. Although his physical condition had surpassed human limits, he was still a mortal, unlike the servants made entirely of mana. Jean noticed his exhaustion and forcefully sent him back to the inn to rest. New felt a warmth in his heart. His ultimate goal was to contract with Jean, which was not entirely pure in intent, yet Jean treated him with genuine sincerity, which deeply moved him. Perhaps it was a case of thinking about something during the day and dreaming about it at night. In his dream, Yu suddenly found himself unable to move. His vision shifted to a third-person perspective as if he were watching a movie. An ancient French town, with a gloomy sky as if it were about to rain, creating a highly oppressive atmosphere. Arrogant English soldiers formed a human wall, separating a large number of French civilians, while a procession moved slowly in the middle of the road. Fully armed English soldiers with cold smiles on their faces led the way, followed by a girl whose hands were bound with rough hemp ropes, being dragged forward. Yu's eyes narrowed immediately. This familiar scene reminded him of many images. It was the final moment of Jean's execution by burning. At this time, Jean was wearing a large white robe, without even boots, her long blonde hair tied into a ponytail hanging down to her waist. In her hand, she held a small cross made from tied wooden sticks. She lowered her head, a trace of sorrow on her face, seemingly worried about the future of her country. Despite her simple and unadorned attire, she radiated an unprecedented aura of sanctity. In contrast to the angelic Jean, the ignorant and foolish French civilians hurled insults and stones at her. Smack! A sharp stone struck Jean's smooth forehead, causing blood to flow instantly. Jeanne, however, showed no reaction in either anger nor resentment. She accepted her ultimate fate with the serenity of a saint who repays evil with good. Eventually, the English soldiers bound her tightly to a stake with iron chains and lit the firewood beneath the platform. As the flames roared, Jeanne's face shone with a holy radiance. She lifted her head and gazed at the sky. "Lord, I entrust myself to you." Then the flames consumed her completely as if purifying her mortal body. Watching Jeanne engulfed by the flames, Yu had been deeply moved when he first saw this scene in the original animation. He marveled at the existence of such a benevolent girl who repaid evil with good. Reliving this true event in his dream today, he felt that merely being moved was an insult to her. This was the image of a true saint in his heart. Compared to those superficially holy yet deeply scheming women, Jean was a million times purer. The perfect Saint Jeanne made him feel even more tenderness toward her. She deserved to enjoy all the beauty the world had to offer. As for those foolish French people, the ungrateful French royalty, and the nobles, you could only say that Jean Alter did well in burning them. If given the chance, he would gladly add another bucket of gasoline. "Master, something's up." At that moment, Atalanta's voice suddenly came through their mental connection, jolting him awake. "What is it?" Atalanta? Jack the Ripper's master has appeared. She seems to want to talk to you. While Yu was immersed in the dream of Jeanne's past, Rukurikido appeared alone in the town square. Not only that, she raised her right hand, which still bore faint traces of command seals, as if afraid no one would recognize her as Jack the Ripper's master. This unusual scene was immediately noticed by the sharp-eyed Atalanta. Since signing a contract with Yu, some things have not been kept secret from her. This included Rukurikido's appearance. Combined with the remnants of command seals on her hand, Atalanta quickly identified her as Jack the Ripper's master, Rukurikido. When Atalanta rushed over and, after careful reconnaissance, found that Ruka was not accompanied by her servant, she immediately subdued her from behind. Facing Atalanta's attack, Rukurikido remained calm and cooperative, requesting to meet with their leader, leading to the current situation. After hearing the news, Yu narrowed his eyes and showed a contemplative expression. Wait, I'm coming right away, and notify Jeanne as well. Understood, Master. Ending the conversation with Atalanta, his mind began to race. It was clear that Jack the Ripper and Rukurikido had been pushed to their limits and could no longer hold out. Meeting him likely had two possible motives. Either they intended to surrender, or they wanted to seize an opportunity to assassinate Yu, their leader. He was more inclined to believe it was the former. After all, even at her peak, Jack the Ripper was no match for him, let alone in her current injured state. Adding Rukurikido, an ordinary woman, didn't make much of a difference. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down. Atalanta moved quickly. Just as Jeanne returned to the inn, she escorted Rukurikido back with her. Rukurikido was very beautiful and, due to her profession as a prostitute, her body was well developed, making her an attractive figure that could easily evoke various indecent thoughts. However, upon closer inspection, you noticed that despite her frail appearance, her eyes were filled with determination, and she exuded a maternal aura. She was a strong mother at heart. Regardless of her character, it was admirable that she, clearly not Jack's biological mother and knowing that Jack wasn't even fully human, would risk everything for her. As a mother, she was indeed commendable. Rukurikido was originally a lifeless prostitute, captured by the Magus Sagara Hyuma to be used as a sacrifice for summoning Jack the Ripper. Unexpectedly, Jack the Ripper, being a wraith formed from the grievances of numerous abandoned and deceased infants of prostitutes, had a natural affinity with Rukurikido. Immediately after being summoned, Jack killed Sagara and accepted Rukurikido as her mother. Likewise, the lifeless Rukurikido found emotional solace in Jack. Jack's wish was to return to Rukurikido's womb. From Yu's understanding, this meant returning in a spiritual form to be reborn as a baby. Otherwise, if taken literally, it would mean entering Ruka's body entirely, which with Jack's combat prowess, she could easily achieve without resistance. Jack's wish likely represented the desires of all those unborn infants to be born properly and have a loving mother. As for Rukurikido, who saw Jack as her emotional anchor, she probably wished to live with Jack forever. Though not as selfless as Amakasa Shiru's grand ambitions, Yu found their wishes equally respectable. Moreover, Yu wasn't morally rigid. Jack primarily targeted Magus, who often weren't good people. Yu wasn't a saint who pitied everyone, so the fate of those magi was irrelevant to him. If he could bring them to his side, it would be an additional strength. Why not? With this in mind, Yu made his decision. Miss Rukurikido, please have a seat. Yu gestured to the green-haired beauty in front of him. Rukurikido, showing remarkable courage, sat opposite him with a determined look on her face. An hour later, Rukurikido emerged from the room, looking exhausted. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Yu had reached an agreement with her. As long as Jack the Ripper followed his commands in the Holy Grail War, he would ensure that after the war, Jack could be reincarnated as Rukurikido's true daughter through a method of soul rebirth. To reassure her, Yu had Medea appear before her, showcasing her extensive magical knowledge through him. Of course, Yu didn't fully trust Rukurikido either. Given her firm resolve and moral ambiguity, she would do anything to achieve her and her daughter's goals. To be safe, Yu and Medea implanted a primordial rune, akin to a curse, on her. With a single thought, you could activate the rune and kill her. Since Jack was a low mystery servant, such a rune could not be broken, serving as his insurance on Rukurikidu. Interestingly, Rukurikidu didn't seem angry but rather relieved. Her thoughts were easy to understand. If you had no means of control and offered only vague promises, it would indeed seem like giving her an empty check that couldn't be cashed. Rukurikidu might not trust him. Placing a curse on her, on the other hand, added some credibility. He gave her a potion that could quickly restore her magical energy and then sent her outside. When he turned his head, he noticed Jean looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. To show his sincerity, Yu had purposefully allowed Jean to eavesdrop on his conversation with Rukurikidu. "What is it, Jean?" Yu asked. "I have some concerns. During the Holy Grail War, we can restrain her, but once she reincarnates as a normal human, if she starts killing innocent civilians again." Yu suddenly laughed. "Why are you laughing?" "I'm discussing something serious with you." Jean's face showed a hint of annoyance as she slapped him lightly. Even she didn't realize that her tone sounded almost like she was being coquettish. "Then what do you suggest, Jean?" "Break our promise, purify Jack the Ripper, and then kill her mother?" Yu proposed with a smile. "Of course, I can't do that." Jean flatly refused. She couldn't do something as dishonorable as breaking promises and eradicating the problem. "Then that's settled." "Haven't you always said that heroic spirits are souls from the past and shouldn't interfere too much with the present world?" Yu comforted her. "Once she reincarnates as a human, it will be up to the people of that time to worry about her. Moreover, this is just one possible future. You can't kill someone now for a crime they might commit in the future." Seeing that Jean still looked worried, Yu tried a different approach. "Besides, you can see that this mother and child, though cruel and murderous, act with a clear purpose. Once they've achieved their goal, as long as they are left alone, they are much safer than you might think." You spoke convincingly. "All right, I'll go along with your plan," Jean finally agreed after some thought. What Yu didn't know was that while he was meticulously dealing with Jack the Ripper, an unexpected visitor had secretly infiltrated the Millennia's castle. This intruder avoided the tight guard of the homunculi and arrived at a special room. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. Comment 6 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 56, FGO 56. You are indeed bold, daring to come before me alone. Facing the unexpected guest who pushed the door open, the Duke held a glass of red wine, as deep as blood, and spoke coldly. "Because I know that Grand Duke also wishes to see me." The man smiled confidently. In the dim candlelight, a young man with dark skin and white hair, dressed in a priest's robe, appeared. He was none other than the mastermind behind the Red Faction, the Saint of the Far East, Amakisa Shiru. "You are very confident. Give me a reason not to kill you." A cold light flashed in Vlad III's eyes, and the room's temperature plummeted to an extreme. "Because we now have a common enemy, and neither of us has any hope of defeating this enemy alone." Facing the Duke's icy intent to kill, Amakisa Shiru's face still bore a gentle smile, as if the Duke's killing intent was merely a spring breeze. Although his territory was small, Vlad III had been a king. He immediately understood what Amakisa Shiru meant. A look of contemplation appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Amakisa Shiru knew his persuasion was working and pressed on. "Now, we of the Red Faction and you, leading the Black Faction, are like the weaker side. The side led by ruler on the surface, but controlled by that man named Ngyu Ainu, is the strongest now." Amakisa Shiru's words resonated with the Duke. He gently put down his wine glass, his eyes becoming focused. "Therefore, I believe that the Red and Black factions should unite to first eliminate ruler's forces. Then, we can compete for the Holy Grail's ownership." Amakisa Shiru finished his proposal in one breath, smiling as he quietly awaited the Duke's decision. He was not at all flustered because he knew that the far-sighted Vlad III in front of him would certainly agree to an alliance if he still desired the Holy Grail. After a long while, the Duke suddenly lifted his eyelids and stared directly at the smiling Amakisa Shiru. "Your proposal I accept." The Duke then took out another empty wine glass, poured a third of the red wine into it, and pushed it towards Amakisa Shiryu, gesturing for him to pick it up. To our alliance. May our cooperation be successful. As you wish. Clink. The two wine glasses clinked together, and in the candlelight, the crimson wine intertwined with the shadows. While Amakisa Shiryu and Vlad III formed their secret alliance, you summoned Ishtar back. If you have something to say, say it quickly. This goddess is very busy. A golden ripple gate opened, and even before the person arrived, an arrogant voice echoed out. The luxurious Venus goddess appeared, sitting sideways on the heavenly boat manor, flying out from the time-space gate and looking down at him from above. If it weren't for the fact that I chose an ancient-style hotel with a higher interior, she might have bumped her head flying up like that, Yu maliciously thought in his heart. Of course, knowing the goddess's personality well, he naturally wouldn't intentionally do it. With a warm smile, he said, I am not particularly talented, but I have some unique skills in cooking, so I made some desserts for you Goddess Ishtar to taste. Only then did Ishtar notice the dozens of exquisitely made desserts in front of Yu, all emitting an enticingly sweet aroma. From classic French rainbow macarons and 8 copyright eclairs to fruit tarts and black and white chocolate mousse, to tiramisu and millefeuille. It was like a kingdom of desserts. No woman can resist the temptation of exquisite desserts, not even a goddess. Well, you do have some thoughtfulness. This goddess will reluctantly give them a taste. And it's not like I like dessert or anything. Though Ishtar said this, her eyes kept glancing at the desserts on the table, perfectly demonstrating what a textbook tsundere looks like. Fortunately, Yu, having a thorough understanding of her personality, wore a meaningful smile, placed one hand over his chest, and said with great gentlemanly grace, Please, goddess. Ishtar shot him a look, showing an expression of you know what's good for you, then elegantly and gracefully sat down at the wooden table in front of him. She first used her slender white fingers to pick up a pink macaron and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste of strawberries, the unique flavor of almonds, and the cream's aroma create a magnificent symphony in her mouth, highlighted by the top-quality icing. In an instant, Ishtar seemed to see herself seated on a golden throne, with the ground covered in strawberry-shaped precious gems, nearly all of which were rare treasures extinct in the present world, each one a top-grade material for forging divine artifacts. Ishtar was overjoyed, but she didn't realize that in reality, you saw a silly smile at the corners of her mouth, with her eyes turning into apostrophe dollar shapes. Yu's face instantly showed a profound smile. My cooking isn't just delicious. Regaining her senses, Ishtar immediately picked up a yellow lemon-flavored macaron and ate it. This time, in addition to the pink strawberry-shaped gems, the ground was covered with a layer of lemon-shaped yellow precious stones. Ishtar swore she had never tasted such exquisite delicacies in her billion-year divine life. It felt like she was swimming naked in a sea of gems. A chef demon in front of her smirked. Of course, with the skills of the Suma's father, do you even need to boast? Ishtar, as if possessed, quickly devoured the desserts on the table. Soon, half of the desserts had disappeared into her mouth. Moreover, the goddess's divine stomach was as terrifying as a king's stomach, like a black hole with no sign of bulging. Ishtar, indeed a goddess with the divine role of a beauty goddess, even though she was inhabiting a mortal body and her divine power was reduced, her extraordinary charm was still at play. Despite her sweeping through the desserts like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, her movements were elegant and full of grace. Just as Ishtar was about to continue and reached for an 8 copyright eclair, all the remaining desserts on the table vanished. Ishtar was momentarily stunned. She looked up to see Yu smiling at her. There was no need to guess it was his doing. You dare to play with this goddess? A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped him. Yu was initially startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Ishtar's pressure was more intimidating in appearance than in reality. It couldn't harm him at all. It was just for show. However, the goddess was unaware that Yu had seen through her bluff and continued to act with great authority. Quickly bring out the desserts. Then, compensate this goddess with doubly no, triple the desserts and I will forgive you. A sly gleam flashed in her eyes. Yu, however, remained calm and composed, saying leisurely, "If you want to eat desserts, there's no problem. Just help me with one thing. If you want me to take action, no problem. 10 gems, non-negotiable." "Thank you for your patronage." Ishtar immediately extended her hand toward him. Annoyed, directly took a macaron from his storage space, tossing it into his mouth. You dare eat my dessert?" Ishtar's brows furrowed coldly, her face flushing with anger. "You shouldn't speak so carelessly. I'm just eating the desserts I made myself." "How did they become yours?" You took out an 8 copyright Claire and bit into it with a crunch. The rich aroma of the cream instantly spread. HMPH. "That was an offering you presented to this goddess, so it belongs to me." Smelling the fragrance and watching you slowly consume the 8 copyright Claire, Ishtar felt her heart bleeding. "But I've changed my mind and I don't want to offer it to you anymore." You, with a playful smile, devoured another piece of chocolate ice cream cake. "You demon!" Ishtar pointed at him and shouted. Unfortunately, the system's rules were above all else. She could not harm him in any way, not even indirectly. "Thank you for the compliment," you said with a smile, bowing slightly. "Moreover, my goddess should make a decision quickly, or I will finish eating everything." With that, you tossed another dessert into his mouth, chewing vigorously in front of Ishtar. "Stop! Don't eat anymore. If you give me the desserts and make me 3 tables or no, 2 tables, 2 tables, 1 table, 1 table will do." "I will do anything." You kept eating until Ishtar lowered the price to 1 table, and then he stopped. "Just 1 table." In the end, the greedy goddess was coaxed by you with the lure of a table full of desserts, saving him from spending a large number of energy points to exchange for gems. If it weren't for the severe shortage of energy points due to the contract with Atalanta, you wouldn't have resorted to this tactic. If the system had a bond system, his bond with Ishtar would likely be maxed out. "Tell me, what do you want me to help with?" Ishtar said, puffing her cheeks in anger. "I want you to deliver a message to Semiramis." A gleam flashed in Yu's eyes as he spoke. The lure of desserts seemed to be too strong, as Ishtar, without a word, opened a golden portal and disappeared inside. Watching Ishtar leave, Yu smiled slightly. Having tasted a bit of success from recruiting Atalanta, he thought of Semiramis's historical and mythological background and decided to send Ishtar. In historical legends, Semiramis oversaw the construction of the walls of Babylon and the Ishtar Gate during her reign. As the goddess born from the union of a fish goddess and a human male, Semiramis was sometimes considered an incarnation of the goddess Ishtar. You believed these legends were rumors deliberately spread by Semiramis to consolidate her rule. However, these various indications suggested that Semiramis was a follower of Ishtar or at least an admirer. Meeting the real goddess would certainly increase her favor, even if she didn't immediately bow in reverence. That was enough for you. He didn't expect to instantly sow discord between the Empress and the false priest. Both of them were resolute individuals, as evident from history and personal encounters. Changing their minds required a subtle, gradual approach. Gradually increasing the distrust between them would eventually lead to their falling out. As a genuine goddess possessing a mortal, Ishtar's power was greatly diminished, but she still belonged to the top tier among the heroic spirits. With the assistance of the mana, the entire solar system was just a moment away for Ishtar. Locking onto a trace of a related aura, Ishtar instantly appeared above Semiramis. The Empress, lounging lazily in her garden and basking in the sun, was startled by the immense magical energy overhead. Who goes there? A massive magic circle filled the sky, and the next strike, judging by the overwhelming magical energy, could be catastrophic, capable of destroying cities and nations. Simultaneously, countless chains emerged from the magic circle in the void, forming an inescapable net over the area. Despite this, Semiramis's expression remained stern. She knew her location was surrounded by a powerful barrier that would deflect any teleportation abilities below X level to the periphery. Yet, this uninvited guest had broken through the barrier's protection and appeared before her. The Empress, inherently weak in combat, was naturally alarmed. Fortunately, The intruder seemed to harbor no ill intent. If the intruder had teleported behind her and stabbed her, her combat ability, only slightly better than a commoner's, would have spelled instant defeat. "Don't be nervous, my faithful follower," Ishtar chuckled, flying out of the temporal portal and landing before Semiramis. With a slight glance, she took in the scenery around her. The style of architecture in Semiramis's garden was that of ancient Babylon, with various mythological epics carved into the marble, including her illustrious deeds. This ancient garden, distinct from modern styles, clearly indicated that Amakasashiru, feeling a significant threat from Yu's activities, had prompted the Empress to summon the Hanging Gardens of Babylon early. On the other side, feeling the familiar strong aura, Semiramis hesitated briefly before bowing to the ground. Goddess Ishtar. Ordinary followers would not be privileged to witness the divine, but as a queen, Semiramis was different. Ishtar occasionally revealed divine miracles before her to maintain faith. Thus, Semiramis could recognize Ishtar's aura. In the information-scarce ancient times, reverence for the gods was ingrained in people's bones, especially during the mythological era when gods walked the earth. Semiramis was no exception. Even though she vaguely sensed the spirit's identity, she still bowed deeply before Ishtar. As seen in heroic epics, great heroes often invoked the gods for blessings and strength before battle. This was proof, contrasting with the anomalies like a certain prideful king and a master who slew gods as easily as eating. Looking at the respectful empress and the lavish decorations of the Hanging Gardens, Ishtar smiled like a cunning vixen. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Chapter 57, FGO 57. After completing the tasks you had assigned her, and under the pretext of an offering, Ishtar gleefully plundered a batch of gold and jewels. Satisfied, she boarded her manor and disappeared into a golden portal. In the courtyard, only the complex-faced empress remained, silently watching the sunset's afterglow, like molten gold. After some perfunctory business talk, Ishtar left her with this message: "My devoted follower asked me to tell you this. If your master no longer trusts you, my door is always open to you." With that, Ishtar left with her offerings. Semiramis was a very clever woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risen from a commoner to become the Empress of Assyria. When Ishtar arrived, she had vaguely sensed something, and now it was confirmed by Ishtar herself. The Eastern man who could transform into a servant had such a significant strength, making Semiramis doubt for the first time whether she had any chance of victory. Even with the Hanging Gardens summoned, the opponent was incredibly powerful, and the Red faction had begun to encounter some issues. Semiramis keenly felt a slight but noticeable rift forming between her and Amakasashiru. Had it not been for her extraordinary wisdom, she might not have detected her master's recent odd behavior. As a former ruler, the thoughts of weighing gains and losses and seeking to avoid danger began to take root like seeds. Maybe I should leave myself a way out. Neither Nguyen nor Amakasashiru knew that the other was furiously undermining them. Both sides were silently making their final preparations before the great battle. Ngu had a premonition that, given how he had wildly disrupted the plot, this battle might not drag on as in the original story. Perhaps the outcome would be decided in an instant. Badly wounded and low on magic, Jack was fully revived with health and magic after you provided red and blue bottles. To fulfill his promise to Ishtar, boost morale, and improve his favorability, you tirelessly went to the kitchen himself, made a large batch of desserts, and gathered all his servants for a lavish tea party. Jeanne, who inherited Saba's face, was quickly devouring the desserts on the table. Without a word, Jack, who originally only loved eating various entrails, was astonished by Ryu's desserts. She temporarily set aside her hostility towards him and engaged in a fierce battle with Jean, using knives and forks as weapons and the dining table as their battleground. Medea Lily, her close friend Atalanta, and Rokurikidu were all captivated by Ryu's luxurious dessert feast as well. Only the proud goddess Ishtar initially protested that he had shared her desserts with everyone. But as Jean and Jack devoured the desserts at breakneck speed, the proud goddess couldn't resist joining the fray. However, As they ate, the tea party began to take on a different flavor. Various sweet, melodious sounds gradually filled the room, some belonging to young girls, some to lollies, and some to mature women. The sounds varied in style, some were coquettish, some pure, some elegant, and some seductive. The sounds rose and fell, resembling an unrestricted gathering, filled with infinite temptation and imagination. Male passers-by, hearing the sounds, showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred, silently returning to their rooms and hugging their pillows in tears. In these last moments before the great battle, Yu and his group were having a grand time. In contrast, the saint from the Far East wasn't having such a leisurely time. He was running around, secretly allying with the Black faction while also trying to mitigate the impacts of the Masters being controlled in Atalanta's betrayal. Having lost Kana and Atalanta, Amakasa Shiryu had only the Empress and Achilles left who could fight. However, Achilles clearly stated that he must first have a passionate clash with his teacher, Chiron, before he would follow any orders. Amakasa Shiryu felt utterly exhausted. His team was too hard to manage. Physically and mentally drained, Amakasa Shiryu lay down on a stone bench in the courtyard and fell asleep. At that moment, a figure suddenly teleported in. It was Semiramis, dressed in an elegant black gown. She slowly walked over to Amakasa Shiryu's side. Seeing his face, even in sleep, still showing signs of exhaustion, Semiramis couldn't help but reach out to offer him a lap pillow, hoping to make his sleep more comfortable. However, before her hand could touch him, Amakasa Shiryu suddenly opened his eyes and asked calmly, "What are you doing?" A shadow flickered in Semiramis's eyes, but the Empress's acting skills were Oscar-worthy. She instantly pretended nothing had happened, keeping her hand outstretched to gently tidy Amakasa Shiryu's disheveled hair. In a slightly displeased tone, she said, "It's nothing. I just had a whim to offer you a lap pillow. It's a supreme honor. You should accept it gratefully." Amakasa Shiryu, however, sat up immediately, with a gentle smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Thank you, Semiramis, but I've already regained my energy." His face showed just the right amount of restraint and regret. Yet Semiramis keenly sensed a hint of distance in his seemingly polite gesture, causing her heart to sink. "Fine, miss this chance and you'll regret it, Master." Semiramis feigned a vexed expression. As Amakasa Shiryu walked away with a wry smile, Semiramis's expression also turned grim. All signs indicated that Amakasa Shiryu no longer trusted her as before. Indeed, who would truly and unreservedly trust a woman who poisoned her husband and killed countless political opponents? Semiramis laughed self-deprecatingly, but her smile carried an indescribable bitterness. Time flew by swiftly, with the three factions and the wandering duo of Mordred and Keri Sisagyu. Everyone seemed to sense the impending great battle, each preparing earnestly for the final battle. When Semiramis informed Amakasa Shiryu that the Hanging Gardens had reached peak magical energy, he immediately gathered his remaining forces. "I can feel the storm approaching." With a voice like a chant, there was no need to look to know it was a certain world-renowned writer. Shakespeare placed one hand on his chest and raised the other as if ready to sing a ballad. The great Greek hero Achilles leaned against a stone pillar with an annoyed expression, holding his spear. For a front-line warrior like him, the likes of Shakespeare, who only knew how to talk, were the most annoying. Standing before Semiramis's throne, Amakasa Shiryu wore a confident smile and called out loudly, "I've gathered everyone here because the time for the final battle has come, and we will achieve ultimate victory." Unfortunately, Amakasa Shiryu's charisma skill seemed to be of a low level. Semiramis, sitting on her throne, remained as disinterested as ever. Achilles, even more bluntly, retorted, "Your victory means nothing to me. All I seek is a battle with my teacher." However, Shakespeare, with his peculiar mindset, shouted excitedly, Finally! The moment I've been dreaming of, the epic I yearn for. Oh no, my brain is trembling, my inspiration is overflowing." "Shut up, you fool!" The Empress, unable to bear Shakespeare's mind-numbing noise any longer, snapped her fingers. Instantly, countless chains emerged from the void, tightly binding the inspired writer. Speaking was impossible, and even moving became extremely difficult. MMPH. The great writer's face showed urgency as he struggled. With his minimal combat strength, he had no power to resist. What was supposed to be a solemn pre-battle assembly turned into a farce, causing Shiryu to pinch his brow with a wry smile. After a long moment, he adjusted his emotions, nodded to Semiramis, and said, "Let's begin." "Understood, Master," Semiramis replied as she began channeling her magical power to operate the Hanging Gardens. Boom! The previously calm hall suddenly started to shake, and a tremendous rumbling sound echoed from outside the throne room. The violent movement immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Achilles, who usually seemed indifferent, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He could feel that the fortress beneath his feet was slowly ascending. Even Amakisa Shiryu, who was always calm and composed, couldn't help but appear excited. Allying with the Black faction was merely a strategic move. This powerful floating fortress was his true hope for achieving ultimate victory and fulfilling his wish to save the world. As the fortress ascended, Semiramis had to release her hold on Shakespeare to precisely control the movement. The excited writer pushed open the door to the balcony, loudly exclaiming as he watched the rapidly receding scenery. Seeing the shock on the faces of these heroes from various eras, the Empress of Assyria couldn't help but lift her head proudly, a touch of pride appearing on her exquisite face. The Hanging Gardens quickly rose above the clouds. Since ancient times, humanity's desire for flight has never ceased. From various flying magics in mythological times to the various airplanes crafted through modern scientific means, all represented humanity's longing for the endless sky. This desire was shared by saints who cared for the world and great heroes with divine lineage alike. The allure of the sky drew everyone to the balcony. Looking down at the earth below and the river of clouds flowing by, everyone couldn't help but feel stirred. The comedic, troublemaking writer, however, always seemed to know how to spoil the mood at such moments. "Our Empress of Assyria, such a beautiful scene inspires me to compose a poem for you." His cliché copyright D recitation once again ruined the atmosphere completely. Just as Shakespeare was about to start singing loudly, he hesitated under Semiramis's murderous gaze. Despite the massive size of the floating fortress, it was hard to hide even at high altitudes. Moreover, the Empress had no intention of hiding it. When the floating fortress was still 20 to 30 miles away from Triphas, it was discovered by the familiars deployed by the Millennia clan. Mu and the others had returned to their camp in Triphas a day earlier and discovered the massive floatant fortress in the sky almost simultaneously with the Millennia clan. Mu immediately gathered everyone, and excluding Rukurikidu, they all set out straight for the Millennia castle. The Millennia castle sounded a massive alarm, and countless homunculi armed themselves and gathered behind the castle walls. On the walls, led by Vlad, stood Frankenstein and Chiron. Compared to the grand lineup of servants, homunculi army, and countless Gilliams in the original story, the scene now seemed somewhat desolate. The Red faction on the Hanging Gardens was even more desolate. Even with Amakisa Shiryu, the only ones heading into battle were him and Achilles. Summoning this floating fortress restricted the Empress from leaving its vicinity. As for Shakespeare, though his noble phantasm was bizarre and could be considered a mental attack, it was useless in large-scale warfare, and he was not much stronger than an ordinary person. It was clear that both the Red and Black factions had been severely weakened by Ryu's maneuvers, leading Vlad and Amakisa to secretly form an alliance out of sheer necessity. However, these two cunning individuals didn't reveal the alliance to their factions and instead kept it a secret from their respective camps. Besides Ryu's group heading towards the battlefield, Astolfo, who had been living a blissful life with Ka for many days, hurried to the battlefield upon receiving the news, riding a swift eagle. Mordred and Kerry Sisigi also set off from a cemetery near Triphas in a rundown car Kerry had acquired from somewhere, speeding towards the battlefield. Great heroes from across time were about to gather, and a great battle was imminent. To bolster her side's momentum, the Empress initiated the attack. From a distance, one could see the Hanging Gardens suddenly showering countless grayish-white specks of light, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be bones. Crack! Amidst the chaotic noise, the bones seemed to be manipulated by countless invisible strings, connecting swiftly to form skeletal warriors. These skeletal warriors, known as dragon-tooth soldiers, were a favorite type of familiar used by magicians from the Age of Gods. They boasted advantages such as cheap materials, low mana consumption, and ease of control. Naturally, their downside was extremely low combat strength. Even an ordinary person wielding a weapon could defeat one or two of them. However, dragon-tooth soldiers were designed to be cannon fodder, relying on their sheer numbers to engage in attrition warfare. From above, the army of dragon-tooth soldiers resembled a grayish-white tide surging toward the distant castle. Seeing the enemy deploy a large army, Vlad immediately waved his lance. Deploy! With his command, the castle gates opened wide, and white-clad homunculi mixed with numerous millennia magus surged toward the dragon-tooth soldier army. Standing behind his sister, Cools suddenly remembered something and quickly told For, "Sister, we must prevent the Red faction from using the Hanging Gardens to seize the Greater Grail directly." Thanks to you, Amakasa Shiru's originally brilliant plan to cut the enemy off at the source had been publicly revealed. As a result, upon seeing the Hanging Gardens, Cools immediately thought of this possibility. "Cools, what do you think we should do?" For was initially startled but quickly recalled this crucial point and asked her brother. Since Darnik's demise, For had inherited the position of clan head. Under immense pressure, her younger brother Cools gradually began to showcase his talents. Nowadays, whenever For had a difficult decision to make, she would consult her brother. "We can." After pondering for a moment, Cools proposed an idea. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Comment 3 Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 58, FGO 58. Install a self-destructive spell on the Greater Grail. It wasn't just For. Everyone present showed shocked expressions. This plan was too bold and ruthless. That's right. If Amakasa Shiru tries to forcibly take the Greater Grail using the Hanging Gardens, we will immediately blow up the Greater Grail. Of course, before that, we can notify the Red faction and force them into a confrontation with us. Cools, how did you come up with such a plan? The simple-minded For looked at her brother in astonishment, as if she didn't recognize him. This isn't my plan. It was given to me alone by that person who controls the ruler faction in Guinyu, before he left. Cools said with a bitter smile. Although he was talented, he had family and his elder sister to think about, and he could never come up with such a nearly mutually destructive, self-damaging plan. For fell silent, her brows furrowed as if contemplating the feasibility of this plan. "I think it's a good idea," said Chiron suddenly, even though he had a gentle personality and his educational philosophy was the opposite of Thatcher's. He had to admit that this was a good plan. Grrrah. Franchan let out dog-like whimpering sounds as usual. Meanwhile, a flash of intense fear passed through the eyes of the Grand Duke, though everyone's attention was on Cools, and they didn't notice. "I understand. Let's do it then." With her brother and her servant agreeing, and no objections from others, For decisively began to give orders. "Cools, take some people and set up the self-destructive spell." "Chiron, please find a way to notify the Red faction." "Yes, sister. I'll do it right away." Cools immediately began to act, calling over a few homunculi who were serving nearby. "You, come with me." "At your command, master." Chiron also began to act. He went back to his room, took out a sheet of paper and a quill, and started writing quickly. After finishing, he tied the message to an arrow, aimed at the huge floating fortress in the sky 10 miles away. Eagle Eye skill activated. Chiron's eyes lit up with magical light, and the scenery 10 miles away was brought right in front of him. Whoosh! An arrow shot out with a speed faster than a bullet, crossing the 10-mile distance in an instant, and landed on the plaza in front of the throne room. The arrow embedded deeply into the marble ground, shattering the surrounding area with its immense force. Such a commotion naturally drew the immediate attention of the Red faction. Soon, Amakisa Shiru appeared in the plaza and retrieved the arrow. "What is this?" the Empress sitting on the throne asked curiously. "Nothing, just a message shot by the Black faction," Amakisa Shiru said with a slight smile, removing the paper from the arrow. After reading it, Amakisa Shiru handed the letter to Semiramis. "Fufu. It seems that your plan has failed, Master." Semiramis laughed gleefully, truly living up to her reputation as a venomous woman, her sharp tongue capable of infuriating anyone. But Amakisa Shiru's face showed a confident smile. "Not necessarily." At this moment, the battle between the Dragon-Tooth warriors and the homunculus army had already begun in earnest. A male homunculus wielding a long-handled battle axe was fighting as if he were invincible, his axe movements fierce and powerful, breaking the Dragon-Tooth warriors apart with ease. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. A stray arrow from afar hit him right between the eyes, and the once mighty homunculus fell dead instantly. Two female homunculi pointed their arms at the Dragon-Tooth warriors ahead. Their arms glowed with magical circuits, and with a flash of magical light, blue energy projectiles were fired, shattering the skull of a distant Dragon-Tooth warrior. The Dragon-Tooth warriors surged forward like a tide, closing in steadily. The homunculi's magic couldn't be fired continuously, and they were soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of Dragon-Tooth warriors, falling to a flurry of swords. Scenes like this were everywhere on the battlefield. Having lost a Vice Bronze Golem as a frontline shield and Gord's core technology for creating homunculi, the Millennia's army was at an absolute disadvantage in both quality and quantity. From above, one could see the white waves being pushed back by the great tide, steadily compressing towards the castle. Seeing their side faltering, the Grand Duke's eyes flashed. He pointed his lance and loudly commanded Chiron and Frankenstein. "Archer, Berserker, I command you to go support immediately." "Yes." Rah. Two figures leapt from the ramparts into the fray. Chiron raised his golden bow, his arms moving in a blur, continuously firing arrows. Arrows shot through the air in a continuous line, transforming Chiron into a living machine gun aimed at the Dragon-Tooth warriors. Arrows arced high and fell as a rain of arrows upon the Dragon-Tooth warriors, causing chaos among their ranks. From above, a large gap appeared in the great tide. Refusing to be outdone, Frankenstein howled like a dog while swinging her hammer wildly. Dragon-Tooth warriors couldn't even approach her. The mere wind pressure from her hammer shattered them to pieces. Frankenstein, immersed in the battle, suddenly raised her hammer high. The spherical head of the hammer began to spin rapidly, with green electric arcs appearing out of thin air. Crack! The clouds above seemed to respond, and a massive lightning bolt struck her hammer. The enormous energy instantly maxed out Frankenstein's magical power. Surrounded by lightning, Frankenstein became the embodiment of thunder. She raised her hammer, now crackling with green electricity, and smashed it into the ground. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground shook, and a thick green lightning bolt shot up into the sky, spreading outwards. From a distance, it looked like a giant tree made entirely of green lightning had sprung up between heaven and earth. This was Frankenstein's anti-army noble phantasma blasted tree. The scattered lightning bolts struck the Dragon-Tooth warriors, reducing them to dust wherever the currents passed. A giant green lightning flower bloomed amidst the great tide. The lightning flower appeared and disappeared quickly. However, the great tide formed by the Dragon-Tooth warriors was severely bitten into, leaving a massive circular void. With the two servants' display of power, the Dragon-Tooth warriors' advance was halted. A strange light flickered in the Grand Duke's eyes as he turned to withdraw. "This is no longer a battlefield for mere mortals." "I understand. I wish you great fortune in battle." Bowed, and the homunculus maid behind her began pushing her wheelchair away. With everyone gone, the Grand Duke's face revealed a meaningful smile. "Of course, I will achieve the final victory. Unfortunately, this victory no longer concerns your millennia." On the front lines, Chiron and Frankenstein unleashed their might, not only turning the tide of the battle but also shattering hundreds and thousands of dragon-tooth warriors. Under the protection of the two servants, the army of homunculi in white pushed the battle lines back. If it weren't for the dragon-tooth warriors being made of bones, inherently devoid of fear, their morale would have long since collapsed in the face of two servants who could take on thousands alone. Seeing their side falling behind, the red faction couldn't remain passive. Nay, with the neigh of a warhorse, the demigod hero, one of Chiron's most outstanding disciples, Achilles, descended from the sky in his chariot, charging straight at Chiron. This is all Destiny's guidance. Black faction's archer, no, Chiron. With a touch of fervor and excitement on his face, Achilles continued to advance towards Chiron. Chiron's expression remained calm, though his brow furrowed slightly upon seeing Achilles. He raised his golden bow and without hesitation aimed an arrow at the chariot speeding through the sky. A series of piercing sounds filled the air as Chiron repeatedly drew his bowstring, shooting arrows imbued with immense magical energy, which transformed into golden beams targeting Achilles and his divine horse-drawn chariot. Yes, this is how it should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting, teacher. Achilles laughed while pulling the reins. The chariot, pulled by divine horses, traced unbelievable arcs in the sky, dodging Chiron's bullet-like arrows one by one. Not enough. It's still not enough, teacher. Eager to prove himself before his mentor, Achilles was exhilarated. He suddenly maneuvered the chariot to land amidst the dragon-tooth army, using them as cover to charge at Chiron. Hundreds of dragon-tooth warriors were scattered, with bone fragments and dust rising into the air. What a reckless guy! Though Chiron complained, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Achilles' seemingly reckless actions had blocked Chiron's line of sight. The student's growth brought Chiron great satisfaction. The divine horses pulled the chariot out of the smoke, with Achilles on board, his face full of excitement. Teacher, Achilles shouted, thrusting his cross spear at Chiron without hesitation. The chariot's speed, combined with Achilles' speed, turned the spear's tip into a blue streak of light. Too reckless, rider. Chiron, as if foreseeing this, lightly tapped his toe on the ground, leveraging himself into the air. While still airborne, he drew his golden bow, enveloping Achilles in a rain of arrows. Achilles immediately spun his cross spear like a wheel, but the delay caused him to miss the best opportunity to attack, and the chariot sped past Chiron. However, in the next moment, Achilles, utilizing his rider class's high-level driving skills, performed a series of elegant drifts, S-curves, and snake-like maneuvers, evading Chiron's arrow barrage once more. In the ensuing battle, Chiron moved gracefully, firing arrows continuously, while Achilles showcased his mastery of chariot driving, seamlessly drifting and dodging. The clashes between these two well-matched servants cleared a vast area on the battlefield, creating a space of 1,000 meters in radius. As Achilles charged at Chiron again, Chiron suddenly stopped his actions, looking calmly at Achilles. "What, are you giving up?" Achilles shouted angrily, seeing Chiron's inaction. "No, the essence of archery is the correct angle, the correct speed, and the correct timing," Chiron replied calmly. "What?" As confusion rose in Achilles' mind, he suddenly sensed a severe threat from above and instinctively looked up. Golden orbs rained down from above, sealing off all of Achilles' escape routes in an instant. These golden orbs were the very arrows that Chiron had previously shot and seemingly missed. Precognition? Achilles suddenly realized one of his teacher's abilities. As a great sage, Chiron possessed the B+ rank skill clairvoyance and the A rank skill mind's eye. True. By combining these eye-related skills, he could gain limited precognition. Though Chiron's precognition was quite limited, it was more than sufficient to guide the paths of his arrows. The overwhelming rain of arrows quickly overwhelmed Achilles, causing him and his chariot to be thrown into disarray. Using his agility, Achilles barely dodged most of the arrows, but his chariot took a heavy hit. Left with no choice, Achilles leapt off the chariot, allowing it to dissipate into magical energy in the air. "You've done it now, teacher," Achilles said, feeling particularly annoyed at being outmaneuvered by his mentor. "This is just some extracurricular tutoring. No need to thank me, Ryder," Chiron replied with a slight smile. "Ha ha ha." The previously angry Achilles suddenly burst into laughter. "Indeed, fighting against you should be exactly like this." "Then, I won't hold back." With that, Achilles spun his cross spear with both hands and then suddenly tossed it overhead. "What are you doing?" Chiron asked, showing a hint of surprise. "Since leaving your tutelage, I have experienced countless battles." "How could I not have grown?" A proud smile appeared on Achilles' face. "Driving me off my chariot was your biggest mistake. Go forth, my lance." "My conviction." Diatra carrying Ennis to Arlanka. With Achilles' roar, the cross spear embedded itself behind Chiron and suddenly radiated a blue light. Centered around the cross spear, the blue light formed a large spherical space that enveloped both of them. The two vanished from sight. This was the effect of Achilles' cross spear after releasing its true name. It could create a reality marble, drawing Achilles and his opponent inside. In this space, all skills, enhancements, and noble phantasms were nullified. Those inside could only use their abilities, and the space would only dissolve when one of them was defeated. Thus, it was called the Spear of Duel. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Chapter 59, FGO 59. In this strange space, it seemed as though heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Above their heads and all around them was a blue light curtain, while beneath their feet was a smooth surface like water, reflecting their figures. Such a marvelous scene couldn't capture their attention in the eyes of this master and disciple, bound by a wonderful fate. There was only each other. "Then, I'm going for it, teacher." Achilles eagerly raised his fists, taking a fighting stance. "Come on, let me see if you've regressed." Seeing his spirited and courageous disciple before him, Chiron's eyes flashed with a hint of gratification, quickly turning to sternness. "Archer." "Ryder." Two bronze fists collided like hammers with a resounding impact. While the master and disciple engaged in a fierce, passionate battle in the enclosed space, elsewhere, riding on the hippogriff, Astolfo and Ka were the first to arrive at the battlefield. Seeing the homunculi being slaughtered by the dragon-tooth warriors ignited a flame of anger in Ka's eyes. Without a word, he leapt off. "Huh?" Ka. Astolfo felt a lightness behind him and quickly turned to see Ka's falling figure, instinctively reaching out but catching only air. "Oh moo!" Astolfo complained, but his face showed delight. While still in midair, a dazzling flame enveloped Ka. As the flames dissipated, the hero Kana, with white hair and golden armor like the reincarnated sun god, descended to the world once more. The sun's flames had a purifying effect on filth and evil. After Kana landed on the battlefield, he began to decimate the dragon-tooth warriors with overwhelming force. At first, Ka chose to use his golden spear imbued with magic. Later, finding it too slow, he switched to casting large fireballs filled with the sun's flames at the gathering dragon-tooth warriors. Boom! With a series of explosions, large swathes of dragon-tooth warriors were burned to ashes by the sun's flames. Already in disarray from Frankenstein's attacks, the dragon-tooth warriors were utterly defeated by Ka's arrival. From above, the white torrent swallowed the great tide, nearly reaching the Hanging Gardens. Perhaps unwilling to accept defeat, a large number of black dots flew out from the Hanging Garden. Upon closer inspection, they were gargoyles. "Looks like it's my turn." Seeing his master's impressive display, Astolfo stretched lazily, his face full of battle spirit. He pulled up the reins and flew head-on toward the winged dragon-tooth warriors in the sky. Astolfo's long knight's lance continuously pierced out, shattering each winged dragon-tooth warrior it struck. Despite his weaker combat strength, a servant's basic attributes were still formidable, making the winged dragon-tooth warriors easy to cut down. "Seems a bit slow." Even amid battle, Astolfo started daydreaming. One finger touched his cheek as he struck a cute thinking pose. "Got it." He clapped his hands and pulled out a strangely shaped horn. The horn circled round, fitting onto Astolfo. Woo! As the winged dragon-tooth warriors surrounded him from all sides, Astolfo calmly blew into the horn. The horn emitted a sharp, piercing noise, causing the transparent magical power in the air to vibrate continually. The sound waves radiated from Astolfo, spreading far and wide. Affected by this strange magical sound, the winged dragon-tooth warriors fell from the sky like dumplings, shattering upon impact. With one blow, the sky was instantly cleared. Did you see that? This is the power of one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, me, Astolfo. With remarkable achievements, Astolfo immediately puffed up with pride. He stood tall, chest out, right fist on his chest, wearing a victor's smile. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Astolfo's arrogant show of provocation quickly drew the attention of the Empress. Seated on her throne, the Empress glared at the distant scene. The Dragon-Tooth warrior army was defeated. The winged Dragon-Tooth warriors were annihilated, and Astolfo was still the provocatively taunting. The Empress's anger surged, and malice welled up in her heart. She raised her palm and began to move it. As she did so, a massive magic circle appeared in front of the Hanging Garden, inscribed with incredibly complex runes. The magic circle suddenly lit up, and a blue light beam shot out from it, targeting Astolfo, who was flying in midair. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Astolfo screamed in fright. Seeing the beam of light about to envelop him, Astolfo instinctively pulled out an ancient-looking magic book and used it as a shield in front of him. The beam of light slid past Astolfo as if blocked by a transparent glass cover. Having escaped danger, Astolfo patted his flat chest with his hand, showing a terrified expression. HMPH. The Empress on the throne was annoyed when she saw this but did not launch another attack. Her magical prowess easily allowed her to see the powerful magic resistance properties contained in that magic book, which was practically Akasta's nemesis. Attacking would just waste her mana, accomplishing nothing. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped disaster, Astolfo nervously steered his hippogriff away from the Hanging Garden, clutching the magic book that had saved his life tightly. The book's name was the Casa de Logista. This magic book was bestowed upon Astolfo by the witch Logistilla and contained methods to break all kinds of magic. Although its stats appeared to be only C rank, its actual effectiveness exceeded some A rank noble phantasms. Just holding it granted the user magic resistance equivalent to A rank. Once its true name was released, it could break through bounded fields or similarly powerful great magics. It was practically a bane to magic. Unfortunately, Astolfo was both a fool and a forgetful person. He couldn't remember the book's true name unless specific conditions were met. That specific condition was the night of a new moon. The time is almost here. Amakisa spoke suddenly, standing beside the Empress. What? Are you getting impatient, Master? The Empress teased. Yes, 60 years of waiting has been for this moment. At this moment, Amakisa Shire radiated a light of unwavering belief, as if he had been tempered 1,000 times over. This caused a faint sense of resentment to rise in the Empress's heart. Outwardly, the Empress remained expressionless, following Amakisa Shire's command and directing the massive Hanging Garden towards the Millennia Castle. In the heavily guarded study of the castle, Far watched in panic as the Hanging Garden of the Red faction brazenly approached the castle. Why do they not fear that we will destroy the Greater Grail? Because you can no longer do so, a cold voice suddenly answered. Far covered her mouth in shock when she saw the figure. Bathed in moonlight, Vlad III, dressed in a black formal suit, stepped out of the shadows like a king of vampires. He tossed a blood-soaked figure in front of Far. Calls. Seeing the gravely injured figure, Far couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears immediately flowing. The severely wounded and dying person was Calls, who had gone to the Greater Grail's location to install a self-destruct spell. He was Far's most important family member, her younger brother. The scene before her made everything clear to Far. This great hero, known for his loyalty and patriotism, had reached an agreement with the enemy and betrayed the Black faction. At the most critical moment, he had viciously stabbed the Millennia family in the back. He had sabotaged their plan to install a self-destruct device on the Greater Grail, allowing the fake priest to easily seize the Greater Grail using the Hanging Garden, plunging the Millennia family into the abyss. With Vlad's betrayal, the Millennia family was left with only 2 servants. Once Amakisa Shiru seized the Greater Grail, they would be powerless to reclaim it. For couldn't imagine the consequences for the Millennia family, which had declared war on the Clock Tower but lost the Holy Grail War and the Greater Grail. The Clock Tower nobles, greedier than vampires, would devour them without leaving a trace. Even death might become a luxury. Why did you do this? Concern for her brother and despair over the Millennia family's future made For ignore her own life as she angrily questioned the Archduke. Because I despise those despicable people the most. Vlad's eyes were cold, his expression ruthless, completely unmoved by Fo's questioning. Because of those people, my brother and I were forced to become hostages. My father and elder brother were assassinated. I fought off the greedy Ottomans time and again, only to face my brother on the battlefield. Because of those people, even after my death, these despicable people wouldn't let me rest. They slandered me as a filthy vampire, an enemy of my lord, denying me peace even in death. So, even if I bear the stigma of betrayal, I will eradicate them. Are you referring to? Fo's eyes widened in shock, her mind flashing with the image of a person. It was that person, who had single-handedly caused the red and black factions to fall apart and fight amongst themselves with mere words. That's right, that detestable Easterner, Ngu Ainryu. Vlad almost gritted his teeth as he spat out the name. For was both amused and exasperated. She never expected to receive such an answer. So, the Millennia family got caught in the crossfire for no reason. But in this world, might make right, and the strong would never care about the thoughts of the weak. With his mind clouded by hatred, Vlad naturally wouldn't care about the disaster he brought upon the Millennia family. To slay that detestable Easterner, I don't mind falling into a path of evil even I loathe. As Vlad made his resolute vow, his eyes turned blood red under the moonlight, his teeth became sharper, and his skin paler. His already cold demeanor grew even more chilling. To deal with you, he had used the noble phantasm he despised, the legend of Dracula. This noble phantasm manifested the legendary image of Dracula, transforming Vlad into a vampire. While in this form, Vlad III, synonymous with the name of the vampire, would have his other skills and noble phantasms sealed. However, his physical attributes would be greatly enhanced, and he could use some unique vampire abilities. These included transforming into a bat, possessing charming eyes, recovering damage by drinking blood, and turning into mist. Even the trait of vampires to convert others by biting and drinking their blood was inherited, a trait even servants couldn't avoid. This noble phantasm was a prime example of blackening makes him 5 times stronger, whitewashing makes him 3 points weaker. Seeing Vlad III, who had already shared his human identity, For felt a chill run through her body, as if something terrifying had completely broken free. But before she could take any action, Vlad suddenly looked at her. His gaze no longer carried killing intent, but it was full of superiority, like a higher being looking at an inferior being. You siblings are somewhat talented. Since you have served me well, let me grant you the gift of eternal life. It's your honor. Instinctively, For activated her custom made mystic code. 2 mechanical claws immediately extended from behind her, unfolding like petals to reveal their cannons. But just as she aimed the cannons at Vlad, he appeared before her in a blur, as if teleporting. A silver flash like moonlight sliced through, and the mechanical claws were severed in 2. Vlad III looked down at her from above. Don't waste your effort. No matter how an ant struggles, it can't harm me. Vlad grabbed For by the throat and lifted her. Accept my gift. He opened his mouth, aiming to bite For's tender neck. Let go of the girl, you enemy of my lord. A voice filled with anger rang out. Immediately, Jeanne d'Arc jumped into the room from the balcony. A Grand Duke trying to assault a disabled girl. Even if you shed your vampire title, you'll still be called a depraved fiend. You followed Jeanne's lead and leapt into the room. Ngu Ainryu. Seeing the figure he had longed to face, Vlad immediately threw For towards Jeanne and, like a massive bat, turned into a shadow and attacked you. To avoid harming the poor girl, Jeanne had to use her skills delicately, retreating while dispelling the great force Vlad had applied to Forest. Thus, Mew was left to face Vlad alone. Without hesitation, Mew transformed into Spartacus. Facing Vlad's sharp claws, he fearlessly confronted him head-on. Vlad's agility was already high, and with the vampire transformation's enhancement, his speed completely outmatched Mew in this state. Vlad raised his sharp claws and slashed Mew twice. 2 claw marks appeared immediately, with blood gushing out profusely. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. 6 Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 60, FGO 60. Luckily, after Mew transformed into Spartacus, his endurance attribute was high, and he had the powerful recovery boost from the Mystic Code, allowing him to withstand the attack. However, Vlad didn't fare well either. Mew punched him hard in the face. Vlad's face was twisted into a ridiculous shape by the punch, and he was sent flying backward by the immense force. Mew wiped the blood from his wound and flicked it onto the ground. "What kind of vampire king are you? It's like being scratched. You might as well rename yourself Old Bat." The wound on Vlad's face quickly healed under the vampiric trait's enhancement, but the fire of hatred in his heart grew even stronger. "Nguyenru!" Vlad howled as he lunged, his voice becoming sharp due to his agitation, sounding like a certain castrated creature. "Your opponent is over there, you stupid bat." Mew gestured with his mouth behind him. Vlad instinctively turned his head and found Jeanne staring at him with an unprecedentedly stern expression, her eyes almost burning with anger. After entrustant foreign calls to the homunculi, Jeanne hurried back immediately. As a devout Catholic and the Holy Maiden personally canonized by the Church, Jeanne could not tolerate two things: the wanton killing of innocents and blasphemy. It was clear that Vlad's actions had touched Jeanne's reverse scale, causing this usually gentle Holy Maiden to show a completely different, solemn demeanor for the first time. "Vlad III, no, you blasphemer! Enemy of the Lord!" Jeanne declared angrily, her entire body surging with magical power as she shot toward Vlad like a cannonball. As if sensing its master's will, Jeanne's flag suddenly radiated an unprecedented holy golden light. Under this light, Mew immediately felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring. His waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and he felt like he could clear the FGO storyline in one go. But when the vampire Vlad III was illuminated by the golden light, he screamed, and a large amount of blue smoke suddenly rose from his body. Vlad's previously maintained dark noble appearance couldn't hold up. His fangs protruded from his mouth, and his face completely transformed into a beastly appearance. Seeing this, he laughed heartily and turned to walk out to the balcony. Vlad's transformation into a vampire was indeed powerful, not only significantly enhancing his attributes but also granting him formidable abilities like mist transformation and bat transformation. However, the stronger this power that emerged out of nowhere, the higher the price to pay. Vlad became as fearful of holy symbols, holy water, and anything related to the church as a true vampire. In the original work, Vlad could easily fight multiple servants but was effortlessly killed by Makasa Shiru, which was the best evidence. Facing Jeanne, the Holy Maiden personally canonized by the Church, if Vlad could win, you would write his name backward. "You despicable, shameless coward, hiding behind a woman. Come back and face me, Wuck!" Vlad roared in fury, wanting to pounce on you, but was sent flying back by a strike from Jeanne's flag. Mew stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, turning back to look at him with eyes filled with pity. "My woman can fight very well. Do you have a problem with that? It's better than you, a loser who can't even protect his own woman and had to watch her commit suicide." Mew, though possessive, was never a male chauvinist. In his mind, his wife was not a vase but someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This straightforward declaration had a remarkable effect. Vlad was so angry he could vomit blood. His visage, already beast-like, began to transform grotesquely. Jeanne also showed a shy and annoyed expression. Unable to do anything to Mew, she vented all her shame and anger on the unfortunate Vlad III. Thus, Vlad thoroughly experienced the iron fist of the Holy Maiden passed down through the ages. In no time, He was beaten black and blue by the holy powered punches. Do you think you've won? No, we are the ultimate victors. When my allies' hanging garden descends, it will be your complete defeat. Bang! Vlad III, unwilling to concede, shouted but was smashed into the wall by a powerful straight punch from Jean. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot to deal with the garden in the sky. Yu showed a sudden realization, then leisurely raised his right hand, branded with a command seal, on the back. By the command spell, I order you, Ishtar, use your noble phantasm to shoot down the hanging garden. The remaining 2 command spells on Yu's hand immediately glowed with magical light and then dissipated into the air. To prevent Ra from overly relying on powerful servants, the system established rules that if he wanted to launch a normal attack, he needed to consume 1 command spell, and if he wanted to use a noble phantasm, it required 2 command spells. Semiramis's noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, is an X-ranked noble phantasm. Although its power was significantly weakened because the Empress was in her servant form, it was still the highest level of noble phantasm. To ensure a fatal blow, Yu directly ordered Ishtar to use her noble phantasm! Both Vlad III and Jean immediately stopped, looking at Yu in shock. Ishtar? Wasn't this the name of the Venus goddess who ruled the sky and war in Babylonian mythology? Before they could figure out what was going on, extreme pressure suddenly came from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to fall. After Yu activated the command spell, far away in Las Vegas, the goddess Ishtar, looking extremely displeased, disappeared into a golden portal amidst the horrified gazes of the locals, piloting the golden and blue heavenly boat Manna. Not to mention the mess Ishtar caused on the other side, causing the Holy Church to once again expend a great deal of effort to clean up the aftermath. As if it were a major earthquake, far away from Earth, outside Venus, Ishtar's glamorous figure appeared. Under the illumination of this Venus goddess, the cold and dark void of space seemed to light up instantly. Darn it, I was making good money, but now I'm dragged to this place to do hard labor. When this is over, I must punish that annoying guy. I've decided, I'll make him offer 3 tables of desserts as a tribute. Thinking about the exquisite delicacies she had tasted before, Ishtar couldn't help but swallow. Realizing her thoughts were somewhat inappropriate, Ishtar showed an annoyed and shy expression. No, this is not gluttony, it's a punishment for that guy. Yes, it's a punishment. In the empty outer space, the goddess demonstrated a textbook example of tsundere behavior. Alright, Tilda, time to get to work, Ishtar said, gently raising her slender hand. 2% power. Seems too much, let's use 1%. Ishtar muttered to herself. A miracle occurred. The planet, which was similar in size and mass to Earth, seemed to be directly grasped by Ishtar. Due to its immense size being compressed to an extremely small point, the already incredibly bright Venus became even more dazzling, like a small sun in Ishtar's hand. Holding the Venus, Ishtar revealed the true, immense power of a goddess in the dark void of space. Her gaze was indifferent, with a faint smile at the corner of her lips, overlooking the beautiful blue planet far away. Her scarlet eyes, once filled with human brilliance, transformed into a divine golden hue. She gently raised her palm, and as she moved, the golden planet flowed like liquid, transforming into a light arrow under her will. The heavenly boat Manna was slowly drawn by an invisible hand, and the light arrow forged from an entire planet was placed on the bowstring. Fly, Manna. Gate open. Hee, you should be honored. Behold my full strength. Annihilate them. Angaltarkigalaringi tilde diaresis. With Ishtar's proud shout, the heavenly boat was drawn to its limit, and the light arrow was shot out. No, it could no longer be called an arrow, it was a purple torrent of light. Wherever the torrent of light passed, all light in the space was captured, transforming into blue plasma flowing through the universe. From outside the solar system, one could see a terrifying purple pillar of light, with the power to pierce the heavens and the earth, shooting straight towards the blue earth. At this moment, on a battlefield in Trifas, Romania, Europe, on Earth, Car, Frankenstein, and a still foe were rescuing Homunculi while exterminating the dragon-tooth soldiers. Chiron and Achilles were still clashing passionately in a sealed space. Meanwhile, Siegfried, as if by fate, faced off against Mordred. Their battle seemed to have reached a climax, with red and blue light beams instantly traversing the entire battlefield. The giant fortress in the sky was already approaching the Millennia Castle. As the Hanging Garden approached its destination, Amakasashiru, sitting on the throne, began to breathe heavily, a smile of assured victory gradually appearing on his face. In a few minutes, he would forcibly seize the Greater Grail and achieve his 60-year-long wish. "It seems you're in a good mood, Master," the bored Empress sitting on the throne teased him upon seeing his smile. "Of course. My wish is about to be fulfilled. Soon, all of humanity will be saved." Seeing his goal about to be achieved, even Amakasashiru couldn't remain calm, his expression filled with the fanaticism that sent shivers down one's spine. "Master, don't forget your promise to let me rule the new world," Semiramis casually reminded him. "Of course. How could I forget that?" Amakasashiru's eyes flashed, hurriedly reassuring her. Two people with hidden intentions exchanged a smile. Seeing that victory was imminent, Amakasashiru couldn't help but Bondryu's words. Perhaps he really should directly drop the Hanging Garden onto the castle instead of pulling the Greater Grail into it. After all, with the Hanging Garden in hand, neither the Black Faction nor the one who wants to stop him. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious with the final step. Thinking of Ngu Ainu, Amakasashiru's gaze pierced through the throne room and fell upon the Millennia Castle below. As if drawn by an invisible force, Ngu on the balcony met Amakasashiru's gaze. "No matter your schemes, I will win this Holy Grail war." Amakasashiru looked down at Ryu, his eyes conveying this meaning. Ryu's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, his mouth moved slightly, and he looked at Amakasashiru with an amused expression. "Not necessarily." Amakasashiru instinctively read Ryu's lip movements. HMPH. Amakasashiru dismissing it as the wail of a defeated dog. However, in the next moment, divine retribution descended from the heavens. It was already midnight, the sky was sparsely dotted with stars, and suddenly, a brilliant light shone as if daylight had arrived. Immediately, a pillar of light shot down from the sky, resembling a falling sun, sweeping away the darkness of the night. The white night descended, affecting not only Triforce but also from the west in Great Britain to the flower-growing east, north to Russia, south to Africa, and even the distant Atlantic coast of the USA observed this miraculous phenomenon. Billions of people stared in shock at the night sky that seemed like daylight. Catholics, Christians, Puritans, Taoists, and other religious followers knelt in prayer. The green religionists raised their hands and loudly cried, "Allahu Akbar." Not to mention, after this white night event, the Holy Church, feeling overwhelmed, simply threw in the towel and declared it a miracle of God, gaining immense prestige and faith, and overwhelming the Mages Association. Everyone on the battlefield of Triforce watched as the towering pillar of light descended from the sky, striking the Hanging Garden directly. Boom! The scorching flames of Venus instantly swept over everything, causing the grand and majestic flying fortress to crumble in an instant. Massive debris was vaporized, not even decomposed into mana, turning directly into dust and disappearing. Just as the Hanging Garden was burned to ashes, the light pillar ended, not a trace of its residual power leaking onto the battlefield, as if both the light pillar and the Hanging Garden were mere illusions. Such a scene left everyone dumbstruck, staring blankly at the empty sky. Ishtar, the goddess usually known for her greed, revealed a glimpse of her hidden formidable power for the first time. The power of the noble phantasm was indeed terrifying, but even more frightening was Ishtar's exquisite control. Still floating in outer space, Ishtar lifted her hand and gently brushed her bangs, as if she had done something trivial. Well, it was nothing. A horrifying scene unfolded as the Venus she had shot out as an arrow was now orbiting normally. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the once bright Venus now seemed like an old, dusty jewel, its light dimmed significantly. Ishtar's noble phantasm didn't shoot Venus as an arrow. If she had done so, both the two major counterforces and Sabarex would have come out to beat her up. Her noble phantasm was more symbolic in essence. It extracted the energy of Venus, transforming it into an arrow of light and then shooting it out. Even without using the entire Venus, just its energy was an unstoppable force, a true natural disaster. After completing her mission, the goddess immediately opened a space-time portal, resuming her money-making trip in the gambling city. On the battlefield of Triforce, after coming to their senses, everyone reacted differently. P.S. 1 Power Stone equals 1 push-up. Chapter 61, FGO, 61 Wow, amazing, Astolfo exclaimed loudly, flailing his arms and legs. Yeah. Having transformed into Kana, Ka was full of fighting spirit. Although the consciousness after the transformation was still led by Ka, Kana's residual power was too strong and unconsciously influenced Ka's nature. Mordred looked speechlessly at the beams of light she and Siegfried had released, then at the empty sky, and silently cut off the magic power to stop the beams. Like a robot, Siegfried naturally also cut off the supply of magic power. Hey, Master, I think we probably shouldn't be participating in this Holy Grail war, Mochan communicated telepathically with Carrie. Carrie, leaning against a small car at the edge of the battlefield in the distance, took a deep puff of his cigarette. Saba, this is the first time we've been so unified in our opinion. Vlad III, who was getting beaten up by Jeanne one-sidedly, had a dumbfounded look as he gazed at the empty sky. He almost spat blood. For victory, to kill you, he didn't hesitate to bear the stigma of betrayal, even using the power that he found filthy and disgusting, only to get this result. Saint of the Far East, X-level Hanine Garden, it's all for nothing. Ngyu Ainryu. Regaining his senses, Vlad's face twisted as he shouted at Ryu. In his mind, perhaps a truth had already formed. Everything was Ryu's fault. If not, refer to the previous statement. Ryu couldn't care less about this doomed old bat. His gaze was fixed straight on the place where the hanging garden had been burned to ashes. He had a premonition that with Amakisa Shiru's dedication to faith and mission, it wouldn't be so easy for him to die. Seeing her opponent being distracted, Jeanne couldn't stand it. Her magic power flowed through her body, and with a slide step like teleportation, she agilely moved in front of Vlad. Boom. Then came a fierce hook punch like a hurricane, her fist filled with holy magic power, almost turning her entire fist into gold. The hook punch landed directly on Vlad's right cheek, sending him spinning through the air and smashing hard into the wall. In midair, a few crystalline teeth flew. Jeanne mimicked Sakura's god's blow. However, Jeanne's attack wasn't over. She summoned the holy flag with her other hand, using it as a spear to pin Vlad to the wall. The holy flag, filled with holy magic, was a lethal weapon to Dracula. He screamed and struggled frantically. However, the originally powerful vampire physique had now become his prison. The holy flag, which most servants could break free from with effort, pinned him firmly to the wall, unable to escape. Ignoring Vlad's struggles, Jeanne slowly drew the holy sword, Street Catherine, from her waist. Originally, this holy sword was a prerequisite for Jeanne's strongest noble phantasm, La Pucelle, the Crimson Holy Maiden. But a vampire didn't warrant Jeanne's self-destruction to deal with him. She was merely performing a standard exorcism ritual that any clergy could use. Jeanne knelt on one knee and began to pray sincerely. As her clear and pleasant prayer resounded, a not so dazzling but very bright golden pillar of light enveloped her, and the holy sword she held in front of her shone brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. With the same exorcism ritual, ordinary clergy could at most make their weapons glow a little, but as the most famous saint of the Catholic Church, Jeanne's exorcism ritual created such a grand spectacle. As the holy sword shone with golden light, Vlad began to scream in terror. He keenly sensed that this sword could easily purify him into ashes. Lord, please purify the fallen soul. As Jeanne's prayer ended, the golden radiance on the holy sword retracted, replaced by a sword that shone hundreds of times brighter than gold. No. Vlad III was a tough man, but he couldn't withstand the fear of holy objects imprinted in the soul of a vampire. He kept scratching at the wall, leaving deep claw marks on the hard marble. Jeanne, however, calmly inserted the holy sword slowly into Vlad's heart. Sizzle! Vlad didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of ashes. Thus, both the red and black lancers had completely fallen. Meanwhile, Chiron and Achilles, who were engaged in a passionate, hand-to-hand battle, finally determined a winner. Once again, Achilles, the disciple, surpassed his master, defeating Chiron. When the two reappeared on the battlefield, Chiron's heart had been pierced, and he lay on the ground. Although Achilles was bruised and battered, he still stood there defiantly. The outcome was clear. However, before returning to the throne of heroes, Chiron remarked, "My good disciple, you are still naive." Then, using his noble phantasm Antares' snipe, he struck Achilles, breaking Achilles' immortal body. A golden light shot down from the constellation Sagittarius in the sky, hitting Achilles' heel. This strike immediately nullified the effect of Achilles' noble phantasm Andros Amrantos. With the protection of this noble phantasm, Achilles was almost invulnerable to attacks except those with divinity or divine weapons, similar to Chiron's golden armor. But this noble phantasm was destroyed by Chiron's final strike. Chiron, having tricked his disciple, smiled peacefully and dissipated into stardust. Achilles, the victor, wore a wry smile, feeling as if he was destined to be tricked by his master. Having won a hard-fought battle, the exhausted Achilles let his guard down slightly, a fatal mistake. Swish, swish, swish. A series of arrows came from behind, turning him into a pincushion in an instant. With a few leaps, a figure with fluffy cat ears and a tail appeared in front of Achilles, looking at him with a complex expression. It was Atalanta, who had been ordered by Rue to ambush in the dark and treat the battlefield as her hunting ground. "Oh, it's you, big sis," Achilles greeted Atalanta with a smile as if he wasn't the one ambushed. But his current state was pitiful, with arrows sticking out of his back, his once vibrant hair drooping, and blood at the corners of his mouth. Sorry. Of all the things she could say, Atalanta could only utter those words. Why apologize? We are both warriors. The moment we stepped onto the battlefield, we accepted this fate. Besides, Achilles suddenly smiled like the boy next door. I'd rather die at your hands than anyone else's. Now my wish has come true. With those words, the famous ancient Greek hero dissolved into magical fragments and vanished. Back at the Millennia Castle. What did you just say again? I'm your... What? Jeanne scrutinized Drew with a hostile expression, instinctively shaking her fists that had beaten Vlad senseless to increase her intimidation. After purifying Vlad III, Jeanne, now the Iron Fist Saint, immediately turned her attention to Rue. But Rue, being who he was, saw Jeanne's imposing manner as nothing more than a kitten baring its claws. Not only did she lack intimidation, but she also revealed a cute side of the saint. He calmly took Jeanne's hand. "Jeanne, come with me. Form a contract with me and become my exclusive servant." What? Rue's unexpected move threw Jeanne into chaos, her face instantly turning red. Faced with such a straightforward declaration, equivalent to a proposal, even the Saint of France was no different from an ordinary, innocent girl. When Jeanne finally regained her composure, her face showed a hint of hesitation. However, Rue, who was secretly observing her expression, was secretly delighted. Without the special cheat-like aura of the protagonist, it would be almost impossible to move this kind, yet responsible, saintly lady. And now she hesitated, which instead proved that all Rue's previous efforts had not been in vain. Water overflows when the cup is full, and excess is worse than deficiency. Rue naturally understood this principle. He did not press Jeanne to decide on the spot but instead smiled calmly. "It doesn't matter. For such an important matter, you don't have to answer me immediately. I still have some unfinished business." As Rue finished speaking, his gaze turned coldly toward the window. There, two disheveled figures were crawling out from a pile of ashes. "I look forward to your decision and traveling together through the heavens and myriad worlds. For now, Let me handle the final piece of our adversary. Yu naturally reached out and stroked Zhang's face, then leapt off the balcony, leaving behind the saintly lady with a complex expression. Zhang instinctively placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart beating faster than ever before. When Yu said those words, she was truly moved. Directly below the burned hanging garden, Amakisa Shiru, with his silver-white hair almost completely burned off, and Semiramis, covered in dust, crawled out from the pile of ashes. Just before Ishtar's noble phantasm hit the hanging garden, the Empress had detected it in advance. Despite her usual listless appearance, the Empress used the hanging garden's flawless magic barrier to monitor any surrounding movements in real time. Ishtar's noble phantasm affected nearly half the earth, so she naturally sensed it in advance. It was irresistible. The terrifying attack, with its earth-shattering momentum, made Semiramis unmistakably aware of this fact. She acted decisively, immediately abandoning the hard-summoned hanging garden and teleporting, with the shocked Amakisa Shiru, to the area directly below the hanging garden. Her decisiveness directly saved both their lives. Just as they teleported out, the hanging garden was hit by Ishtar's noble phantasm. In just a few seconds, the hanging garden, several times larger than the ancient Roman Colosseum, was reduced to ashes. Also burned to ashes along with the hanging garden was the unlucky red caster. No matter how strong his self-preservation skill was, it couldn't withstand such a world-destroying attack. Their lives were saved, but Amakisa Shiru's heart was filled with boundless grief and anger. 60 years of painstaking effort were destroyed in an instant. If not for the iron will of this Far Eastern saint, he might have gone mad long ago. However, perhaps madness would have been more merciful to him. At least losing his ability to think would mean not having to endure pain of seeing 60 years of wishes destroyed at the last moment. Now tell me, who won? A playful voice sounded. He landed directly in front of them, looking at the disheveled Amakisa Shiru. Compared to the two bedraggled figures, Yu, without a speck of dust on him, looked more like the mastermind villain. Ngyu Ainu. The string of reason in Amakisa Shiru's mind finally snapped. With a face full of grief and anger, he grabbed his long sword and charged at Yu. A look of pity appeared on Yu's face. In terms of will, faith, and determination, he was far inferior to Amakisa Shiru, who had harbored a wish to save the world for 60 years. But in terms of combat power, even without using his descent state, Amakisa Shiru was no match for him. However, a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. He naturally understood this principle too. If he didn't use his descent state and was overturned by Amakisa Shiru, it would indeed be a great joke. A flash of magical light and both Amakisa Shiru and Yu were clad in traditional samurai armor. The difference was that Amakisa Shiru's armor was solemn and primarily black, while Yu's armor was unrestrained and purplish-blue. Clang! Two long and short swords clashed abruptly, sparks flying everywhere, and a sound like grinding metal pierced the air. For a moment, it seemed as if time had reversed back to ancient Japan, with two swordsmen deciding life and death with their blades. Semiramis was just about to take action when Zhang arrived and raised her holy flag, aiming it at her. Next, noticing the commotion, Astolfo rode his noble steed and a transformed car rushed over. From a distant hill, Atalanta, with a cold expression, aimed her bow at a vital point on Semiramis's back. Only Franchan seemed to have found a new form of entertainment, raising her iron hammer and continuously chasing down the unfortunate dragon-tooth warriors like a game of whack-a-mole. The Empress's strength lay in the enhancement of her noble phantasm, but her combat strength was not worth mentioning. Surrounded by everyone, a look of helplessness appeared on Semiramis's face as she slowly raised her hands, signaling her surrender. As for the two swordsmen continuously clashing in the field, no one stepped forward to help. Firstly, it was out of respect for the warriors' honor. Secondly, even the least skilled Astolfo could see that Shiru, clad in black samurai armor, was at a significant disadvantage. When the two first crossed swords, Amakisa Shiru, relying on his fearless momentum, managed to fight Yu to a standstill. However, As time passed and Ryu gradually adapted to his attacks, the terrifying power of the Tsubame Geisha swordsmanship began to manifest. The large sword in Ryu's hand seemed to possess a dreadful demonic quality, often attacking from the most unexpected angles, making it nearly impossible for Amakusa Shiryu to defend. Moreover, Amakusa Shiryu's sword moves were often straightforward and all-out, making it easy for Ryu to find openings. Ryu's footwork subtly shifted, and his body either leaned or tilted to dodge Amakusa Shiryu's attacks with minimal movement, then launched a fierce counterattack during the gaps in his opponent's offense. Comment 7. Vote to left. Chapter 62, FGO, 62 Swish. The long katana drew a perfect, crescent-like trajectory, and another burst of blood splattered from Amakusa Shiryu's body. He stepped back a few paces, positioning his sword in front of his chest, panting heavily. At this moment, Amakusa Shiryu had long lost his previous elegance and grace. In less than 3 minutes, his body was covered with numerous cuts and wounds. A deep gash on his face continuously bled, making his once handsome face appear ghastly. The wounds on his side, thigh, and shoulder were deep enough to expose bone, but the most severe injury was on his chest. A long, narrow blood stain ran from his left shoulder down to his right abdomen. If the cut had been any deeper, it would have nearly split him in two. "Why are you stopping me? I was too close, and all humanity would have been saved. Even you would not be an exception. Why are you stopping me?" Amakusa Shiryu howled like a beast driven to desperation. Ryu replied calmly, "Using the third magic to make all of humanity immortal to stop war. What kind of foolish logic is that?" Moreover, you flicked non-existent dust off his body. "What do your thoughts and wishes have to do with me? What does it matter to me what happens to this world? My time is precious. I don't have time to play your games." Hearing Ryu's blunt and cold words, the crowd's expressions varied. Astolfo scratched his cheek with a bright smile. "No matter what? That was way too harsh." Carr frowned deeply. As the MC possesses the trait of a hero of justice, his views naturally clash with Ryu's. In the distance, Atalanta's ace showed a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting her new boss to be so candid. However, her bow remained steadily aimed at the Empress's vital spot. Among those reacting to Ryu's words, the strangest were the Empress and Jean. The Empress looked at him as if she were seeing him for the first time, her eyes filled with curiosity as she sized him up. Meanwhile, Jeanne, inherently kind-hearted, wore a conflicted expression, as if her inner world was in turmoil. "Indeed. Only someone as selfish as you could be the greatest obstacle to humanity's happiness. Even if I shatter to pieces and my soul dissipates, I will kill you here." HMPH. Ryu was annoyed at his statement, finding it bothersome to even argue with someone who liked to impose their ideas on others. "Ngyu Ainryu. This time, I'll send you into the abyss." Twin arm. Big crunch. Amakusa Shiryu's left and right arms simultaneously lit up with red and blue magical auras. Intricate and mysterious magical runes, one after another, extended from his wrists to his elbows and up to his shoulders. The previously faint and peaceful magical energy around Amakusa Shiryu suddenly surged as a large bowl of water poured into boiling oil, rapidly boiling and rampaging, converging into his arms. "Did you think I'd give you time to charge up your big move?" You instantly gathered magical energy into his eyes. "Equipment is inadequate. A true hero kills with a stare." Brahmastra. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, and a scorching beam shot straight at Amakusa Shiryu. This was none other than Kana's signature move, the legendary hero's killing blow with his Geisha Brahmastra. "No." Amakusa Shiryu's face twisted in fury. He was just a bit short of unleashing the full power of his noble phantasm. But with Ryu's attack imminent, he had no choice but to forcefully release his not fully charged noble phantasm. With a sweep of his hands, a dark red and a bright blue light orb flew out. The red and blue orbs collided in midair, eventually merging into one and turning black. The black orb rapidly expanded tenfold, and then a terrifying gravitational force emanated from it. A small black hole formed from dark matter emerged, sucking in everything around it with an irresistible force. devouring everything around it like a bottomless pit despite being only 2 meters in diameter. At this moment, the destructive golden beam shot into the black hole. The originally stable black orb began to oscillate violently, its pitch-black surface faintly showing a golden halo, and its previously calm surface now rippled violently, looking as if it might shatter at any moment. More. Amakasa Shiryu roared, raising his hands and channeling magical energy without hesitation into the black orb at the center. "You think you're the only one who can do that?" Mu increased his magical output. The originally finger-thin golden beam instantly thickened to the size of a baby's arm. Both sides ramped up their magic, causing the central black hole to suddenly expand in size, its pull increasing correspondingly. Centered on the black hole, a small storm formed, sucking in large amounts of debris, stones, and foliage. Amakasa Shiryu and Ryuga engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the black hole as their battleground. The massive flow of magic began to cause destructive damage to their bodies. Amakasa Shiryu's brow furrowed with veins bulging, and his bronze-colored arms burst with blood. "I will never lose!" Amakasa Shiryu screamed. Despite his arm veins bursting, he did not stop the flow of magic. Instead, spurred by the pain, he increased it. In this pure contest of magical power, he was not having an easy time either. The magic coursing through his eyes made them feel like they were about to explode, and a trickle of blood tears flowed from the corner of his eye. Hearing Amakasa Shiryu's shout, Mu did not respond, but the magic in his eyes intensified. Pop! A soft sound echoed, and the central black hole seemed to have reached its limit. It abruptly contracted inward before exploding outward. From above, the flames containing the sun's fire bloomed like a flower, followed by a gold-red mushroom cloud rising into the sky. A scorching storm swept across the area, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their arms to avoid burns. The 2 closest to the center were directly scorched by the flames. The high temperature completely incinerated Amakasa Shiryu's samurai attire, revealing the taut, bronze-colored muscles underneath. His entire body blistered from the heat, and his hair, eyebrows, and other body hair ignited. The burning pain seemed to trigger distant memories for Amakasa Shiryu, and he showed a moment of realization. However, the battle was not over, and this brief lapse pushed him into the abyss of defeat. A silhouette suddenly dashed out from the flames, appearing right in front of Amakasa Shiryu. The blade flashed like lightning. Blood spurted. If asked what Ryu's greatest gain after transmigration was, he would confidently answer that it was neither the transcendent power nor the joy of summoning beloved characters from mobile games. In the initial few days of his crossing, struggling as a slave on the brink of life and death, he fought his way out of a hellish coliseum. The Otakungyu Ainu died completely, and what survived was a qualified warrior. A warrior who could be ruthless to others and himself. Up to now, he was immensely grateful that the first person he summoned was Thatch, the iron-blooded master. It was she who taught Ryu the fundamental principles needed to survive and grow stronger in a world where power reigns supreme. Crossing the hottest zone, even with the dual recovery effects of his noble phantasm and mystic code, was just enough to keep Ryu alive. What appeared before Amakasa Shiryu was not a human but a charred figure, with some parts showing burnt bones and organs a moving, charred corpse, a demon from hell. The resolute saint from the Far East felt a twinge of fear for the first time. What are you?" Shiryu shouted, his tone slightly off, while fear took root in his heart like a virus. Ryu did not speak, and in fact, he could not. The several thousand-degree heat had burnt his vocal cords. His cold eyes focused solely on his target. With a swift slash, Amakasa Shiryu, who had lost his momentum, had his right arm severed by him. Clutching the gushing wound with his left hand, Amakasa Shiryu staggered back. Ryu, like a relentless demon, followed closely. His large sword, heated by the sun's fire, gleamed brightly, as if freshly forged. The long blade thrust forward, its gleam like a dragon's. The scorching blade pierced through Amakasa Shiryu's body, pinning him to the ground. A burnt smell wafted, the scent of his seared flesh, symbolizing his defeat. Amakasa Shiru's face no longer bore its previous calm and composed expression. Anger, resentment, doubt, and unwillingness all mixed on his face. You lost. It seems that the so-called burden of saving all humanity is nothing more than this. You spoke slowly, his vocal cords just starting to heal, making his voice hoarse and unpleasant, like an old tape that had been scratched. How could I lose to someone like you? I won't accept it. Amakasa Shiru screamed, his face twisted. You didn't even bother replying to him. This was the true wail of a defeated dog. He ignored Amakasa Shiru and looked around. When he raised his head, everyone who saw his face couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, his face had not fully recovered, with new flesh mixed with charred skin, making his appearance particularly creepy. Ugh! Even Astolfo screamed in fright. In stark contrast, Jeanne d'Arc immediately ran over to Ryu, her tone mixed with worry and reproach. You don't take care of yourself. As she spoke, she took out the holy shroud to bandage his wounds. He waved his hand to stop Jeanne's actions. His injuries appeared severe, but he had passed the most dangerous stage and would fully recover soon without leaving any scars. However, Jean's silent concern warmed his heart and strengthened his resolve to take her with him, even if by force. But the matter was not yet over. Ryu turned his gaze to the Empress, who was looking at him with a strange expression. Semiramis, you should still remember the message from Ishtar, right? It's still valid. But you need to give me something, you said indifferently to Semiramis. The Empress's body trembled, and after a moment, she spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. What thing? A token of allegiance. You smiled slightly and threw Amakasa Shiru's sword in front of her. The sword, now embedded in the ground before Semiramis, reflected a cold gleam in the firelight. However, the chill in Semiramis's heart was even greater. She did not doubt that if she refused, the huntress in the distance would turn her into a pincushion with arrows. A look of determination appeared in the Empress's eyes. She took a deep breath, slowly drew the sword, and walked over to Amakasa Shiru, looking down at the defeated saint of the Far East. Come on, kill me, adorn your holy grail with my blood. Amakasa Shiru shouted, like a warrior unafraid of tyranny and bravely facing death. Due to Ryu's earlier scheme, he had already developed a suspicion towards Semiramis, and what he saw now seemed to confirm his doubts. The saint of the Far East, who believed himself betrayed and deceived, had flames in his eyes almost turning into reality. However, Semiramis did not look at him but turned her gaze to Ryu. At this moment, with his powerful recovery ability, all of Ryu's burns had completely healed, leaving not a single scar. Noticing Semiramis's gaze, Ryu wore a warm smile and made a pleased gesture, as if inviting a lady rather than forcing someone to kill. Polite and courteous, yet it chilled Semiramis to the bone. The Empress struggled internally, her ambition clashing fiercely with a sense of resignation. After hesitating for a moment, Semiramis suddenly threw the sword far away. I suddenly don't feel like doing this anymore, she said casually, and then looked at Ryu with a face that said, let's see what you do to me. The Empress's arrogance and coldness vanished instantly, leaving her looking like a resigned, lifeless fish. Women, even empresses, are emotional beings. Semiramis's life had always been filled with intrigue and scheming, to the point of bearing the infamy of poisoning her husband. But her heart was scarred, and her soul was exhausted. This was why the Empress exuded an air of utter despondency. Faced with Ryu's coercion, she suddenly felt that nothing mattered anymore. To her surprise, he laughed. Congratulations, you've passed my test. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, sending the Saint of the Far East back to the throne of heroes. The Empress was instantly filled with disbelief. Driven by curiosity, she instinctively asked, what if I had killed him? It wouldn't have mattered much, except that you would never have earned my trust, he replied casually. After all, if you can kill your master today, you could naturally do the same to me in the future. The Empress immediately wondered if she had made the wrong decision. The complexities of reality made her yearn to return to the throne of heroes. All right, it's time to deal with the last enemy, you said in a relaxed tone. Chapter 63, FGO 63. At the same time that Ryu killed Amakusa Shiru, Mordred and Siegfried also concluded their battle. Purely from the stats on paper, the two were evenly matched. However, Siegfried, with his legend of dragon slaying, possessed the skill Dragon Slayer, which allowed him to deal significant damage to dragon types and reduce the damage he received from them. Unfortunately for Mordred, as a homunculus being with the bloodline of King Arthur, she possessed the rich blood of the Red Dragon. The Dragon Slayer skill was her nemesis. At the level of heroic spirits, where skills had reached their peak, even the slightest advantage could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone such a significant one. Logically, Siegfried should have had a guaranteed victory. But the final victor was unexpectedly Mordred. Despite winning barely, with her current state being quite miserable, she nevertheless won. At this moment, presenting herself before you was a girl propping herself up with a sword, with fragments of silver-white armor hanging loosely on her body, exposing parts of her skin. She was covered in wounds, with even a streak of blood on her forehead, looking pitiful. However, seeing the girl baring her teeth and claws, she resembled an injured young lion. "I never expected you to be the winner, Mordred." You couldn't help but marvel. Perhaps his gaze, like that of examining a rare animal, was too blatant and rude. TCH. Mordred showed an impatient expression, her tone filled with anger. That guy was like a robot that only knew how to follow orders. What glory is there in defeating someone like that? As expected of King Arthur's offspring, truly straightforward. You praised with a beaming smile. A flash of pride crossed Mordred's face as she deliberately put on a mature and serious expression, saying sternly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not good at dealing with your roundabout ways." Ahem. You cleared his throat. "Then I'll get straight to the point. Mordred, are you interested in joining my team?" "I refuse," Mordred replied firmly without even thinking. You seem to have anticipated this, showing no surprise on his face. "It looks like you've already prepared yourself for a failed return." "I'm just curious, why don't you leave right away? And why doesn't your master use a command spell to forcibly summon you back?" A bitter smile appeared on Mordred's face. "My mana is almost depleted, and my master's command spells were used up just now to support my victory. Now, even standing here, I'm using all my strength." As if to confirm her words, her body gradually became translucent, a clear sign of her mana depletion and imminent return to the throne of heroes. Most importantly, as the offspring of my father and the only rightful heir, even in death, I must fall while charging towards the enemy. Mordred suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining brilliantly. "What a shame!" You looked at her with a sympathetic and sorrowful gaze. That gaze greatly annoyed Mordred, who scornfully curled her lips. "A child does not understand the father, and the father does not understand the child. The sorrow between father and child is nothing more than this." You suddenly uttered a profound phrase. You felt that this phrase perfectly depicted the relationship between King Arthur and Mordred. Fortunately, the meaning of this phrase was easy to understand, even for someone like Mordred, who wasn't the best student. But it was precisely because she understood that Mordred's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, and she looked like she wanted to bite him to death. "What do you know about the relationship between me and my father?" "You know nothing, so what right do you have to judge me and my father?" Mordred, this troublesome child, usually seemed carefree, but the words King Arthur were her reverse scale. You couldn't say good things or bad things about King Arthur, otherwise she would get angry. In short, anyone talking about King Arthur in her presence would make her lose her mind. It was clear that Mordred's obsession with Arturia had penetrated deep into her soul, becoming her inner demon. Mew was sure that if it weren't for Mordred's depleted mana and heavy injuries, she would undoubtedly charge at him if she were in perfect condition. However, with a trump card in hand, Mew wasn't afraid of her at all. The reason he chose a moment when Mordred couldn't resist was simply that she had no choice but to listen to him at this time. As for why he did this, it was probably due to a small regret from before he transmigrated. This pair of father and child, mother and daughter, were essentially good people. It was just a lack of communication that led to their current situation, which made Ryu feel a bit regretful, so he wanted to help them as much as possible. However, since Mordred's obsession ran deep, Ryu chose to fight poison with poison. Ryu's face displayed an amused expression. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Or am I wrong? You want to free your father from the shackles of the King of Britain. But you don't understand that her way of kingship is the way of a saint king, sacrificing herself, giving up pleasure, completely integrating herself into the country like a cog in a machine, coexisting and co-prospering with it. Your thoughts and wishes are nothing but your wishful thinking. You are stripping away the very essence of her existence. As for your father, she completely abandoned personal feelings, transforming herself into a cog in the machine that runs Britain. She even judged you, her only child, by the standard of whether you could become a cog to inherit the throne. But in abandoning personal feelings, she didn't realize that what a child needs most is the understanding and care of their parents. What you wanted was not King Arthur, but your father's attention. Raising a rebellion and destroying Britain. To me, it seems like nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum to get their parents' attention. It's just a pity that the entire country of Britain became the collateral damage of this tantrum between you two stubborn mother and daughter. Mordred fell silent. She wanted to refute it, but a voice inside her told her that perhaps he was right. In a daze, Mordred seemed to return to the Hill of Swords, that fateful place of endings. She roared, she bellowed, thinking that this way, her beloved father would finally look at her, even if that gaze was filled with anger and hatred. But she was wrong. She never understood her father from beginning to end. In the end, she died under her father's lance, and her father's gaze upon her was cold and indifferent, like a stranger. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Perhaps you are right. I was just throwing a tantrum. But unfortunately, I chose the clumsiest way to attract my father's attention. There's no way to undo it all now. Ryu was listening intently to Mordred's confession when suddenly his body shuddered, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He tentatively spoke. Mordred, if, and I mean if, I could make everything start over, would you be willing? Mordred's eyes brightened but then slowly dimmed again. Forget it. Even if it started over, I still wouldn't know how to face my father. You could hear the hesitation and confusion in her voice and smiled slightly. If we were to break the already established history, not only you but even your father would disappear because of it. So, I thought of a clever way. I, a traveler from another world, would take your place. You babbled on. But Mordred looked at him with a bewildered expression. Although you tried to use the simplest and most concise language, some obscure and profound terms still left Mordred, who wasn't the best student, utterly confused. You took a deep breath, resisting the urge to walk away, and spoke again. In simple terms, you and I make a contract. I borrow your identity and go back to Britain of that time, making everything start over. After it's done, you must leave the throne of heroes and become my contracted heroic spirit. Are you willing? Originally, you just wanted to make up for a small regret before he transmigrated. Who would have thought that, while listening to Mordred's confession, the system gave him a quest? The system told you that as long as he made a special trial contract with Mordred and then replaced her to complete the trial instance, Mordred would automatically become his contracted heroic spirit. Not only that, since he has taken on Mordred's identity in the trial world, the higher his achievements, the more legendary the tales he leaves behind, and the greater the impact he causes. With the amplification of human fantasy and faith, Mordred's strength will also become greater. In simple terms, this situation is like how Vlad's spirit base was altered and given vampire attributes due to the influence of a famous fantasy novel. In other words, as long as Ryu's trial ratings are high, he might even create a super-modified Mochan that surpasses 5-star, reaching 6 or even 7 stars. Ryu's requirement isn't high, just strengthening Mochan to the rank of Grand would suffice. A Grand-ranked Mochan, just thinking about it makes one a bit excited. Of course, in the eyes of the system, the reward is proportional to the effort. Such a precious means of strengthening naturally comes with a hell-level difficulty for the trial dungeon. This special trial dungeon not only has a hell-level difficulty, but Ryu also cannot bring any contract spirit with him. He must rely entirely on himself. The system clearly stated that with Ryu's current strength, entering it would be like sending himself to death across dimensions. Without any enhancements, the minimum standard for entering this trial dungeon is to have average basic attributes reaching B level. It seems that completing this special trial dungeon will be a long and arduous journey. Of course, first, Mordred must agree and be willing to sign a contract with him. Mordred hesitated for a long time, almost to the point where her body was starting to dissipate, before slightly turning her head and softly saying, "Well, seeing how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly hire you. If you misuse my identity, watch out, I'll kill you." Mordred suddenly remembered something and threatened with a fierce expression. Ryu, as if he had expected her to agree, patted his chest. "Don't worry about it." At this moment, Mordred's mindset was a bit like a mischievous child who had broken a vase at home, wanting to tell their parents but also afraid of being scolded, especially since, in her eyes, her father was extremely strict. Now that someone had appeared willing to take the blame for her, she naturally agreed happily. Snap! Ryu suddenly snapped his fingers, and a blank card emitting a colorful glow appeared in his hand. After signing the contract, Mordred naturally learned some secrets about Ryu, this special master, countless different worlds, and magical mutations. She looked at Ryu with a complicated expression. "I now believe you can fulfill my wish, but I never thought the world could be so vast that it makes me want to leave everything behind to see it." "Don't worry, there will be opportunities," Ryu assured confidently. Being a perfectionist, collecting all rare cards was Ryu's lifelong pursuit. "Hey, I'm leaving my father in your hands." With these words, Mordred completely turned into red magical fragments and dissipated in the air. At the same time, 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, Carey was leaning against a very old car, smoking continuously. At his feet, there were already a dozen cigarette butts, indicating that he had been maintaining this posture for quite some time. "Master, goodbye. And thank you." Mordred's final mental message suddenly echoed in his mind. Carey was startled, then immediately sensed that his magical connection with her had been completely severed. He said nothing, crushed the last cigarette butt underfoot, then took out a piece of silver-white armor from his pocket, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. "So, it's over just like that." At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded behind him. Startled, he quickly drew his double-barreled shotgun and turned to aim behind him. Unexpectedly, a figure silently appeared on his shoulder, a dagger gleaming with cold light pressed against his neck. Under the moonlight, both were enveloped in its glow, revealing the figure crouched on his shoulder and none other than Jack, who did not participate in the final battle. Having temporarily submitted to Ryu, Jack's appearance here was naturally under his orders, serving as a safeguard. Carey was the only unstable factor left in this Holy Grail war. If Mordred were to be defeated and he still wanted to stir up trouble, wouldn't that add unnecessary complications? Given Ryu's cautious nature, he wouldn't be unprepared. He didn't fully trust Jack, so he sent her to track down Carey far from the battlefield. With Jack's incredibly powerful tracking ability, she naturally caught him. "Uncle, we're right here." Jack smiled innocently, but the dagger in her hand swayed back and forth, sometimes close, sometimes away from Carey's carotid artery. At this moment, she was like a cat playing with a mouse, toying with her prey. It truly fulfilled the saying, "An angel on the outside, a devil on the inside." A drop of cold sweat rolled down Carey's forehead. "Are you here to kill me?" Jack's face showed a teasing smile. "Did Uncle think we came to play games with you?" Carey fell silent immediately. With a servant so close and having just lost his own servant, Carey knew he had no chance of survival. Accepting his fate, Carey smiled calmly, took out a pack of cigarettes, and pulled out the last one. "In that case, you don't mind if I have one last smoke, do you?" Comment 5. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 64, FGO 64. After speaking, He didn't wait for Jack's response and started smoking on his own. Jack couldn't help but show a curious expression. In the past, when she faced Magus, they would either resist desperately or beg for mercy. She had never seen anyone face death as calmly as Carrie. Although she was clever and had a frightening natural killer intelligence, she was still a child at heart and felt curious about Carrie. "What a strange uncle," Broken Bar Jack muttered. At this moment, Carrie took a deep puff and exhaled the smoke. Jack, crouching behind him, immediately smelled the pungent smoke. Her small eyebrows furrowed slightly. The unpleasant smell reminded her of her days in London, a period that was not a pleasant memory. A child's temperament can suddenly become interested in something and then lose interest just as quickly. Swish! Jack flipped the wrist, and a pitch-black dagger flashed a perfect arc in her hand. But she didn't strike. Instead, she used the movement to resheath the dagger at her waist. "Not going to kill me?" Carrie asked curiously. From what he knew about Jack the Ripper, this child might seem innocent but was far from kind-hearted. "It's no fun. We don't want to kill you now. Besides, that big brother is a bad person, and I don't want to do everything he says." Jack pouted, her face clearly showing frustration. "So, goodbye, strange uncle." Jack waved her hand and disappeared into the mist. Having narrowly escaped death, Carrie did not smile. He took a final drag on his cigarette, stamped out the butt with his foot, and then, with a determined look, gripped a piece of silver armor, opened the car door, and got in. The roar of the engine sounded, and Carrie drove the car into the distance. He had received information that a sub-Holy Grail war was about to break out in the territory of the Poor Bear. The 14-rider Holy Grail war had finally come to an end. Ngu Ainryu, the mysterious man who had traveled across space, won the final victory. The Red faction either surrendered or was killed. The unluckiest were those masters poisoned by Semiramis. Locked in a small dark room, they were turned to ashes in their sleep by Ishtar's noble phantasm, which descended from the sky. Semiramis only had time to rescue Amaku Sashiru. Thus, these few became textbook background characters, turning to ashes in their sleep. As for the Black faction, losing Chiron and with Vlad III defecting and being killed, only Flan Shan remained as a third-rate servant. The Black faction completely lost its competitiveness, so Cools decisively chose to surrender and persuaded his sister For to hand over the Greater Grail. His ability to assess the situation greatly impressed you. Although Cools did not have as much talent in magecraft as his sister, his overly kind and naive sister couldn't compare to him as a magus, especially one from a major family. Since the opponent was so cooperative and no longer an obstacle, Yu, although cold, was not a madman, so he let them go. Not only that, but he also solved a big problem for them. After everything settled down at Broken Bar at this moment, the Millennia Castle was in a state of revival. Many magus and homunculi were coming and going, either cleaning or repairing, creating a bustling scene of renewal. For sat in the castle garden, holding a teacup, quietly enjoying her afternoon tea. One had to admit, For was quite beautiful, with the added attributes of frailty, a large bust, intelligence, and the demeanor of a noble lady. The iconic white classical dress of the millennia was worn by her with a unique elegance. Her flaxen hair was loose, and her sapphire-like eyes looked at the familiar yet changed castle, a bit lost in thought. Under the warm sunlight, she appeared like a beautiful painting of distant tranquility. "Sister, you're here." At this moment, Cools walked into the garden, followed closely by two homunculus attendants carrying a stack of paper documents. For instinctively stood up but almost stumbled. Cools quickly stepped forward and supported her. "Be careful. Your legs have just regained sensation." Cools wore a slightly indulgent and concerned expression. For steadied herself with Cool's support while observing her increasingly mature brother, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Not long after the Holy Grail War ended, seemingly having come to terms with everything, For announced that she would relinquish her position as head of the family to Cools, transferring the inherited magic crest to her brother as well. The reason For had always been in a wheelchair was due to her body rejecting the magic crest. Now, Having removed the magic crest, Fo's legs had finally regained sensation, and she was slowly able to stand on her own. Looking at her somewhat assertive brother, Fo tried to suppress her shyness and adopt a dignified elder sister's demeanor. However, upon seeing the fatigue in Cool's eyes that he couldn't hide, her stern tone softened into gentle concern. "Sorry, Cools, for selfishly pushing everything onto you." "What are you talking about? Isn't it a brother's duty to protect his sister?" The siblings exchanged smiles. Rah. At this moment, Fran Chan burst out holding a bunch of flowers and grabbed the corner of Cool's clothes. "Huh? Fran, where did you run off to just now?" "Wait. Don't grab my clothes. You'll tear them." Watching her brother playfully argue with his servant, Fo's face lit up with a warm smile. With the loss of the Greater Grail and numerous core members dead, the decline of the Millennia family was inevitable. Moreover, the Magus sent by the Mages Association to participate in the battle were all annihilated by Ishtar's noble phantasm. The Millennia family had completely lost any leverage in negotiating with the Mages Association. Fortunately, Mu had a moment of kindness at the end and allowed Frankenstein to touch the Greater Grail, absorbing a small amount of its magical energy, thus enabling Fran to become a physical entity. Additionally, Fran's hammer contained a spherical core that was both her heart and a Type 2 perpetual motion machine, capable of continuously absorbing residual magical energy from the air, almost achieving zero energy consumption. This allowed Fran to remain in the present world for an extended period. With a servant stationed with them, even if it was a second or third-rate servant, the clock tower had to seriously consider the consequences of a full-scale war with the Millennia family. After all, the power within the clock tower was held by so-called noble Magus families, who were eager to divide the spoils like wolves. But when it came to risking their lives in a duel with a wounded lion, these selfish individuals were not so enthusiastic. Thus, the clock tower made a lot of noise but did little in the end, harshly reprimanding the Millennia family. Calls, being very cunning, accidentally leaked the information that Millennia had a servant stationed with them and adopted a very humble attitude in response to the clock tower's reprimands. With both sides tacitly cooperating, the matter was left unresolved. "Master, hurry up, Astolfo excitedly shouted as he grabbed Ka's arm, dragging him forward. Slow down a bit, Astolfo." Ka stumbled along, trying to keep up with Astolfo's pace as they moved with the crowd. Astolfo had shed his luxurious knight's attire and was now wearing a new, youthful outfit. Of course, in the female version. Ka was also in a practical, easy-to-move-in men's outfit. Nearby tourists, seeing Ka being dragged around by Astolfo, smiled knowingly, thinking they were a lovely young couple. Little did they know, both were Mano Astolfo being a cross-dressing man and Ka a young man in men's clothing. Perhaps even if they knew, it wouldn't be surprising, considering they were in London, the capital of Britain. After the Holy Grail War, Astolfo, who remained in the present world, immediately let his playful nature take over and forcefully dragged Ka along for a happy world tour, with their first stop being Astolfo's former homeland, England. "Are you two planning a honeymoon?" You had teased them at the time. Yes, Astolfo had happily and openly admitted it. Ka, standing beside him, had a shy expression and didn't refute it. "All right, you admitted it was his fault or it wasn't the right time." Who told him to carve a rune on Kana's heart? You didn't know that Kana was a top-tier servant, with his magic resistance and divinity. The rune had been nullified the first time Ka transformed. The fact that they still ended up together only proved that they were truly in love. At the same time, in Fuyuki City, Japan. After decades of development, Japan no longer showed signs of post-Wei decline. Although affected by the economic depression, the overall economy was in recession, but it didn't impact the daily lives of ordinary people. Fuyuki City, bathed in the morning sunlight, was full of vitality. Students in uniforms from Homoahara Academy greeted each other and walked together. Rikarikido was holding Jack's hand as they walked out of the house. "Ah, Rika-chan, Are you taking Jack Chan out? A gentle and melodious female voice suddenly rang out beside them. Just hearing it made one feel a sense of goodwill. A woman with a full housewife aura was standing at the door of the house next to Rikurikido's, smiling warmly as she greeted them. Under the sunlight, her silver hair seemed to emit a platinum-like shine. Her flawless, doll-like face bore the charm of a housewife yet retained a girlish innocence. Although she was just wearing an ordinary house dress, it looked as if it were an expensive gown. Even as a high-class hostess who had seen all kinds of dignitaries and socialites at various parties, Rikurikido had to admit that none of those so-called beauties could match even a fraction of the grace and beauty of the woman before her. "Good morning, Mrs. Imure," Rikurikido greeted with a smile. "Oh, please just call me Iraville." The silver-haired lady smiled, gently touching her cheek with her right hand. "Good morning, Aunt Iraville," the ever-adept at pretending Jack greeted innocently and sweetly. "No, Jack-chan. You should call me sister," Iraville said, lovingly patting Jack's head. Age issues are something no woman can escape from, a universal truth. Jack sweetly called her sister, which made the naive lady very happy. She immediately gave Jack a big handful of candies and then cheerfully started chatting with Rikurikido about family matters. "Wow, I'm going to be late for morning practice." A red-haired boy in Homoahara Academy's distinctive yellowish-brown uniform dashed out of the house, a half-burnt piece of toast in his mouth. "Iraville, I'm heading out." Seeing his foster mother standing at the door, the red-haired boy quickly greeted her. "Shiru, be careful on your way. And call me Mother." In this world, the hero of justice of a parallel universe, one of the kings who roamed the Type Moon world, Shiru Imure, seemed to be just an ordinary boy. "Oh, by the way, some girls came by earlier to ask you to go to school with them." "Shiru, you're quite popular with the girls at such a young age. It makes your mother a bit jealous." Iraville said this with a slightly troubled expression. "Mother." Shiru responded with an awkward smile to his foster mother's teasing. Iraville seemed to switch to another personality when dealing with Shiru, filled with a thick sense of mischief. "Shiru, don't become a sinful man, okay?" Iraville said meaningfully before smiling and letting him go. "All right. Hurry to school and stay safe on the way." "Yes." Feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, Shiru hurriedly greeted Rikurikido and her daughter before running off toward the school. As the sun slowly rose higher, another peaceful day began in Fuyuki City. The close relationship between Rikurikido and the Imure family had its roots in the aftermath of the Holy Grail War. After Jack stayed in the present world, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rikurikido took her adopted daughter, Jack, and traveled far to Japan, where magical influence was weak. By chance, this mother-daughter pair arrived in Fuyuki and encountered the Imure family. One was a young Japanese woman with a British adopted daughter, and the other was a German woman with a Japanese adopted son. This peculiar similarity gave them common ground. Moreover, with Kiritsugu Imure, the head of the Imure family, frequently abroad, the two housewives gradually became well acquainted. Rikurikido's identity and Jack's adoption papers were all arranged by Iraville through the Imure family's close friend, the renowned Tasuka family of Fuyuki. Thus, Rikurikido and her daughter settled down in Fuyuki. Astolfo, and Jack all staying in the present world was naturally used doing. Becoming the biggest winner of the Holy Grail War, and after a few days of soft persuasion and a massive culinary assault, the saint finally reluctantly agreed to sign a contract and become Ryu's contracted servant. In high spirits, Ryu didn't hold back and had Medea Lily, a magus from the Age of Gods, slightly adjust the Greater Grail. He then had the three surviving servants touch the Grail, using its power to gain physical forms and stay in the present world. Thus, Ryu returned with three newly contracted servants, wives, and the spoils, the Greater Grail. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, the system gave him a big surprise. Chapter 65, FGO 65. Completing the trial dungeon didn't give a Tandraw reward, but having Jeanne and Atalanta join Chaldea made Ryu feel it was worth the effort. Moreover, The fundamental purpose of this trial dungeon was to enhance the noble phantasm Crying Warmonger to its original state. The original Crying Warmonger was an A-rank noble phantasm, already quite high level. He never expected that by bringing back the Greater Grail, he would activate a hidden reward. As long as you submits the Greater Grail, the system can strengthen him once, with enhancements covering attributes, equipment, skills, and most importantly, noble phantasms. The system provided several options. 1. Randomly select one of the 4 basic attributes, strength, endurance, agility, magic, and enhance it to X rank. 2. Randomly select one class or personal skill and enhance it by 2 ranks. 3. Designate a piece of equipment to be strengthened to the corresponding level of a noble phantasm. Purple equipment can be strengthened to C rank, orange to B rank, and so on. 4. Designate a craft essence to be strengthened by 1 rank. 5. Fuse Crying Warmonger with Revenge of the Weak to form a new noble phantasm, with a high probability of reaching A+ rank and a low probability of reaching X rank. Note: luck potions are ineffective. Seeing these 5 options, you immediately ruled out the first one. Using descent cards, whether transforming into Sasaki Kojiro or Spartacus, you had already experienced X-rank endurance and nearly X-rank agility. X-rank endurance simply made it very hard to be killed, and nearly X-rank agility was still limited when facing a noble phantasm like Kana. Not to mention, among those top-tier heroic spirits, none reached the pinnacle solely through basic attributes. Similarly, the second option was also excluded. All his skills were currently at E rank. Even enhancing them by 2 ranks to D would still be insignificant. Options 3 and 4 were about strengthening equipment, which were even less appealing than the first 2. You only had purple level equipment, which would at most yield a C rank noble phantasm. As for craft essences, his only 3-star craft essence was Demi Spirit, and enhancing it to 4 stars would boost magic attributes. So was he supposed to switch to a mage now? The 5th option stood out as different. The system imposed many restrictions, highlighting that this option was much stronger than the others. To limit him, the system even made luck potions ineffective, showing how precious this option was. To upgrade a noble phantasm from B+ to A rank required him to undergo a difficult trial dungeon, illustrating how challenging it was to increase a noble phantasm's rank. This wasn't like in the FGO mobile game, where simply completing a noble phantasm quest could raise its rank. Although noble phantasms was divided into many ranks, the gap between X and A ranks was insurmountable, representing the difference between earthly items and divine artifacts. X-rank noble phantasms were all divine creations or planetary constructs, each with an awe-inspiring origin. With such an opportunity at hand, if you didn't choose it, he'd want to hit his head against a wall. Unfortunately, the system blocked his cheating paths, leaving him to rely on luck. Use luck, without the luck potion, was just a virgin, neither good nor bad, typical of the general populace. Sometimes it flared up, and other times it sank. For this draw, Ryu did everything he could. Naturally, he went through the full ritual of fasting, incense burning, and bathing. He prayed to various deities, including Jesus, the goddess of luck, and Buddha. To increase his chances slightly, Ryu even shamelessly invited Scathach, Jan, Ishtar, and Dais to help, hoping to borrow their elusive luck. As a warrior, you're relying on luck for everything. It seems that without me, your training has slacked off significantly. You need thorough, rigorous training. Scathach had no right to say this. Her most excellent disciple had decent skills but always met a tragic end in the 5th Holy Grail War due to low luck, leaving people weeping and heartbroken. He ranted internally, not daring to say this to Scathach's face. Seeing her murderous look if she learned the truth, you knew a brutal training session was inevitable. But for an X-rank noble phantasm, what did a beating from Scathach matter? Even if you were beaten half to death, it would be worth it. Follower, you finally recognized the greatness of this goddess. Since you sincerely prayed, I will bless you to fulfill your wish. Ishtar spoke haughtily, radiating divine light that made anyone impossible to look at directly. But in the next second, the goddess revealed her true colors. However, if you want to borrow the glory of this goddess, no problem. But the appearance fee is very expensive. A fixed price of 20 top-grade gems, no bargaining. Yu was speechless, exchanging his remaining energy points for 30 top-grade gems to give her. Holding a large handful of colorful top-grade gems, Ishtar couldn't help but show a delighted expression. She almost wanted to run back to her room immediately, close the door, and admire them. Fortunately, she remembered her promise and brought him an unexpected joy. I am the war goddess, and you, my master, are undoubtedly a warrior. Therefore, I will bestow upon you the blessing of a warrior, ensuring you are fortunate and invincible. After chanting the prayer, Ishtar gently touched Yu's forehead with her finger. A soft golden light emanated from her fingertip and then merged into his body. He immediately felt as if everything he did next would go incredibly smoothly. I'll help you this one time, but don't expect it again. As if to compete, Scathach drew a series of runes in the air with her finger. Although Yu recognized each one individually, he couldn't understand them when combined. After finishing the last stroke, the runes suddenly shone brightly and then imprinted themselves onto his body. This time, you could feel something changing within him. HMPH. What an annoying woman. Seeing Scathach's actions, Ishtar immediately showed a very displeased expression, turning her head away in a huff. These two seemed to be naturally at odds. Whether it was their class, archer and lancer, their figure, flat and busty, or their stance, goddess and godslayer, they were opposites in every way. The fact that they could be in the same room without fighting was already impressive. Master, I can't offer you as much help as the two goddesses, but I can pray for my lord's blessing upon you. Zhan sincerely held Yu's hands. Don't say such silly things. Your willingness to become my contracted servant is the greatest help to me. Also, don't be so formal, just call me Yu. Yu smiled slightly. Seeing that Zhan still wanted to say something, he immediately put on a firm stance. This is an order from your master. I understand, Yu. Zhan smiled slightly, following his lead. That's more like it. Watching Yu and Zhan's affectionate interaction, Ishtar immediately showed a gossip-loving expression. Meanwhile, Scathach's eyes grew even colder. As for her eyes, she watched them with an indifferent expression throughout. Whether it was the original runes from Scathach, the goddess's blessing from Ishtar, or Zhan's prayer, they all had an effect. The system's prompt was proof of that. Due to the host receiving special bonuses, probabilities have changed. The new noble phantasm has a 50% chance of being an A+ rank and a 50% chance of being an X rank. It seemed that cheating wasn't impossible, it was just that the level of the luck potion was too low to be effective. Now that Yu had done everything he could, all that was left was to make the final move. He assumed the correct stance for drawing cards and then decisively clicked on the 5 option. Without any flashy special effects, the system calmly announced, the host has chosen the 5th reward option. Noble Phantasm Separation is in progress. Noble Phantasm Fusion is in progress. The system, true to its reputation, made you feel as if something was being drawn out of his body, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It didn't cause him any excruciating pain or soul-wrenching agony. Noble Phantasm Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the X-rank Noble Phantasm Reversal War God. Ha ha, I got it. Yu suddenly burst into laughter, and in his excitement, he hugged and kissed each of the lucky stars on their cheeks. The reactions of the servants to his sudden actions varied. Originally expressionless, Ai's eyes widened, her cheeks blushed, and her gaze grew unfocused. Eek, Yu. Master, please don't do that. Caught off guard by his sudden move, Zhan, with a blushing face, stumbled backward in a fluster. Wow, you daring to desecrate this goddess. I'll tie you to an arrow and shoot you into the sun. Initially watching the show as a non-looker, Ishtar was now both embarrassed and angry, her eyes brimming with tears. Swish! Originally planning to pounce on Scathach, Yu was forced to retreat by the menacing magical spear in her hand, obediently giving up, after a series of chaotic commotions. A delighted Yu immediately announced that he would be cooking dinner tonight. The foodies instantly forgot the earlier unpleasantness, and even Scathach, who wasn't particularly fond of food, showed a satisfied expression. Chaldea's automatic cooking machine could mimic all sorts of cuisines, even preparing special dishes from some of the most remote regions. The number of dishes it could recreate far exceeded those known by the legendary wandering chef who had traveled through countless countries. The machine produced delicious food, but after eating it for a while, something always seemed missing. This was the soul of the dish, an essence that only a top-notch chef could bestow, something the cooking machine could never replicate. No wonder some people predicted that no matter how advanced human technology would become, the profession of a chef would never be obsolete. No matter how tasty machine-made food is, it always lacks the spirit that human chefs infuse into their creations. After the ladies left, you finally had time to calmly inspect his first X-rank noble phantasm. After reading its attributes, he had only one word in his mind: strong. X-rank indeed lived up to its name, showcasing a fundamental difference from other ranks of noble phantasms. This noble phantasm had three major states. The first was the permanent state. In this state, any damage received could be significantly converted into magical energy, which could be used to strengthen oneself. Yu drew a knife across his arm to test the enhancement effect. He was astonished to find that the effect was at least 3 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, Yu thought that if he chose to strengthen himself through such self-harm, he would undoubtedly awaken some strange attributes. For someone with a normal disposition, he respectfully declined this method. Next was what Yu called Gear Second, the stable activation state. In this state, as long as he survived an attack, he would recover a large amount of magical energy and vitality. The next identical attack would become ineffective and double back on his opponent. This state was equivalent to the effect of Spartacus Warcry Overload. It's an absolute bug-level skill for long battles. The only thing that might counter this state would be someone like Gilgamesh with a barrage of noble phantasms. Of course, according to the rules of the Type Moon, mysteries are nullified by greater mysteries. As long as something surpasses this noble phantasm's mystery level, it would render it ineffective. The problem is, this noble phantasm is already X rank, equivalent to a divine artifact or 5-star mystic code. The only things that could surpass its mystery level would be those connected to the root, such as the mystic eyes of death perception used by Void Shiki personally. The Gear Second state is most countered by martial arts masters, like Scathach. Seeing the overpowered effect of this state, Yu began to fantasize about pinning Scathach to the ground and grinding her, in every sense of the word. Scathach had once subtly hinted that if Yu could defeat her, he could do as he pleased with her, as it would be his victory prize and honor. One must admit, Scathach's belief in the ironclad law of survival of the fittest was truly fantastic. The Gear Second was not the strongest state. The strongest was the third gear, officially named the Berserk Revenge state. The effect of this state was undoubtedly a weapon for counter-kills. In this state, you could not only recover injuries with several times the efficiency but also accumulate all damage received into a power called Full Counter, which could be unleashed in one go. At first glance, it seemed like a version of Warcry Overload, but it was not. The Full Counter was not a simple numerical addition but accumulated in a geometrically multiplying manner. The heavier the damage you received, the more Full Counter damage he accumulated, and the higher the damage multiplier when the noble phantasm was unleashed. It could be released as a wide-range light cannon or concentrated as a single-target enchanted attack. If the Full Counter was concentrated into a single-target attack, the power of the noble phantasm could reach 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Truly living up to the name Reversal War God. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 66, FGO 66 System, open my attribute panel. Yu silently recited in his heart. The system immediately displayed the attribute panel in front of him. Name, Ngyu Ainu Race, Human Class, Heroic Spirit. Basic Attributes, Strength, 31.6, D+, Agility, 32.8, D+, Endurance, 36.3, C, Mana, 29.3, D. The average attribute of an ordinary person, except for Mana, is 10. Below 10 is F, between 15 and 20 is E, and so on. Luck. Class skills, item creation E, 56%, personal skills, intermediate cold weapon mastery, 7%, mana burst D, 11%, primordial rune E, 99%, noble phantasms, reversal war god, X, Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth, B. With the significant increase in attributes, a C finally appeared. Additionally, the two personal skills, Cold Weapon Mastery and Mana Burst, have both been upgraded by one level. He felt that using cold weapons has become more effortless and precise, and their power had significantly increased. With the advancement of Mana Burst, the power and precision control of this skill were also stepped up to a higher level. With his strength greatly increased, Yu immediately prepared to head to a new dungeon world. But before that, Aiz found him. Want to go back to Orario for a while? Yu looked at Aiz in surprise, not expecting that Aiz, who was wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger, would make such a request. He couldn't help but open Aiz's attribute panel and immediately discovered a shocking fact. With 5-star potential, an unactivated demigod bloodline, and a top-tier warrior master beside her, Aiz's growth in just one dungeon world was not at all inferior to him. It must be noted that Ryu's rapid growth was thanks to the system. Seeing Aiz working so hard to become stronger, he felt a tinge of pity in his heart. He instinctively reached out and patted Aiz on the head. Don't push yourself too hard, relaxing a bit is good too. I also want to take a break, let's go back together. Okay. Faced with his head pat, Aiz seemed a bit shy and moved slightly but did not stop his action. Since they were going to relax, Ryu called everyone else along as well, treating it as a trip to Orario. After successfully dispelling the demonic mutation in the Danmachi world, the Danmachi world was fully open to him. As long as he consumed the fixed amount of energy points per person entering, he could stay there indefinitely. Of course, Ryu wouldn't stay in one world for too long. His journey was the stars and the sea, and he wouldn't be confined to one world. Moreover, upon entering the Danmachi world, the time flow ratio between Chaldea and the Danmachi world was 1:10. Although time would slow down after entering the Danmachi world, it would still change. If Ryu stayed in the Danmachi world for too long, it was possible that by the time he returned, the demonic mutation might have infected most other worlds. However, entering was different. No matter how long he left, when he entered the already expelled and purified world, it would always be 1 month after he left. This indirectly solved some world upheavals caused by his prolonged absence. But being able to play with time so effortlessly, the system was indeed a big shot. And Ryu wanted to offer tea to the big shot. This time rule only applies to worlds that have already been purified by him. If it is an infected world, Ryu's entry will not affect the flow of time in Chaldea until he completes the purification and returns. Even though he was entering a world that had already been purified and had several strong allies with him, he still made ample preparations. After all, the Danmachi world wasn't as safe as it appeared. As it turned out, Ryu's precautionary measures were correct. During the month he was away, aside from the commotion caused by a certain flat-chested goddess in the Loki familiar, who was furious because the Sword Princess was abducted by a shameless scoundrel, Orario seemed quite calm on the surface. However, beneath the surface, there were turbulent undercurrents brewing, as if a massive storm was about to erupt, needing just a critical trigger to turn Orario upside down. Orario Dungeon, 24th floor. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed through a dense forest. Pushing through the thick brambles, in a small clearing, a white-haired boy in black heavy armor wielding a great sword was fighting against a group of lizardmen armed with stone axes. Standing beside him was a tall and imposing man with his arms crossed, watching the boy and the lizardman fight with an expressionless face. The white-haired boy was none other than Belkranal, the protagonist of the original Danmachi world, and the onlooker was his mentor, the Boaz warrior, Ororio's ultimate weapon, and the strongest on the surface. Otter. Bell suddenly pulled the greatsword back to his side, dragging it on the ground with a slight bend in his legs, and lowered his center of gravity. Seeing their enemy no longer resisting, the lizardmen immediately rushed forward, shouting in incomprehensible language. Their actions played right into Bell's hands. Bell suddenly swung the greatsword, and with the momentum, his entire body spun around, creating a steel death storm centered on himself. The nearest lizardmen were instantly caught in the storm, and like being thrown into a fan, their bodies were sliced into several pieces. In an instant, the small clearing was covered with blood and flesh. Moments later, the bodies of the completely dead lizardmen turned to ashes, leaving only magic stones as evidence of their existence. Facing such a terrifying enemy, the remaining lizardmen on the periphery immediately turned to flee. Bell decisively stopped spinning, pushed off with his legs, and jumped up, raising the greatsword high before slashing down. A hapless lizardman was instantly cleaved in half. Bell quickly slaughtered the rest of the lizardmen. Well done. The transition between the whirlwind slash and jump slash was particularly smooth, but you still need to improve your control of the battle rhythm. A fleeting smile crossed Otter's lips before he returned to his stoic demeanor and began his critique. Yes, Master. Bell listened respectfully and earnestly to Otter's explanation, looking completely different from the terrifying killer who had just created a bloodbath. In just a month, Bell's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, advancing another level to reach level 3. Such a rapid progression would have gotten him into trouble with some ill-intentioned individuals if he weren't part of one of Ororio's largest factions, the Freya Familia. Even so, his achievements still sparked countless controversies, with eyes of envy, jealousy, and suspicion all focused on this still very young boy. The doubts of the mediocre were not unfounded. The fact that Bell could hunt alone on the 24th floor spoke volumes. Almost all adventurers knew that every 12 floors in the dungeon marked a significant increase in monster strength and intelligence. To survive on the 24th floor, at least a well-equipped 5-person team with an average level of not less than 3 and good teamwork was required. Yet Bell was doing alone what normally required 5 adventurers. Who's there? Otter's face suddenly changed, and he swiftly drew the serrated greatsword from his back, positioning himself in front of Bell. Ho, your vigilance is quite good. A woman brimming with malevolent energy emerged from the forest. She was dressed in extremely revealing leather armor and was twirling 2 daggers in her hands. The daggers emitted a faint, unnatural purple glow, clearly indicating they were coated with a deadly poison. Who are you? Otter couldn't help but furrow his brows. His warrior instincts told him that the opponent's strength was formidable. Definitely a significant threat. But how could that be? He was the only level 7 in Ororio, and the only ones who could make him feel this way were other level 7 adventurers. Seeing Otter's shock, the woman smirked mischievously. Hey, you big oaf, did you think you were the only level 7 in this world? Such arrogance from your boa Scorpio. Don't let idle chatter delay our mission. We bear the important task entrusted to us by the goddess. At this moment, a soft yet slightly indifferent voice spoke up. A girl dressed in green gauze, wearing a delicate silver crown, with long green hair cascading down to her waist, barefoot, and exuding a strong aura of nature, stepped out from the forest. A shocking scene unfolded. As she walked, the dense brambles moved aside on their own, and the grass seemed to pave the way for her, as if an invisible hand was laying down a green carpet. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Otter's back. Despite being a level 7 with heightened senses and a warrior's keen intuition, he hadn't detected the girl's presence at all. Even now, if she weren't standing right in front of him, confirmed by his own eyes, he wouldn't have noticed her existence. If the malevolent woman earlier posed a threat he could sense, the elf girl before him gave off no detectable presence whatsoever. This wasn't because she was weak, but because she was so strong that even he couldn't fathom her abilities. Unfathomable. Could it be? A terrifying guess emerged in Otter's mind. Could she be a legendary level 8? With the appearance of the elf girl, A trace of wariness also flickered in the eyes of the malevolent woman. Although they nominally called each other sisters, they were rivals competing for the goddess's favor. For the war goddess, strength was more cherished than beauty. Despite the elf girl's superior strength and greater favor from the goddess, they were still considered equals and secret rivals. Moreover, the malevolent woman had a rebellious nature. With a nonchalant expression, she said, "Yes, yes, Your Highness." The elf girl frowned slightly at her words. "When outsiders are present, we must use our code names to address each other. This is the rule set by the goddess. I'll remember next time, Your Excellency Pisces." The woman known as Scorpio waved her hand impatiently. Pisces, who had a peaceful nature, sighed helplessly. Despite being highly favored by the goddess, she didn't like to compete, but her sisters didn't see it that way. There's an old saying, it's not the lack of resources that causes strife, but the uneven distribution. The goddess's favoritism caused these women to vie for her favor like concubines in an imperial harem, using various tactics and engaging in both open and covered battles. Athena, for some reason, seemed to enjoy the infighting among her zodiac 12 stars over her favor. On the other side, Otter's nerves were on high alert, not daring to relax for a moment. The two women before him, whose beauty rivaled that of goddesses and who had distinct and striking auras, appeared far more terrifying to Otter than the 59th floor boss, Titan Arm, the king of corpses. The two mysterious women seemed to finally reach a consensus and turn their attention to Otter and Belle, especially Belle, whom they examined with intense curiosity. However, their expressions differed. Pisces looked at him with simple curiosity, while Scorpio's gaze was filled with aggression, matching her malevolent aura, causing Belle to shiver involuntarily. "All right, the show's over. Hand that kid behind you over to me." "He's not someone you or the Freya familiar can control," Scorpio said impatiently to Otter. Otter remained silent but pointed his serrated greatsword at Scorpio, clearly showing his answer through his actions. "If you're so eager to die, then I'll oblige." Scorpio's words dripped with bone-chilling killing intent as the daggers in her hand spun into a dazzling display. Her figure suddenly blurred, leaving an afterimage as she instantly appeared before Otter. Her daggers aimed directly at his heart. Otter was shocked. Her speed surpassed his by a margin, confirming that this mysterious enemy was indeed a level 7 adventurer. Relying on his strong warrior instincts and the muscle memory honed through countless battles, Otter's brain didn't even register the move, but his body reacted naturally, swinging the serrated greatsword horizontally. Scorpio seemed to throw herself into the attack range of the greatsword, and if she continued her advance, she would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Her choice was to continue advancing. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Scorpio's mouth, hidden from Otter's view. His warrior intuition sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Before he could figure it out, his serrated greatsword had already struck Scorpio. The terrifying greatsword cleaved Scorpio in half from her slender, supple waist. Otter immediately realized something was wrong. The sword felt too light, with no resistance from hitting a solid body. Sure enough, as soon as Scorpio was split in two, she vanished into a shadowy illusion. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Belle. It was the vanished Scorpio. Her target had been Belle all along. "Boy, come here." Scorpio grabbed Belle's shoulder, ready to pull him back. "No," Otter roared, not hesitating for a moment. Using the momentum from his previous swing, he executed a large, sweeping backslash with his greatsword. The angle of the slash was exquisite. Belle was still just a boy, shorter than the tall and voluptuous Scorpio. Otter's sword swung just above Belle's head, ensuring it wouldn't harm him but aimed to decapitate Scorpio. Forced into a corner, Scorpio had to release Belle's shoulder and block Otter's sword with her twin daggers. Clang! The daggers clashed with the serrated greatsword, sending sparks flying. Chapter 67, FGO 67. However, Otter was akin to a berserker, focusing on strength, whereas Scorpio was an assassin type, unable to match Otter in direct combat. Sure enough, after a brief stalemate, Scorpio was swept aside by Otter's immense strength. Scorpio deftly flipped in midair and landed 10 meters away. Rubbing the wrist, she spoke with annoyance. I hate you muscle-brained idiots the most. No skill whatsoever. Then she turned to look at Pisces. Your Highness, after watching the show for so long, isn't it time to make a move? I don't mind, but it wouldn't be good to delay the goddess's grand plan. Pisces sighed softly and then said to Otter indifferently, if you don't want to get hurt, please give up resisting. You are no match for me. We must take this child away today. If you want to take him, you'll have to step over my corpse, Otter responded in a low voice. Without turning his head, he shouted to Belle, Kid, I'll hold them off with my life. Find a chance to escape. I won't. How can I leave my teacher to face the enemies alone? Like a protagonist in a traditional anime, Belle vehemently opposed this idea, his expression full of emotion. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? A mere level 7 wants to hold us off? You pig man must have a pig's brain. Scorpio laughed exaggeratedly as if hearing the biggest joke. Ignoring her mockery, Otter coldly pointed his great sword at them. Your Highness, it looks like he doesn't take you seriously at all. You should quickly deal with this fool. Our goddess can't wait, Scorpio said, gloatingly provoking. Pisces paid no heed to Scorpio's provocations. However, in her heart, the goddess's orders were supreme, and anyone who obstructed her was her enemy. Only the goddess was the most important existence to the indifferent Pisces. Looking at Otter, who was ready to fight to the death, Pisces's eyes gradually turned cold. As you wish. Pisces gently raised her right hand, which was like white jade. With her movement, the previously calm and gentle forest suddenly seemed to come alive, wildly thrashing about. A minute later, Otter lay on the ground, covered in blood. The terrifying part was that there were no signs of a fierce battle at the scene. This could only mean one thing, the so-called strongest on the surface, the only level 7 in Orario, was defeated by Pisces in a single move without any resistance. Tch, what a terrifying woman. You're a complete nemesis to warrior types. Scorpio complained to Pisces with a look of irritation, but there was a hint of fear in her eyes. A foe who could stand against her was effortlessly defeated by her feared rival in one move. This was not a pleasant experience for the proud Scorpio. Pisces, however, looked indifferently at the trembling Belle. Belle's worldview was greatly shaken, seeing his invincible master defeated in an instant. If it weren't for his master lying on the ground, Belle would have wanted to turn and run. All right, kid. Don't even think about escaping. If you take one step, I'll chop off this stupid pig's pig head. Scorpio threatened Belle menacingly. Belle's body shuddered violently, and the great sword in his hand trembled as well. As if unable to shed his innate nature, the iron-blooded warrior from moments ago vanished, leaving only a timid boy as weak as a rabbit. Seeing Belle's timid side, Scorpio immediately looked at Pisces with a face full of doubt. Is this the person the goddess is looking for? Could we have made a mistake? Pisces also cast a puzzled glance at Belle. Could such a seemingly weak and ordinary boy be the key to the resurgence of the Olympian pantheon? If I go with you, will you spare my master? Belle gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. Huh? Are you serious? You know. Scorpio immediately looked ready to mock him harshly, but Pisces answered first. Yes. Tsk, what a hassle. Why bother? Just knock him out and drag him away. Saying this, Scorpio looked at Belle's body with ill intentions, as if deciding where to strike. Belle couldn't help but shrink his neck. Pisces quickly intervened. Our primary mission is to complete the task given by the goddess. Don't do anything unnecessary. Then Pisces said to Belle indifferently, you can give him some basic treatment and place him on a safe floor. Belle couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly took out some divine medicine and sprayed it on Otter's wounds. The divine medicine, one of Orario's top-tier elixirs, worked wonders. Otter's deep, bone-revealing wounds began to heal visibly. In his unconscious state, Otter frowned, seemingly about to wake up. Pisces immediately raised her hand gently. A colorful flower quickly grew from the ground and sprayed a purple gas at Otter's face. What are you doing? You're breaking your promise. Thinking that they had gone back on their word and poisoned his master, Belle shouted nervously. "Don't be so tense. It's just to make him sleep a bit longer." Pisces looked at him coldly, as if reprimanding him for making a fuss over nothing. Belle carefully checked and confirmed that Otter showed no signs of poisoning and was indeed just asleep. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Belle carried the large otter on his back and, under Scorpio's mocking gaze, followed them forward. A day later, Otter woke up on a safe floor to find that Belle and those two powerful but mysterious women were nowhere to be seen. He immediately returned to the surface as fast as he could. Crash! Glass shards flew everywhere, and the liquor splattered on the ground like crimson blood. It seemed to symbolize the endless anger in the heart of the hostess. What audacity! The always elegant goddess Freya was erupting like a volcano for the first time in the decades he had served her. Otter had never seen this. His towering body knelt humbly before the goddess. "I deeply apologize, my goddess. It was all due to my incompetence." "Enough." Freya waved her hand and then angrily sat down on the stone chair. Seeing Otter still kneeling, Freya's face showed a look of helplessness. Otter was good in every way, but sometimes he was too rigid. "Stand up, as my most outstanding warrior." "What kind of image is this?" "If you fail, just find a way to win next time." "Yes." Otter obediently stood up. "You just said that the ones who attacked you were an LV7 and an LV8 and that the LV8 was a Velvan royalty." As Freya gradually calmed down, her cunning and depth returned with her reason. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar gleam as if she were contemplating the identity of this sudden formidable enemy and how to deal with them. "Children of this level don't just appear out of nowhere. Let me think. It seems the only ones capable of this are the remnants of the Zeus and Hera Familius." Freya murmured to herself, suddenly seeming to think of something. Her eyes lit up, and she blurted out a pair of names that had long vanished from Orrerio. As it turned out, the wisdom of Goddess Freya, who sat at the pinnacle of the Familia in the labyrinth city of Orrerio, was not to be underestimated. Though her guess wasn't entirely accurate, it was close to the truth. Freya's line of thinking was straightforward. Ever since she and Loki had teamed up to drive the Zeus and Hera Familius out of Orrerio, the two of them, though not formally allied, had tacitly suppressed other rapidly growing Familius in secret. In such circumstances, raising an LV7 was nothing short of a dream. LV7 adventurers weren't as common as cabbage. It took both the adventurers' innate talent and an enormous amount of familiar resources to produce one, and even then, only under extremely fortunate conditions. Just look at the Loki Familia. They have a handful of LV6s, but not a single LV7, showing how difficult it is to nurture them. And let's not even mention an LV8. Thinking about who could possibly achieve this, Freya could only think of them. The Olympians were the first to descend to the mortal realm, the first to bestow blessings upon adventurers, and the first to reign over Orrerio are the Zeus and Hera Familius. It wouldn't be surprising if they had some hidden means. In that case, we can't shoulder this burden alone. Freya's eyes sparkled with a cunning light. "Come, Otter, accompany me to pay a visit to that sly fox." Freya laughed sweetly, already imagining the expression on Loki's face when she brought her this good news. Half an hour later, Freya, accompanied by Otter, was seated in the reception hall of the Loki Familia. Besides Loki herself, the three leaders of the Loki Familia were also present. "So, you sly vixen, you've come to cause me trouble, haven't you?" Seemingly in a bad mood, Loki's tone was quite rude. "Stan was taken by that bastard, and things are a mess here, and now you come to add to it." Suddenly, Loki placed both hands on her head and started scratching furiously, turning her neatly combed hair into a bird's nest. "Well, it's because we're such good friends, isn't it?" Freya smiled sweetly. "Do you believe I'll bite you to death?" Loki said, pretending to pounce. "Oh my, that's truly frightening." Freya said it was frightening, but her face showed a teasing expression. After a bout of playful banter, Freya's smile gradually faded, replaced by an extremely serious expression. "You understand the gravity of the situation, don't you, Loki's signature squint-eyed look returned, but today, instead of her usual comical impression, she resembled a sharp-edged sword, exuding the intimidating aura of an evil god. "Of course I understand. It seems that damned old stallion's ghost won't leave us alone and wants to stir up trouble again. This time, we must thoroughly take down that old bastard Zeus." Loki practically ground her teeth as she spoke, each word dripping with animosity, as if there was an insurmountable hatred between them. A stallion and a Yuri-obsessed woman making enemies was incredibly easy for them. Back in the day, Loki had her eyes on a beautiful and highly talented young girl and was preparing to bring her into her familiar. However, Zeus discovered this and forcibly intercepted them, not only taking the girl first but also toying with her in various ways. This betrayal was unforgivable. But the worst was yet to come. When Loki, furious, went to confront him, Zeus, instead of feeling ashamed, tried to have his way with her as well. Loki barely escaped, considering this incident an enormous humiliation. From that point on, Loki was dead set against Zeus. Eventually, the Zeus and Hera familiars were nearly wiped out by the one-eyed black dragon, severely weakening them. Seizing the opportunity, Loki was overjoyed and immediately teamed up with Freya and other main gods who were displeased with Zeus, forcibly expelling both the Zeus and Hera familiars from Orerio. As a result of this conflict, Loki and Freya became the biggest winners, and their familiars grew to become the largest factions in Orerio. With aligned interests, the two goddesses quickly reached a consensus. They sent out elite members of their familiars to investigate, and if it was discovered that the individuals were remnants of the Zeus familiar or related to them, they would immediately be eliminated to prevent future trouble. If not, they would still be harshly punished to make it clear how foolish it was to challenge the authority of the current dual rulers of Orerio. Loki's side naturally included the three leaders, the werewolf, the Amazonian sisters, and a large number of LV4 members for support. Freya's side nearly emptied their ranks, with Otter leading the charge, along with the goddess's chariot, the four executives, and many LV4 and LV5 members. Surprisingly, this time the three leaders of the Loki familiar observed the negotiations between the two goddesses without any objections to the alliance and the direct attack on another familiar. Though the Loki familiar now focused entirely on conquering the dungeon, they had once fought their way through countless familiars, stepping over others' corpses to ascend to the throne of Oreo's twin kings. It was a dream to think that Loki's wisdom alone could defeat so many opponents bloodlessly and take over the void left by their Zeus and Hera familiars. The tactics of the Loki familiar might have been relatively gentler compared to Freya's, but they still involved killing and bloodshed. Otherwise, why would others stand by and watch them ascend to the pinnacle of Oreo, controlling vast resources? This point was subtly revealed in the occasional recollections of the three leaders. When they were still rookies, there were several veteran members in the familiar. However, as time passed, the three rookies rose to leadership positions while the veterans disappeared. These people couldn't all have died in the dungeon. A significant number must have been killed in wars with other familiars. The period of greatest loss for the Loki familiar was undoubtedly the time before they expelled the Zeus and Hera familiars and ascended to the throne of Oreo's twin kings. It can be said that AIs and the others could have such a peaceful environment for their growth thanks to the blood and sacrifices of their predecessors. It was the iron and blood of the Loki familiars veterans that built the familiars' current glory. Now, if anyone threatened the legacy of their predecessors, the three leaders who had experienced that brutal period made it clear, it was time to show the sharp fangs of the Loki familiar. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 68, FGO, 68. Well then, can you tell us where those guys are hiding now? Don't tell me, you sly fox, that you haven't even found that out. Loki squinted her eyes, but in reality, she was staring intently at the goddess Freya's face as she asked. Of course, although the two ruffians who kidnapped my child are very high level and hid themselves very cleverly, they ultimately exposed a flaw by bringing another person along. According to my child's reconnaissance, Their destination should be the kingdom of Rakia. Freya's expression was full of confidence, clearly having great faith in her familiar's capabilities. Really? If I remember correctly, the one controlling that kingdom from behind the scenes is none other than Ares, one of Zeus's sons. I am very certain. Based on my child's investigation, although the two ruffians deliberately took a detour and left many false trails, they inadvertently exposed their real destination. Oh, the evidence is conclusive. It looks like we can confirm that this was done by those guys from Olympus. Dangerous glints shone in Loki's squinted eyes, like a hibernating viper being disturbed, filled with aggression. Based on their route, if we act quickly enough, we should be able to intercept them at the Shremold Castle ruins. The usual graceful and reserved smile on Goddess Freya's face was replaced with an expression as cold and sharp as an ice-capped mountain. Additionally, I think the two of us should stay together and gather our remaining children to defend together. This way, we can prevent the other side from launching a surprise attack on our base while we are weakened. Loki then proposed a more secure plan. Then let's choose my stronghold in the Tower of Babel. Once we seal the entrance, it will be an impregnable fortress. Even the guys from Olympus wouldn't dare make trouble in the Tower of Babel unless they want to become enemies of all the gods. Freya immediately agreed and added to the plan. Loki stroked his chin, pondering the pros and cons. Indeed, it would be easier to defend if we stay there. My place, though a castle, would be easier to breach without my highest level children. After thinking for a while, Loki agreed with Freya's suggestion. This is a reflection of the harsh reality of this world. High-level, powerful adventurers can single-handedly take on 1,000 enemies. Each level represents a qualitative change for an adventurer. Ares controls the kingdom of Rakia and has sent tens of thousands of troops to attack Orario multiple times, only to be easily repelled by adventurers each time. The reason lies here. The highest level among his troops is only LV3, with most being LV2 or even LV1. Levels that are plentiful in Orario. Orario doesn't even need to mobilize its army. Just gathering a large number of LV4 and LV5 adventurers can easily crush Ares's tens of thousands of troops. If LV6 adventurers are mobilized, it would be like a real-life version of a one-man army, capable of cutting through the enemy's ranks 7 times over without a scratch. In the world of Denmarki, individual strength is the cornerstone of power. With their plans settled, the two goddesses prepared to return to the Tower of Babel under heavy protection. I thought you wouldn't agree to stay at my place while walking. Freya, cloaked in a hooded cape that concealed her perfect beauty and shapely figure, suddenly leaned over to Loki. No choice, we're in the same boat now. Just so you know, I don't completely trust you. Loki immediately retorted righteously. Freya's lips curved into a beautiful smile from within the shadow of her hood. Her relationship with Loki was very complicated. They would mercilessly scheme against each other when competing, but when faced with external enemies, they would seamlessly cooperate. The best word to describe them would be frenemies. With you in the lower world, I will never be bored. Freya suddenly sighed. Spare me. You're not my type. Loki immediately showed a look of disgust and exaggeratedly waved her hand. Freya smiled slightly. She knew that with their level of understanding, Loki had already grasped the meaning behind her words, but it was unwilling to admit it, so she deliberately changed the subject. After entering Freya's main base, the floor where the familiar resided was completely sealed off, with the guarding duties jointly undertaken by the personnel left behind from the two major familiars. On the other side, an elite squad comprising most of Orario's LV6 adventurers and its only LV7 instantly set out, speeding towards the kingdom of Rakia. Naturally, the joint action of the Loki and Freya familiars couldn't be hidden from those with a keen eye. Thus, almost all major forces in Orario, both in the open and in the shadows, received the news. Everyone speculated about what had happened that could prompt a collective action from the twin kings of Orario, causing a tempest in the city. The only place in Orario unaffected by this was the Godako Hotel. Thanks to the strong foundation left by Ngu Ainu, The development momentum of the hotel had ceased but had become increasingly stable, with its fame spreading throughout the world. Even in some extremely remote areas, such as the Forest of Elves and the new land across the sea, the name Godako Hotel was known. It's said that its cuisine rivals the divine creations in taste, and its decor and attire allow you to experience the bliss only gods can enjoy. It's not that no one tried to imitate it. Merchants are driven by profit, and this world has no concept of patents. However, for various reasons, they couldn't replicate the level of the hotel, not even to the next lower tier, which was extremely rare. These merchants only knew how to imitate blindly, without analyzing how the hotel stood unshaken. Relying on strong backing is fundamental. Some imitators, lacking a background, either got annexed or suppressed as soon as they showed promise. Special management and unique operational modes are core aspects. In the real world, hotel management has become a specialized field of study, illustrating its complexity. Running a small restaurant is simple, but building a large hotel becomes exponentially difficult as the area increases. Although he hadn't systematically studied hotel management, he had a system for such miscellaneous skills. It only took a mere 100 energy points for the system to imprint the operational management model and experience of an internationally certified 6-star hotel into his brain, making the hotel manager game simulation ridiculously easy. It was 9 a.m., and the Godako Hotel was making the final preparations before opening. Sir, recently promoted to head pastry chef, sat idly by the window. Her usually lively eyes were now blankly staring at the outside scenery. As the head chef, if you slack off here, be careful of Mamma Mia's scolding. A green-haired elf girl in a well-fitted white chef's uniform stood behind Sir. What does it matter, everyone is here anyway? Sir lazily turned around. And isn't Raya slacking off here too? I'm not like you, I finished my preparations long ago. Raya lightly knocked on Sir's head, annoyed. Ouch! Sir immediately pretended to be in pain, holding her head with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes, making her look like a wounded little animal, evoking pity. Her acting skills had skyrocketed. However, to her good friend Raya, this acting was terrible. She shook her head helplessly. Time flies. Sir suddenly sighed. Without waiting for Ryu's response, Sir continued speaking to herself. In the blink of an eye, he's been gone for a month. Ryu, do you think he was forgotten about the hotel and us? Seeing the hint of sorrow and longing in Sir's eyes, Ryu sighed. Just as she was about to speak, a strange voice suddenly echoed. Is this the person the mistress is looking for? Doesn't seem like much. We might as well break her for fun. Suddenly, 4 figures, who were previously absent except for Sir and Ryu, appeared silently in the hall. The speaker was a cute Lily dressed in a black, lace-trimmed, Lolita-style outfit, holding a small white bear, with an exceptionally cruel smile on her adorable face. No way, she's the mistress's target, so we can't touch her. Responding to her was another Lily, identical in appearance, attire, and accessories, but in white. She held a black bear, her smile sweet. These peculiar lollies were twins. Standing beside them was a woman holding a massive shield, exuding a serious and stern aura. Gemini, do not act rashly. Our goddess places great importance on this plan, and nothing can be allowed to go wrong. The last figure was a very eye-catching girl. She had long, straight hair that reached down to her ankles, resembling a shimmering silver veil. From the moment she appeared and her companions began arguing, she neither expressed any opinions nor showed any change in her facial expression, making her a typical emotionless girl. TCH, we were just joking. Sister Libra, you're such a washy-washy person. The black-haired Lily puffed out her cheeks in anger. However, the woman named Libra seemed to be a very rigid and serious person, completely unaffected by the cute Lily's act of selling cuteness. The mistress said that if we complete this task well, she will reward us. The white-haired Lily quickly tried to persuade the black-haired Lily. That's great. We love the mistress's rewards. Let's do our best. The black-haired Lily, who had been pouting just now, instantly beamed with joy. These twin lollies had peculiar personalities and a very unique way of speaking. After listening for a while, one would realize that their eye referred to we, meaning these twin lollies. However, neither Ryu nor Sir had the time to care about these trivial details. The four people had appeared silently in front of them, clearly not with good intentions. Ryu's hand swiftly brushed over her body, and a sharp chef's knife appeared in her hand as if by magic. An excellent chef should always carry their tools. This was something Yu had once said casually, and Ryu had taken it to heart, albeit with her interpretation. She held the knife horizontally in front of her chest, shielding Sir behind her, and looked at the other side warily, coldly questioning them. "It's not opening time yet. What's your business here, barging in like this?" "She points a weapon at us." "Shouldn't we kill this elf?" the black-haired Lily suggested with a cruel smile. "She can't hurt us." The white-haired Lily then turned to Ryu, sincerely advising, "Miss Elf, to avoid getting hurt, you should put down your weapon." Facing Ryu, who had drawn her weapon and was ready for battle, neither the twin lollies, the shield-bearing woman, nor the emotionless girl showed any sign of alertness. They looked at her as if she were a cute pet baring its teeth at them. This was the strong confidence brought by their strength. Ryu understood this confidence and deeply realized from the start that she couldn't win. They had completely masked their presence from her perception, and up until now, she couldn't gauge the strength of these four people at all. Even when facing the LV6 members of the Loki familiar, Ryu could somewhat perceive their strength. But against these people, she felt nothing, which meant they were either extremely weak or unimaginably strong. Ryu hoped it was the former, but unfortunately, all signs pointed to the latter. Moreover, she had to protect Sir, making this a desperate situation. Now was not the time to worry about pride. Understanding this, Ryu suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Intruder!" However, the opponent's reaction made Ryu's heart sink. They didn't stop her warning at all. People who did this were either fools or had absolute confidence in their strength, ensuring that even if the enemy camp was alarmed, they could easily retreat unscathed. Such a futile struggle. After Ryu finished her warning, the black-haired Lily spoke, gently tossing the white bear she was holding into the air. Then, in almost a second, she crossed tens of meters to appear in front of Ryu. Ryu was startled and instinctively swung her chef's knife at the black-haired Lily. Bang! Ryu spat out bile, bending over like a shrimp and kneeling on the ground. In just one encounter, the once LV4 adventurer, famous for her revenge killings of high-level adventurers and known as the Gale, was knocked to the ground. The black-haired Lily leisurely turned around, lightly stepping back to her original position, and caught the small bear that fell from the sky. "No, you're here for me, aren't you? I'll go with you. Just don't hurt her." Sir hurriedly ran in front of Ryu, spreading her arms to protect her. "That's good. We don't want to harm the innocent either." The woman with the giant shield, Libra, stepped forward. "Please come with us. Our goddess wants to see you." Sir bit her lip, about to step forward. "Don't go." Ryu, clutching her abdomen, trembled as she stood up. "Sir, I forbid you to go." But Sir's face showed reluctance. Even a fool could see that Ryu was no match for any of them. Such a troublesome elf lady. "Should we just break her limbs so she can't stand up?" the black-haired Lily suggested cruelly. "Tell me, whose limbs do you want to break?" Just then, a furious voice rang out. Chapter 69, FGO 69. Mamma Mia, holding a gigantic warhammer and looking like a giant herself, appeared at the hall entrance, glaring ferociously at the intruders. At the same time, a red figure flashed and almost instantly appeared behind the silver-haired, emotionless girl, raising a large sword covered in vein-like patterns to chop down on her head. This red figure was Rivis, who had been subdued by Ryu. With her half-human, half-monster physique and the massive supply of magic stones from him, she had broken through to LV7. However, the other three merely glanced casually in this direction before turning their gazes away, seemingly indifferent to their companion's life and death. What? It was as if an invisible hand was holding it up. Rivis's giant sword stopped 30 centimeters from the silver-haired girl's forehead, unable to go any further. Upon closer inspection, there was a transparent membrane around the silver-haired girl. This thin membrane, barely thicker than paper, easily blocked a full-force strike from LV7. Sister Virgo is the strongest among us. To target her, should we say you have a keen eye or that you have a death wish? The black-haired Lily laughed gleefully. Rivers had no energy to deal with the black-haired Lily's insults at this moment. The thin membrane in front of her was not only indestructible but also like glue, holding her giant sword firmly in midair, making it impossible to chop in or pull out. Revis's face suddenly changed dramatically. The previously motionless Virgo slowly raised her small hand and pointed a finger at Revis. Bang! A dull sound came from the air, and Revis immediately felt as if a giant had kicked her, sending her flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily into a wall. A mouthful of blood spurted from Revis, but fortunately, her half-human, half-monster constitution made her life force much stronger than an ordinary adventurer. Pulling her body out of the wall, Revis spat out the blood in her mouth, raised her giant sword, and looked icily and warily at the four intruders. With her current strength, the only ones who could defeat her in a single move would be an LV8, something never seen before in Oreo. This emotionless girl in front of her was a legendary LV8. Revis was unwilling to believe it, but the fact was right in front of her. Seeing that even Revis, stronger than herself, was easily defeated, Mamma Mia had to suppress her anger and guarded the entrance cautiously. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had thought that being an LV6 made her one of the strongest in Oreo. Who knew that first there would be the unusual you, followed by a bunch of LV7 and LV8 little girls. It felt like all those years she lived were wasted. But the situation was urgent, and Mamma Mia couldn't afford to wallow in self-pity. They couldn't win in a fight. Just that LV8 silver-haired girl alone could wipe them all out. Perhaps because they didn't consider them a threat, these intruders hadn't launched an attack immediately. The only option was to delay as much as possible. As the former captain of the Freya Familia, Mamma Mia knew many secrets. To protect her alter ego, the goddess Freya had dispatched several high-level adventurers to guard her around the clock. Moreover, this was the busiest district in Oreo. Such a commotion would soon attract others' attention. As long as they could delay for a while, hey, you wouldn't be thinking of stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements, would you? I'd advise you to give up that delusion. Seeing that Mamma Mia and Revis weren't in a hurry to attack, the black-haired Lily's face was full of malice. Aren't you curious why, after so long, there hasn't been any rescue from the Freya Familia? Because my mistress predicted everything. Saying this, the black-haired Lily's face showed an expression of extreme fanaticism, an expression only seen on fervent believers who had given everything, from their lives to their souls, to their faith and their god. Whether it's Freya teaming up with Loki, the two familiars drawing out their elites, or even their pre-chosen interception point at the old ruins, everything was foreseen by our mistress. All you mortals, including those two foolish, self-righteous goddesses, are just puppets in our mistress's hands. The black-haired Lily's face showed an extremely wicked smile as she loudly explained to Mamma Mia and Revis, who were trying to delay time. Our mistress is the greatest. Mentioning the mysterious mistress, the white-haired Lily also echoed with a face full of reverence and fanaticism. The goddess we serve is beyond the comprehension of you mortals. Libra looked serious as if stating a fact, but her words were extremely arrogant. Even the emotionless girl, Virgo, nodded her head almost imperceptibly. Mamma Mia, Revis, and the others felt their hearts sink to the bottom. The attitude of the intruders, who were acting with impunity, completely confirmed their words. All right, we've stayed long enough. Can't keep the mistress waiting too long. The black-haired Lily seemed to be getting a bit impatient. As if a signal had been given, the aura emanating from the few of them suddenly surged several times, clearly itching to make a move. Cold sweat dripped down Mamma Mia's forehead. In such a dire situation, she had never encountered anything like this, not even when she faced the monster Rex of the 37th floor at Adawas alone 10 years ago. Just as the black-haired Lily was about to make the first move, Sir spoke up. Wait, I'll go with you. Please don't hurt them. All signs indicated that they had no chance of winning, and the clever Cyr naturally saw this as well. Unable to bear seeing her companions get hurt because of her, Cyr walked resolutely towards the intruders. "No, Cyr." Raya reached out, trying to grab Cyr's sleeve, but she was too injured to catch anything, helplessly watching Cyr walk to the intruder's side. "A wise decision." Libra showed an appreciative expression and nodded. "As long as Miss Cyr is willing to leave with us, I swear by the scales in my hand that I will not harm your companions." Libra gently placed her hand in the center of her shield, solemnly making this promise, then glanced warningly at the eager black-haired Lilai. "Che, how boring. What's wrong with having a little fun, sister? Libra is such an old relic." Blah blah blah. The black-haired Lilai immediately looked displeased, making faces at Libra. But Libra, being stern and just, deeply trusted by the goddess, and the most experienced among them, even the stronger black-haired Lilai dared not disobey her. "Wait, don't go." Cyr. Ignoring the cries of her internal organs, Raya struggled to get up. In the heart of this elf girl with severe cleanliness issues, Cyr was the most special. It was Cyr who pulled her out of the abyss of revenge and gave her new meaning in life. She was willing to do anything for Cyr. Seeing that the enemy's attention was momentarily distracted by Raya, Mamamia immediately signaled to Rivis. The two of them launched a coordinated attack with perfect timing. Mamamia suddenly leapt up, swinging her 1-ton adamantine hammer fiercely at Libra. Clang! Libra effortlessly raised her shield to block. Sparks flew, and the impact waves from the contact points spread out visibly, instantly blowing over tables, chairs, screens, and decorations in the hall. However, Libra, who took Mamamia's heavy blow head-on, merely cracked the marble floor beneath her feet and remained as immovable as a mountain. Taking advantage of the moment when Mamamia's assault waned, Libra pushed back, forcing the 200-kilogram Mamamia and her over 1-ton hammer away. As if she had done something trivial, Libra turned to the emotionless girl. "Activate the teleportation array immediately. We've delayed long enough. Things at the ruins should be wrapping up." The silver-haired, emotionless girl nodded slightly in response. This supposed LV8 girl was a rare spatial mage. She slowly raised her hands, drawing patterns in the air. As she moved, the immense magic energy in the air gathered towards her hands like swallows returning to their nest. A magic circle, glowing silver, expanded under her feet, eventually encompassing all 5 of them. On the other side, Rivis's sneak attack was easily intercepted by the twin Lollis. The black-haired Lilai revealed sharp, red-painted nails, using her delicate hands as weapons to claw at Rivis's vital points. The white-haired Lilai, on the other hand, did not join the fight but continuously cast various support spells, enhancing strength, agility, endurance, neural reflexes, and even divine shields. Originally, the fight was somewhat balanced, but with the white-haired Lilai's support, both Libra and the black-haired Lilai easily suppressed their opponents. The black-haired Lilai especially treated the fight with Rivis like a game. "Mamamia, we're here to help." At that moment, the hall door burst open, and a lively voice rang out before the person even appeared. It was Anya, Chloe, and the others who had hurried over after noticing the commotion. In the past, the addition of LV4 and LV5 reinforcements would have turned the tide of battle. Unfortunately, in today's battlefield, the weakest were LV6. A group of LV4 or LV5 would only become burdens and cannon fodder. Careful! The enemies are all LV7 or higher adventurers. Mamamia had to shout a warning. Upon hearing this, the girls were greatly alarmed and no longer rushed into the battlefield. Instead, they took out crossbows, darts, and other ranged weapons to harass the enemy from a distance, hoping to alleviate the pressure on their allies. "Oh, there are 2 more cute little kitties," the black-haired Lilai said with an expression of infinite desire, like a child seeing something novel and delightful. While effortlessly fending off Rivis's attacks, she turned her head and seductively spoke to Chloe and Anya. "Hey 2 cute little kitties, how about coming over to be our pets? 3 meals a day with collars included, plus love from morning till night." Chloe and Anya immediately felt a chill run from their feet to their heads, as if a dreadful venomous snake had fixed its gaze on them. At this moment, The magic array under their feet suddenly burst into dazzling light. The magic fluctuations were so intense that even those who didn't understand magic could feel them. The black-haired Lilith showed a hint of regret and reluctance on her face. What a pity, it seems that time is up. We'll play with you next time. The black-haired Lilith smiled warmly as if bidding a temporary farewell to playmates and agreeing to play again tomorrow. As the magic fluctuations peaked, the 5 figures within the magic array became illusory. Mamma Mia gritted her teeth and reached out to stop Anya, who still wanted to rush in, while Ravis cautiously withdrew from the magic array's range. Blindly stepping into an unknown magic array is a major taboo. Even if the array could be used for teleportation, teleporting together would only lead to being surrounded by the enemy. With no other choice, Mamma Mia temporarily gave up on the rescue. However, at that moment, despite her severe internal injuries, Raya found the strength to suddenly leap towards Seer in the magic array. "Don't go, Seer." But Seer only slightly turned her head, showing Raya a side profile full of longing and sorrow. Unfortunately, Raya was a step too late. She only touched a residual shadow in the air, and Seer's true form had already been teleported away by the magic array. "Seer!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed out. On the other side, the combined forces of the Freya and Loki familiar were also heavily damaged at the Shreemold Castle ruins. Originally thinking they were the ones laying an ambush, they were completely seen through by the enemy, who preemptively set up an ambush in the ruins and counterattacked. Many LV-6 and LV-7 members of the Allied forces were seriously injured, and numerous LV-4 and LV-5 members lost their lives on the spot. A powerful enemy hidden in the darkness gradually revealed its ferocious face. 2 LV-8s, a pair of twins with LV-8 combat ability when working together, and 9 LV-7s. With just this lineup, they could sweep through all the familiar in Oreo without divine interference. When Goddess Freya received the news that not only had the mission to rescue Belle failed, but also that her side suffered heavy losses and her alter ego was kidnapped, she collapsed to the ground, completely losing her usual noble and elegant demeanor. Leaving aside the 2 familiars slowly licking their wounds, a group of oddly dressed people appeared at the grand and majestic entrance of the Godako Hotel. "So, this is the star-rated hotel that follower have opened in this world? Not bad, I can't wait to enjoy it." Ishtar, sitting on a celestial boat, carefully examined the exterior of the hotel and nodded in satisfaction. "It's just strange, why do I feel a faint connection with this world?" Ishtar's face showed a puzzled expression as she said this. "What's so strange about it?" "Of course, it's because there's another Ishtar in this world, only that one is a public bus slut." Of course, you would only say this in his heart, never daring to say it in front of Ishtar. At this moment, you noticed something was wrong, deeply furrowing his brows as a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. Comment 10 Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 70, FGO 70. At this moment, it was business hours, but the hotel had its doors tightly shut, completely devoid of its usual hustle and bustle. Moreover, many people were pointing and discussing outside the hotel, indicating that it had suddenly decided to close. Something major must have happened. Yu hurriedly walked up and forcefully pushed open the door, then loudly announced inside, "I'm back." "Boss, you're finally back." Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, a figure came rushing toward him accompanied by a voice full of grievances. It was Anya, the cat girl. Usually full of energy, the store's joy bringer was like a withered eggplant today, her cat ears drooping weakly. Half an hour later, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. After listening to Anya and the others' complaints, Ryu's expression turned serious. He didn't shout. Instead, he was as calm as an iceberg that never melts. Only those who knew him well understood that he was already beyond furious. Buried deep beneath his rational calm was magma capable of burning everything. "I've only been gone for a month, and something like this happened." Ryu laughed out of extreme anger, but his smile was terrifying, filled with killing intent. "Although I'd also love to smash those guys into a paste, things aren't as simple as you think." At this moment, Mamma Mia spoke up. Given how much time had passed, Mamma Mia had naturally uncovered part of the story with her resources. Mew raised an eyebrow. No matter. None of that concerns me. What I need to do now is very simple. Find the enemy, rescue Sir, and kill them all. That's all. Mamma Mia sighed heavily, her expression serious. I feel like telling you this might make things more troublesome. Mew responded with a smile. Knowing the full story, he had made up his mind. Whoever dared to extend their claws, he'd cut them down along with their hands. What about Sir? Even if you find the enemy, what if they use his life to threaten you? Can you guarantee to rescue her without a scratch? 3 questions in a row, each hitting the mark. The one who asked was Raya. You looked at her in surprise. In his impression, this elven girl was always cold and indifferent, showing a bit of warmth only when facing Sir. However, her behavior today was vastly different, as if someone had cracked the thick ice she used to disguise herself. Thanks to her, he finally managed to suppress the endless anger in his heart temporarily. At this moment, a pair of soft hands gently held his. Mew instinctively looked to his side and saw Jeanne looking at him with concern. Anger won't solve anything. If you calm down, I believe you can perfectly resolve this situation. The French saint had an incredible power that influenced herself and others. It felt like no matter what difficulties were encountered, as long as one persevered, they could be overcome. Perhaps it was this invisible power that led so many French people to follow her footsteps, steadfastly driving out the English in their darkest moments. This power, transmitted through Jeanne's hands, slowly and firmly entered Mew. The anger didn't dissipate but was tamed and turned into motivation, while his reason fully returned. Jeanne is right. A competent warrior must never be swayed by emotions. Scathach nodded in agreement. Well, this time, I'll give you special help. Just remember to reward this goddess with some desserts. Ishtar covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. Her revealing outfit and words naturally drew the attention of those who didn't know her identity. However, the place was not short of goddesses. Most people just thought she was a goddess who had come down to the lower world out of boredom, glanced at her a few times, and then lost interest. I will help Master. Medea Lily raised her small fist, making a cheering gesture. As her best friend, Atalanta naturally followed suit. Even Aiz, who usually lacked any facial expressions, had eyes filled with encouragement. Only Semiramis stood aside, her eyes constantly scanning everything like a typical bystander enjoying the show. With their encouragement, Mew quickly calmed down, and his mind began to race. Upon careful thought, having the system as his greatest reliance, he had no reason to worry at all. Even if the enemy were a true god, with a god-slayer who had calculated god-slaying theories by his side, along with a bona fide goddess, who was afraid of whom, even in the worst-case scenario, if the enemy was someone even Scathach and Ishtar couldn't defeat, you could simply retreat to Chaldea. Once his strength increased sufficiently, he could launch a counter-offensive anytime. Thinking this way, Mew suddenly realized he had been too smooth sailing all the way, causing his mindset to become somewhat unbalanced. In the past, he always relied on his understanding of the plot and secrets to calculate against others, just like in the Fate Apocrypha, where he tore the red and black factions apart using his knowledge of the original story. But once things got out of his control, he was not as quick to calm down and respond as a battle-hardened warrior. This time, thinking he knew all the plot because he watched the anime, reality woke him up. He only knew that Orario's sole LV7 was Otter, but now a bunch of LV7s, and even an LV8, had suddenly appeared. Moreover, the other side inexplicably attacked his faction, catching him off guard. Mew suddenly had a premonition that his opponent this time might not just be a group of LV7 and LV8 adventurers. He might even face gods who had lifted their restraints. If you're looking for the mastermind, I know who it is. At this moment, a voice said something astonishing. It was Goddess Hestia, whom he had always regarded as a cute creature. Hestia's face was very conflicted. On one side were the friends and the existence she could call home in the lower world, and on the other were her close friends from the divine realm and a special being who had pursued her. However, this time, The war goddess had gone too far, and Hestia finally chose to step forward. Mamma Mia also took the opportunity to reveal some of the inside information she had gathered. After listening to Hestia's account and Mamma Mia's supplementary details, Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously, reminding Hestia of someone she found very annoying. "You mean, all of this is likely orchestrated by that goddess of wisdom and war, and her true goal is to kidnap Belle? We were just collateral damage?" With a brief analysis of the information revealed by Hestia, Yu roughly pieced together the main part of the puzzle. Combining Hestia's few words with the myths about the goddess Athena he knew before his transmigration, he speculated that this war goddess was a very proud person. Originally, she just needed to take Belle back, but this war goddess refused to take the easy route. She couldn't tolerate her chess piece being nurtured by an opposing force. So, before taking Belle back, she wanted to severely retaliate against the Freya familiar, heavily damaging their strength. As for the Loki familiar, they were probably just a bonus. Even the so-called retaliation was likely just one of Athena's goals. Her true intention was probably to establish her prestige among the gods. Whether in mythology or from Hestia's words, you found that this goddess of wisdom and war was the most rebellious among Zeus's children. Myths foretold that Athena would be the next god-king to overthrow Zeus. She didn't dare to rebel openly yet but was constantly making small moves in the shadows. This time was just another challenge to Zeus's authority. As everyone knew, Zeus and Hera, along with their familiar, were driven out of Orerio by the combined forces of Freya and Loki. With a little manipulation, Athena severely weakened both the Freya and Loki familiar's strength. As a daughter, she accomplished what even her father couldn't. This would undoubtedly increase her prestige among the other gods in the Olympian pantheon. In essence, in the eyes of this war goddess, Yu and his companions were not even considered opponents, just pawns to be used and discarded. At this moment, the proud goddess of wisdom and war had no idea what kind of terrifying person she had provoked. "It seems we need to have a good talk with Freya and Loki." Yu finally made a decision. "Wait, Yu." Hestia hesitated. Yu smiled slightly and gently patted her head. "Don't worry, for your sake, I will at least spare their lives." Hearing his assurance, Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she had a gut feeling that her invincible, brilliant friend might suffer a significant setback this time. Yu turned his head, not letting Hestia see his expression. "Sometimes, living is more painful than dying." Yu sent someone to invite the goddesses Loki and Freya for a discussion, then sat quietly in the reception room waiting. Within less than half an hour, the messenger had already returned. This event was of utmost importance for Yu, Loki, and Freya alike. To his surprise, the first to arrive were the ones least involved in this matter, the Loki familiar. Unlike Yu and Freya, whose bases had been ransacked and faces disgraced, losing much of their prestige, one having lost a precious alter ego, the other having had an important female friend taken away. Indeed, to Yu, Seir was special. When he was still very weak, having just escaped the gladiatorial arena and with no place to go, it was Seir who first extended a helping hand to him. At that time, Seir was like a ray of light, illuminating the path for him, who had crossed over to an incredibly unfamiliar world, fallen into a dark abyss, and was in a state of extreme frustration and confusion. Yu was well aware that Seir had feelings for him, or rather, she admired him. But it was precisely because of this that he was somewhat afraid to face this love directly. Because of his fondness before crossing over, he could pursue Aiz and Zhan without hesitation, using various means. But when it came to Seir, he seemed to revert to the shy, introverted otaku he was before crossing over. So, faced with Seir's frequent hints, he could only play dumb. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons why Ryo looked down on him. After all, to Ryo, Seir was also a very special existence. However, given the recent events, it seemed it was no longer appropriate to delay things. "That thief is here. How dare he abduct my eyes? I'll bite him to death today." A very irritable voice interrupted his thoughts. Additionally, There seemed to be some voices faintly trying to persuade the owner of the irritable voice. Bang! The door to the reception room was suddenly kicked open. Goddess Loki burst in with wide, bloodshot eyes, like an angry bull. When her gaze landed on Ryu, who was sitting there as steady as a rock, her eyes immediately emitted a scarlet glow. Nguyen, prepare to die. With that, she performed a perfect midair leap, pouncing straight at him. Ryu, who was not known for having a good temper, was already furious over the recent events. After much effort to calm down with everyone's persuasion, now another troublemaker appeared, making him so angry that he laughed. The anger in his eyes almost materialized. He was no longer the weakling he once was. With his current strength, even without using descent cards, he could easily crush any LV8. Moreover, he had a group of powerful allies by his side. Strength brings confidence, and now, even if he had to confront the Loki familiar, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Just as he was about to take action and teach Loki a lesson in manners, a figure stood in front of him. AI slightly turned her head to look at him. Although she didn't speak, he felt as though she had sensed his intentions. Loki, please stop causing trouble. I left with you of my own will. Her light words, tinged with a bit of detachment, shattered the anger on Loki's face. My eyes has been completely taken away by a wild man. With tears in her eyes, Loki turned and ran out the door. Watching Loki's ridiculous behavior, you felt as if he had punched a cotton ball, his anger dissipating. As expected, clowns will drag you down to their level and then beat you with their experience. After the farce, Goddess Freya also arrived, escorted by Otter and several masked, black-armored guards. The moment he saw Freya, you couldn't help but blink his eyes rapidly. The change in Freya was so great that he almost didn't recognize her. The immense confidence and the hidden arrogance beneath her friendly exterior were all gone. At this moment, Freya's eyes were lifeless, filled with a sense of desolation and exhaustion, as if she had suddenly lost her purpose in life. But thinking about it, it made sense. Freya had not only lost her precious alter ego but also her long-standing confidence in manipulating the gods. Athena had used her wisdom to completely outmaneuver Freya, shattering the absolute confidence she had built up over time. For a goddess inherently proud to her core, this was more painful than death. Seeing Freya like this, you gained a new understanding of the goddess of war and wisdom. Beneath that regal exterior lay a dark and malevolent soul. P.S. For the sake of the plot, Freya and Seer are now separate entities. Freya can be considered Seer, but Seer is not Freya. Their situation is similar to that of Dee and Shiroi from So I'm a Spider, So What?